our bootcamp, which we generally don't do that much. We take generally in 2 months once. So this is the, if you are here, it's lucky that you are here. And a lot of people are here. I can see a lot of people, like let me see how many people are there. Let me see if I am live. uh so on Yeah, I'm live on YouTube. Okay, so thank you all. So thank you for joining. Thank you for joining on a Saturday morning. It will be a very nice journey because it will be 12-hour long journey, and I can see a lot of one sec. I can see a lot of questions are there. Let me open my other window in which I can see the questions. So a lot of people are asking the questions, what will be the way and all those things, and that are there. Someone was asking 12 hour is possible to understand web development. Yeah, 12 hour we're going to teach almost 12 hour we're going to teach everything, not only web development, we're going to teach you web app development. Web app development means we're going to teach you ReactJS. Okay, we're going to teach you ReactJS also, which is the thing which will get your job. So everything like generally we take 2 to 3 hours to teach everything, and 3 to 4, okay, so like that. And we are going to cover everything, like not even we are going to leave anything, like fine HTML, CSS complete including Flexbox and Grid, JavaScript complete including ES6, and React just complete including your functional component hooks, all those things we are going to complete all those things. And what will the process and all those things I'm going to tell now. Before starting with the HTML, I'm going to tell everything. And a lot of people have some other doubts also, like what's the thing they should take, like what's the path they should take. All those things will be taught, because I was seeing all the chats, and a lot of people were asking that where is PHP in this, where is all these things. So PHP is not required, okay, that is there. And I think I am live on LinkedIn also. So LinkedIn people, you can join YouTube, LinkedIn. I'm just showing my face, so please join on YouTube channel. Link is there on my LinkedIn, not my LinkedIn, Instagram. So Instagram people, please join on YouTube. Okay, so that is there. So yeah, so what else? So let me quickly, okay. Okay, so thank you. And 12 hours is a long time. We cannot go beyond 12 hours because YouTube limit is 12 hours. So 12 hours is YouTube limit. And this is the second time we are doing this thing. Previously also we have done this thing. Okay. So previous time also we did, but we did the communication skills. Maybe next time again we are going to do that communication skill. That time we did HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and communication skills. And this time we're doing HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and ReactJS. So we're teaching everything. So you can watch this video later on also, because it is everything. It is required. So it will not like that you will watch this thing and you'll get a job. No, you have to put your effort and do the projects. That is also something which I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell everything for the first 15-20 minutes. I'm going to tell everything, then I have to start with HTML, because we have to start with HTML soon, because we have 12 hours limit also. Because if we go beyond 12 hours, YouTube will not allow us to go beyond 12 hours. So I have to end at 9 p.m. Okay, so end at 9 p.m. So everything I'm going to tell. So let me share my screen. And okay, and we are live on LinkedIn also. So LinkedIn people, you can watch it on YouTube also, and it is good that LinkedIn people, if you can watch it on LinkedIn. So because LinkedIn, what will happen after 1 hour, it will be disconnected, because LinkedIn limit is 1 hour. And you please do watch it on YouTube. I will also give the YouTube link. Okay, so please watch on YouTube. Okay, so this is me. This is about me. So let me first introduce myself. My name is Nabindu Biswas. I have this a lot of LinkedIn connections, and then my family is like 24K in LinkedIn. I'm a corporate trainer, full time corporate trainer. In fact, my whole day goes into corporate training, from morning till evening. It goes to corporate training. A lot of corporate trainings I do. Teachers in corporate, and I teach in some big top 10 service companies also are my clients. So that is about me. But I was not always like this. Like past 1 year only I am a React.js user, because before that I was, this is my LinkedIn profile, and if you want I can give my LinkedIn profile. So you can all get my LinkedIn profile and see about me. So I have put my LinkedIn profile. And I have 16 years of IT experience. Before being a full-time trainer, I was working as an associate architect in a Bangalore-based company. Associate architect is the top of the technical ladder. So I was there at the top of my technical ladder, left my job because I wanted to start teaching, because that is what was lacking. Okay. And I have worked in almost all big companies, like from IBM. I have worked in L&T Infotech. I worked in JP Morgan, which is the biggest bank in US, which actually runs the US. Then I have worked in Oracle also. So I started with the government company. So in 2004 I started, and in 2000 like what is that? 2021 I started as a full-time trainer, corporate trainer, personal trainer. I have my personal batches running. I have my physical batches running. We have YouTube. We have a lot of things. We have teachers also. We have two more teachers also who are going to help me today. So they teach us my corporate batch. They teach us on my YouTube. They teach us everything. So two very good teachers, CSS teacher, because we are growing. So I cannot take everything. So CSS teacher is there, JavaScript teacher is there. So today the plan is that like I will start with HTML. After that, Mausam Mishra, he's going to continue with CSS. CSS everything we're going to complete. CSS basics we're going to cover. CSS Flexbox we're going to cover. CSS grid we are going to cover. Then after that, Hari Prasad, he's going to take JavaScript, and he's a very good JavaScript teacher. He's going to teach everything, literally everything in JavaScript, okay, including ES6, which is required for React. And I'm going to teach React, and I'm going to also teach everything. So yeah, in 12 hours we're going to cover everything. So this is like a very big boot camp. If you know a free code boot camp, something like that, you can consider it like that also. We're going to teach everything, and later on you can go through it again and again and again and again and create projects. Projects will not be taught here because we don't have time. 12 hours we are going to teach only theory. Projects we teach a lot on our channel. If you want, I can give the playlist and all later on. I can give. Okay, so that is there. Then this is about me. This is about our company, the web dev. So we are a registered company. We give a GST and all. We are a registered company. Okay, so how will you get the certificate? You'll get the certificate on the email. So we cannot give a physical certificate. Sorry for that, because I know there will be more than 500 to 1,000 certificates we have to give today. So you'll get on email. You'll get on an email Sunday night. You'll get, because you'll not get before that. As I'm telling, I'm like around 500 to 1,000 certificate we have to pass. Okay, so you'll get on the email. Okay, so how you will get the certificate? So let us get the elephant out of the room first, then we will move forward. Like I want to tell something, like there are a lot of PHP guys here, so we were asking that, okay, why you are not teaching PHP? Should we learn PHP? I will come to that. Okay, but first let me, a lot of certificate guys are also there. So let me talk about the certificates and all. And the certificate is like, uh, this is a Google form. Actually, this is a Google form, and I will send this Google form to you. And like this, I will send this Google form, and this Google form will be sent. Not one Google form is there. There are 4 attendances. 1, 2, 3, 4. First attendance will be given around like. Right now, like around 9:30, the first attendance will be given. Second attendance will be given like after the CSS is complete. I don't know around the time, like 12 or 1 or whatever. And means once the major things are done, then the attendances will be given. Third attendance will be given after JavaScript is done, and fourth attendance will be given after React.js is done. Okay, fourth attendance will be given towards the 9 p.m. So you can expect like the second attendance is given like 1 p.m. Third attendance is given like 5 p.m. and fourth attendance will be given around 9 p.m. So these are the 4 attendances which you have to fill. And this is a Google form, very sophisticated thing created by Google. So please don't come back that we have not got. And where you'll get the attendance form? You will get the attendance form on this live chat only, no other place. I'm not going to share it on the WhatsApp groups from where you're coming. Only on the live chat. Only on the live chat in YouTube, maybe on LinkedIn also. I will share the first, because LinkedIn will soon go away. But mainly on YouTube live chat, it will be shared. So please fill it there only. Okay, please fill it there only, and from this session. So it will be given on the live chat. It will given on the live chat. You have to fill from there. And what it does, I will get the response. This is a very sophisticated code created by Google using Angular in the front end. And this is a web app. Okay, we'll come to that. This is a very complicated web app. Okay, so I will get the response. So some people say that, okay, there is a mistake, I filled the attendance form but I didn't got it. If you didn't got it, then Google had done some mistake in their code. And I am pretty sure Google is the biggest company on the planet. It cannot do a mistake in their code. So please don't lie. If you don't fill this attendance form that I filled the attendance form, I didn't got it, then it's a Google mistake. Okay, and Google cannot do mistake in such a big product out there. Okay, so that is it. You have to fill the attendance form. We are going to soon give the link. Okay, and we'll get all the data. And Send, then what? Then let us come to the other thing, like you all of might have got, so how you'll get the certificate, and we're going to send a mail. Actually, I have also, one sec, I have also, should have not. Okay, so one sec. So how will be this sent? Okay, let me also show that also. A mail will be sent like this. A mail will be sent like this to your registered, and we'll send in one go, like 10 15, around 15 to 20 certificates. So there will be a lot of mails will be coming from Awesome Mishra or from me, and this is our previous mail which again, see what I have written it. As promised, please find the coupon to get our exclusive course, the web dev transition, for free. For free, what does that mean? This is our premium course. This is a premium course which cost how much? Which cost this much. This is a recorded course, but it is a premium course, and it has got everything which you require, and everything in a detail also. So whatever we are going to teach here, it has got the path which you need to take, which is very important. Path we need to take: HTML crash course, JavaScript crash course, CSS crash course, then CSS Flexbox and Grid, CSS projects, Async JavaScript in ES6, JavaScript project, ReactJS course, weekly coaching call. This is very important. I will come back to that. ReactJS mini bootcamp, complete TypeScript guide is also there. Okay, so they are, this is a very premium course which you will get for completely free. And plus, what is going to happen? You will be also invited to private Zoom call, which happens Wednesday 8:30 p.m. for the rest of your life. And what will be happen? I'll not solve any technical issues there. Okay, what I'm going to solve? I am going to solve any, like, any career doubt there. See, all of you have a career doubts. You don't know what to do in a career. Someone's not asking PHP. I will come to that. And someone is asking this and that. Someone is asking machine learning. Someone asking this and that is it. And plus, you'll be also invited to a private Discord server. We have a private Discord server. In which you can, of course, you can ask anything. Like, so that will be there. So this is a big thing which we are giving. So this all things actually comes with our premium course, like this private Zoom call and private Discord group. So you'll get all those things, and you'll get a mail like this Sunday, like Sunday night you'll get. Okay, Sunday night you'll get. Yeah, TypeScript course also you'll get. TypeScript course is also there, that will you'll also get for free. Okay, that you'll, but it will not be covered today. TypeScript course will, you'll get all these courses for free. Okay, all these courses for free, because this comes in a bundle of this 2000 rupees, which I'm giving for free. Whoever gets the certificate, you have to get the certificate. You have to fill all the 4 attendance form, get the certificate, fill all the 4 attendance form, then only you will get this thing. Then only you will get this thing. Okay, so that is there. Then only you will get all these things, all these cool things you are going to get. And people are really benefiting for that, because people join our weekly coaching call on Wednesday, and I guide them. A lot of people I have guided, and they've started their journey. Because it is not like that today you'll do a 12-hour course and tomorrow you'll get a job. No, you'll not get a job. You have to create some projects. You have to do something else also. What you have to do, let me tell what you have to do. Let me so you have to do, so let me take you through that, and then we're going to start with HTML, of course, because this is very much required. Notes I will not provide today. Notes I will not provide today. I'm providing you so much. Why do you need notes? Okay, so notes will be there in this all this course. The notes is there in this course, so you'll get the notes in this course. Okay, so that you have to take the notes, you will get in the course. So please do take the notes from the course. Okay, so I'm giving my premium code. You get the notes from the premium code. That's it. And see, it's not about the notes only. You're getting a guidance from me. So just go to my LinkedIn profile and see means what I have done. Okay, so then you'll see I have spent 16 years in my life in the IT industry, and still I'm in the IT industry. I'm teaching in top corporates. I'm teaching in top 10, one of the top 10 companies, service companies. I'm teaching. Okay, I cannot tell the name. I'm teaching in one of the top 10 service companies. You know which are the top 10 service company? Maybe I'm teaching in TCS, maybe I'm teaching in Infosys, maybe I'm teaching in Capgemini, maybe I'm teaching in one of those companies. I take corporate batches, so I know what is required in the corporate. Okay, so that is there. And beside this also, I take a lot of corporate batches, personal batches, and all those things. Okay, so I will share the form. Please don't be in a hurry. First form will be shared it around 9:30 a.m. Okay, and second form will be shared, as I've told, 1 1 2 third form 5, and last form at 9. Okay, so all the four form will be shared at different times. Okay, so let me do go a bit more. Let me tell a bit more. So a lot of people were asking what to do and what is this and all those things. Okay, so let me tell you, all the jobs there are in web development. And if you are not living under a cave, you know that recently Meta, Facebook have fired 11,000 people, and Twitter have fired half of its employee, and all the other FANG companies. What is a FANG companies? Let us talk about what is a FANG company. FANG company means Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Google have like hiring froze. Okay, so sometime back, a lot of you people know about this thing. Everybody wants to go to FANG company, FANG company. Everybody wants to go to FANG company, and trust me, we don't teach to go to FANG company. That is a good thing. We don't teach to go to the FANG company because FANG company is only 5% of the job, only 5% of the job, and everybody wanted to go there. So the same thing was been created again. What is created in India for civil services exam, UPSC, IS, IPS. Same thing for IIT. Only there are a handful of things are there, and everybody wants to go there. So going there is very tough because you need to know something known as data structure and algorithm, and we don't teach it. Teach it. We teach you to go to the other 95% of the job. Okay. So if you want to go to the 5% of job which are actually not there, which are not there anymore, then you can go to Scalar Academy, very good academy. But the thing is that there is no job there. Everybody has froze their job for the next 2 years. There is no job in Facebook, there is no job in Amazon, there is no job in Apple, there is no job in Netflix, there is no job in Google, there is no job in Microsoft. So if you go give your 2 lakh rupees to Scalar Academy also, they will not able to get your job because there is no job in DSA right now. So where there is job, there are job in the 95% things which I was telling for such a long time. You need to know only this four things to get a job. Okay, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. No, DSA is not required for web development. DSA is only required for DSA is only required for FANG jobs. DSA is only required for FANG jobs. DSA is only required for FANG job. Please do your research correctly. DSA is only required for FANG job and some sub FANG job. What a sub FANG? What a sub FANG? Skin is not blood. Skin is not blood, Reshma. So what you have to do, you have to we are streaming at 760p, so you have to upgrade your YouTube to 760p. Screen is very good. Okay, so screen is very good. You have to just go and change your YouTube quality to 720p. By default it goes in the YouTube goes to 144p, so please do change it to one like 720p. Okay, so then, and so I was telling, and some subfang job. What are some fang jobs like Flipkart and all those things? So they consist only 5% of the job. If you want to go to 5% of the jobs which are not there, then you can learn DSA. I've recently heard that soon lead code will also be firing a lot of people because that is the way. If you want to go for fang jobs, non-existent fang job, I should say non-existent fang job, then you should go to lead code. There is a site known as lead code. You have to solve a lot of algorithms and all those things. See, DSA is never used in real production code. I have worked for 16 years. DSA, nobody used DSA in real production code. That was only to filter people. So okay, let us come to the screen is not very blurred. Skin is not very blurred. Okay, so let me tell, a lot of people are saying skin blurred. See what you have to do, you have to come here. See Dr. Vikas and Reshma, and you have to click here. I'll not show it again. You have to click here, go to the quality and make it 720p. I know you have to pay a lot of money for that. If you do a 720p, if you have like a geo connection of 1.5 GB, it will be completely exhausted. But please give us 100 rupees to attend this thing. Okay, please give us 100 rupees because what we are giving it, nobody will give you 100 rupees. I know it will cost you 100 rupees. Like how much geo connection for one day cost? 100 rupees. Please give us your 100 rupees. I know this 100 rupees will be the most useful 100 rupees in your life. Okay, and please give us your 100 rupees. Dr. Vikas, please give us your 100 rupees. Reshma, please give us your 100 rupees. By doing this thing will cost you 100 rupees, which I know it's a lot of money. So 720p, please do it. It is not for free, and everything cannot be completely free. This is also not completely free. 720p you have to do, and you have to, when you do 720p, you will see the best quality ever, because we are doing live at 720p. Okay, so that is there. So please do that. And if you are on mobile also, I cannot right now show on mobile also. There is an option, like go there in the advanced setting, I don't remember right now, advanced setting, and you have to do. Okay, so that is there. So let me come back. So yeah, so to get a job you have to only learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and ReactJS. Why this thing? See, most of the jobs are like that only. If you go to a startup jobs, and we mainly target the startup jobs or the jobs in the mid-range companies, they need only this thing: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React. Even the top 10 service companies, in one of the service company I go, they make me teach people this thing, and they make me teach people Angular also, actually. So I will not tell a lie, like Angular is also that they tell me to teach people HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React.js, and Angular. And all those companies tell me to teach this thing. Why? Because everything is like the web app right now. I was giving the example of this Google Sheet. What is this? This is not a website. This is a complicated web app. 10 years back, like in 2010, everything used to be a desktop app. So like a desktop app like this Sublime Text. Now also there are a lot of desktop apps, but now everything is a web app. So web apps are made with what? Web apps are made with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React.js or Angular in the front end. React.js or Angular, but React.js is more popular. Angular is only used by Google, and React.js is used by everything else. Like this LinkedIn, this is a very complicated web app. Facebook is a very complicated web app. React was created by Facebook, is also maintained by Facebook. So React is maintained by them, and so it's a very very complicated web app. Okay, very complicated web app. So this is made with this. So if you have all these four things in your resume, someone was looking for jobs from 2019. So I was in the WhatsApp group. Someone was looking for a job from 2019. He knows Java and all. So you'll not get a job in Java. Java, there are jobs. I will not tell that Java there is not job, but Java have not that much job, and it is not that much popular as it used to be 10 years back. It is used in the back end only right now, and a front end, there are more jobs of a front end. If there's 70 jobs, if they're not even 70, I was in the industry, 80 jobs for front end, then 20 jobs only for back end. And back end requires a lot of other things also. And in back end also, there are not much jobs. Not There are a lot of jobs in DevOps is a very good thing. If you don't want to do web development, do DevOps, but that is much more complicated. Web development, it is much more easier to get in. DevOps, Java, and all those things require a lot of experience also. As a fresher, as a someone who is coming from outside the IT field, you need only to learn these four things: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React, nothing else. You'll do this thing. But if you do this thing, and then how will you get a job? Okay, do this. What is the difference between React and Angular? So difference between React and Angular is that React is created by Facebook and Angular is created by Google, and there is a lot of difference. Angular is also pretty much complicated. Angular is a JavaScript known as framework. React is known as JavaScript library. React is much more easier to understand, and React is like a like right now a king in the JavaScript world, and it is used by 70 to 80% of the companies. Okay, but a lot of you will say that if in Infosys or TCS I worked in Angular, yeah, because a lot of old projects are in Angular. But if you don't want to go to Infosys, and if you want to just, if you're from outside the industry, you can like directly learn React and all, because most numbers of jobs are in React than in Angular. Angular is also good, but you should learn React in my case. Okay, you should learn React, not Angular. Okay, so that is there. And what else? So this is something which you have to do. So there was a guy who was there, and he was like telling yesterday on one the WhatsApp group, like from 2019 he's searching for a job. He's from a electronics background. He's from an electronics background. From 2019 he's searching for a job, and he's learning like Java and all. He's not getting a job, and he was asking for a job. But so first thing is that you should learn this four technologies. Okay, and which all of this we are going to tell. Then what you should do, then what that person should do who is not getting a job from 2019, who is like, there are a lot of people who has wasted. I have a lot of students who have wasted their 4 years in UPSC preparation. Then what to do, how to get back in the industry and all. Okay, so you have to do something. Okay, you have to do. Yeah, definitely. You should learn Munstack. That is the best stack. Munstack, or someone is asking about Munstack. Munstack means you add MongoDB Express, also React and Node.js. So Node.js you can add. So you will, if there are like it increases your chances. Okay, to get a job also if you learn this Munstack. Okay, Munstack. Okay, so I'm not going to answer much of the questions here because we are getting out of time, because we need to cover a lot of things. So okay, so I'm not going to tell backend after learning front end. Okay, okay. So all these things, see, all of you, I will tell all of you, get this certificate. Okay, get this certificate, and as I've told you, I'm going to give you access to our what's Zoom classes. Okay, if you are going to get the certificate attending all four things, and then you can ask any questions you want. I also do a hot seat also. In that, I personally help people. Okay, so that is the 4 year gap. What is the difference between SQL and MongoDB SQL? So I will quickly answer all this. SQL and MongoDB is there. SQL is a like a normal database. MongoDB is very easy to learn. It's like what is the? It's a JSON database. It's not even look like a database, but it stages of backend after learning front end. Front end, if you want to go into backend, please go into the Mun stack, because Mun stack is very easy to do. Don't go for Java and all. It is very difficult, and you just have to learn Node.js. Node.js is 10 times easier than ReactJS. Okay. So no, I will not cover any ReactJS project, but we have a lot of projects on the channel. I will get the link, and we generally have a lot of projects, and what projects you have to do and all those things I'm going to tell. Anyway, as I've told, you're going to get this. If you are really serious about your career, please try to get this for free. Try to get this for free, which will be given to everyone who will get the participation certificate today. And which, for that, you have to fill all the 4 attendance form. This has got everything. Like, this is a premium course. This is a recorded course, but this is a premium course. And it, as I've told earlier, you will get access to your what you will get access to our WhatsApp groups, so like Zoom calls also, and you'll get access to our Discord channel also. So we have a Discord channel. You'll get access to that Discord channel also, and in which we can ask anything. Okay, so that is there. Okay, so let me, we don't have time to cover, because or else YouTube will kick us, because YouTube don't allow you to do more than 12 hours of live. Okay, so we have to cover all the things. We covered all the things. And if you go to my channel, like our channel, just go to a channel, see how many projects we do projects in everything. Like, we have very big projects. Okay, and we generally do those as a premiere. So you can see that. Okay, be in the WhatsApp groups, whatever WhatsApp groups you are coming. So be in that WhatsApp group. If you're not coming from a WhatsApp group, let me give a WhatsApp group link. So if you're coming directly from YouTube, so you can join this. Okay, so 1 second. Okay, so join this. So this is not a guidance session. Okay, so the guidance session, so please join this WhatsApp group, and I will give the form in some time. Okay, so people asking a lot of questions, so please okay, I'll guide everyone in the month stack and all. As I've told, please get the form, fill the forms, get this project, and then go to our you'll get access you'll get access to our, where is this? Okay, you'll get access to our private Zoom call, which happens every 8:30 p.m. I'll solve all of your career doubt. All of your career doubt will be solved. Okay, private Zoom call, you will get access, and you'll all the things will be solved. Okay, and even we record those Zoom calls, and so that it can help other people. So that is like that. Okay, so let me quickly tell this. Then I will get the attendance on. Then I will start with HTML. So as why I'm telling this thing, I'm telling this thing because a lot of people have a career gap. A lot of people are from some other background, they want to get into IT. So how they can get into IT? So you can do the networking. You have to do a networking, like you have to be good on LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. So LinkedIn is very important out of this. Okay, and then you have to take up some daily actions. So you cannot go into IT like without coding. So you have to code daily 2 hours, and you have to take part in the challenges like 100 days of code or 100 days of project. It's good to take part in 100 days of code and all. So why networking is required? Okay, so first thing is that if you go here, I have a lot of people, like 24,000. I'm not asking you to get like this much, but all of my partners, teachers, and all. So I will accept all of them. All of my partner teachers, they have a lot of networks. Even even my intern, I'm an intern and all. Whoever is there, I ask them to do a lot of this. Okay, so so let me show this thing. So because if you see, so this, he is my intern. So he started as a student only. So he is from a physical batch. So if you see his activity, see his profile is also very good. But if you see his activity, what he does, he actually creates these projects and then post it on LinkedIn. So this is something which you have to do: create the project and post it on LinkedIn. Then your employer will see this is the known as coding in public, which is very very important. You grow your LinkedIn. He has already grown to 1,000 people, and you post your projects, like post your projects on LinkedIn. So then only the world will able to know the person. If he's there, he was telling that he's from 2019, he's searching from a job, like it is like how many years, 19, like 4 years he's not getting a job. You have to do this thing. You have to create a lot of projects, showcase that them on LinkedIn. This is the age of social media. You have to take help from them. You have to showcase them on LinkedIn. This is something which nobody tells you, because if they are keep on telling you, because most of my students gets job without our help only. They get job like this only. If you do this thing, and if you tag me, I tag you back, what will happen? I have 24,000 connections. Okay, and I'm going to promote all the people who are going to get certificate today. Okay, I'm going to promote them also. So if I tag you back, what happens? You get to 24,000 connection. I have worked in almost all big companies. My connection are not like that. It is like the startup peoples are the startup CEOs are there, HR from Google are there, because I have not got Google interview call once, but I got Google interview call 2 times. Okay, I can share that also sometime. Google interview call 2 times. I've got Microsoft interview call. I've got Uber interview. I've given Uber interviews. All those HRs are in connected with me. Okay, so those HRs are in connected with me. So they see my profile. They see that okay, this person is doing a lot of projects. So this guy is doing a lot of projects. So this is what you have to do in LinkedIn. Okay, and this guy like code like more than 6 hours a day. So that is how you get a job. Okay, that is how you get a job. So this all things you have to do to get a job. And this 100 days of code is also very good. Search it out, what is this 100 days of code. Okay, so let me now, enough I've talked. So, and if you want to learn more, if you want to get a personal guidance, please get this course for free, which will be given to everyone. And I will give you the guidance also, because I will send a mail like this by Sunday night with your certificate. And with this course is 2,000 rupees, but you'll get for free, because we will give you a coupon code which is like hidden here. And you'll also be invited to a Zoom call at 8:30. You each can ask all of your career doubt. You'll also get into our, we have a Discord channel also. Okay, Discord. Okay, let me show that Discord channel. So this Discord channel, you will get invited to this Discord channel also. So this Discord channel you can get, and you can ask anything, job internship, technical help. You can ask any technical help, announcements, and all those things are there. Okay, so you can ask anything, and that is there. So let me give the first attendance form, and second attendance form will be given a bit late, around 1:30 to 2. So let me give it. So attendance one, copy. So Ankush, as I have told you that please, if you okay, we will not cover Bootstrap. Bootstrap is not used that much in the startup world. I know it is used a lot in service companies, but in startup world it is hardly used. Okay, we'll cover the main thing, like the core, which is the Flexbox and the grid. Okay, so attendance one I have given. Okay, let me give the attendance one at some other place also. Attendance one sec. So attendance one was given. So I marked it also. Okay. So attendance one was given. So it's please do fill the attendance form. And now we are going to start. We're going to start now. Okay, let me close everything. Close everything. Close everything. And we are going to Okay, so we are going to start with HTML first. So we are going to start with HTML. So what is HTML? HTML is hypertext markup language. I think most of you know. And what's that? Good morning. Yeah. So HTML is the basic structure of the site. A structure of the site. At the end of the day, what we are going to do is a website only. Like this Facebook and all are also a website. So how do we write HTML code? See, initially what people used to do before 2010, they used to write HTML in Notepad, or there is something in Windows known as Notepad plus plus. So they used to write in that, and then they have to save it as .html, and then they used to do it, because at those time there is something known as a code editor used to be paid, and very very like it used to be paid, and it used to be very heavy, like your system cannot take it. But nowadays everything has changed with the free code editors. There is a very good free code editor which is known as vs code, and we are going to use this in the project. So nowadays everybody uses this, all front end engineers. So we teach mainly for you to so you can fill the why should I you can you why should we wait? Okay, so please keep filling it, so there is no hurry. Anyways, one thing which I'm going to tell, this is going to go on YouTube also. So if you want to, and in my view, you have to watch this not one time, like a many times. You have to come back to this again and again and learn these concepts, and then do the projects. I will guide that also. From projects also you can take it up from our channel or on the WhatsApp group. I will give the projects links also. Anyways, you're going to get our course for free if you're going to get the participation certificate. Okay, so this Mac, and it is not required to code along. You can like learn right now and code later on also. If you're coding along, that will also be good. Okay, so like this, you have to download this, and it is showing me for Mac. You will see this for Windows. Download for Windows, and it is very easy. If you want to see the instructions, those instructions I have provided in one of my YouTube video. I have a Windows laptop also. So in that, when I was installing this, I have provided that thing. Okay. So you can see that also. Okay. So that is there. Now, when you download this, it will be, where is my VS Code? Okay. So this, it will be shown like this. So this VS Code, okay. Something old thing has been shown. Okay. So, okay. So it will be open first time like this. Okay. First time it will be open like this, and then I will, what I want to do, I will create a new folder actually. Okay, new folder, and I will write HTML basics. I'll write HTML basics. Maybe I will give the code also. HTML basics I'll write. And then what I need to do. So this VS code will open like this for you. VS code will open like you. Uh, Stream quality is at its top. Okay, so I'm sorry if you have right now joined. It is, we are streaming at 720p. So you have to change your YouTube setting to 720p. If you're watching it from mobile, I cannot tell right now on mobile because but I think you should know. Go to I will check on mobile also. If you're on mobile, then go to quality. You'll see that auto it is 144p, and then you go to advanced. In mobile, I'm telling go to advanced, and then you make it 720p. So you'll see the best quality where we are sending it at 720p. As I know it's not complete HD, but it's a very good HD. Okay, so 720p. So you can, if you are on a desktop, I think you know. I will tell this for the last time. Okay, in a desktop, you have to go here and go to the quality, and please make it 720p. Okay, 720p. Okay, so that is there. So someone is asking something. YouTube username as user. You have to give your username. I know my username. Okay, I know my username. You have to give your username. Okay, I know my username. Okay, so give your username. Give your username, not my username. Okay, and that is there. It is mandatory to subscribe to our YouTube channel also, and to our Instagram also, because we are giving so much for free. Nobody use this much for free. And nobody is on YouTube history also. They have given our 12-hour live classes like this. Okay, So we expect you to subscribe to a channel. That is also one of the mandatory requirement. Subscribe to our channel, and also to subscribe to our Instagram. In our Instagram, we give like really good things. Like, it is not like some dancing videos. It is like real career advice. I get something like this and this, and the thing I record it and I give it. Okay, so that is like that. And you can know me a much better also when you are subscribed to my Instagram. Sometimes I put some personal stuff also. So that is there. So this VS Code is there. So this VS Code I have downloaded and it is there. I've created a folder like HTML basic. Okay. uh, okay, you don't have Instagram, so okay. Okay, we cannot do more than that, 720p. Okay, so if you don't have Instagram, then what? Okay. Okay, if you don't have a Instagram, then you can. So those things are there, like in the form, we have all the Instagram links also, like the links are also there in the form. But if you want my Instagram link right now, I can provide you that also. So here also I can provide. So this is okay, it's okay. Means I cannot go beyond 720p. Okay, 720p, because that costs a lot of money. 1080p. I know 1080p. Okay, so that is there. That's good. That's good. Okay, so that is there. Instagram link is there in the form also, so you can get it from there. And please don't ask like too many questions on how to fill the attendance form. So I think you have already done, so it's good. You have already done. So everybody is, let's now concentrate on HTML. So it's now time to learn. Okay, so HTML. So I have downloaded this, installed this on my system. VS Code. It's a, like a very lightweight thing, totally free of cost. It will even run. I have students who are running this for an i4 i4 fourth generation with 4 GB of RAM. Yeah, 4 GB of RAM. But the more RAM you have, it is much more better. But 4 GB RAM. One thing I want to tell: please have a laptop. It will be like very difficult to code on a mobile. You can code on a mobile, but it will be very difficult. You need a laptop, at least a laptop for this. Okay, so that is there. And then I will click this like HTML basics and all. So this folder is there. I will click it and put it there. This HTML basics, I put it there. Now it will be opened there. Okay, so then I will take it at one side. Maybe I will take it in this side. Okay. Okay, so because I want to show both this is how developer works. At one side, we have this code editor, and on the other side, the output, because we are making a web app. Okay, so that is there. Now, what to do here? So all HTML files start with index.html. Index.html, it will start, and okay, so I'm not going to answer a lot of questions right now. As I've told, those career related questions will be answered in a private Zoom call if you are able to get it. Okay, enter career path or front end with what is the minimum salary of fresher. See, as a fresher, you should not go after salary. Okay, so after 1 year, it is the salary which is there, and which is there. You should, even if you have to work for free, you have to work for free. So minimum salary and all those things. If you go for this minimum salary and all, you will not learn anything. At the end of the day, you will go to a TCS or a Infosys job which will give you 15,000 rupees salary, but maybe you will not even get a front end developer. Okay, so it depends how much a minimum salary and all. So but first thing is that you have to learn. Then after 1 year, like, there is no end of a front end developer salary. Okay, and there are not a lot of other things also you can do, like freelancing, teaching, and a lot of other things are there. Blogging, technical blogging. Actually, I took the other part. I'll do all the other things. Okay, so that is there. A lot of other things I can do. So that is like you can do anything. Hmm. So that is there. Now, if you want to get the more path, so please get our course for free. Get a course for free, and I will be more than happy to answer your question on a private Discord channel. I'll be more than happy to answer your question on our private Zoom call, which you have every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. So please do ask those answer now. Right now it is learning time. Right now, not it is not a career question asking time. Okay, so that's good. So this HTML is there. So this index.html. So why index.html I have created? I've created index.html because, see, because everything have a dot, have an ending. Like if you're not from a non-IT background, you might have seen on the Windows and all, images had a dot jpg or dot png ending, excel file dot xls ending. Like this in programming also, everything has an ending. So every file have an ending. So dot html means it's a html file. Index means you can take anything. Okay, index you can take anything. Okay, index you can do anything. And then you have to give a not, you have to give a not. Okay, so why I'm using this VS Code, why I'm using this VS Code. And okay, so again, I'm not going to answer a lot of when the recession and layoffs will be over. So the recessions and the layoffs will be here for some time, because a lot of these big companies have taken a lot of people when they were not required. And you might have heard that the recession and this is only in the big companies. Fan companies, if you're joining late, I've already told that I don't prepare for fan companies. Fan companies is prepared by other tech startups. I don't prepare. I prepare for those 95% of the other companies which still have a lot of jobs. Okay, so that are there. So this recession and layoffs will be there for the next 1 or 2 years, but they will be limited only to fang companies, like fang companies, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Google, Microsoft, Flipkart, Snapdeal, and all those things, all those big companies. It will be there, not in the startups world. That much it is not impacted. It is not impacted that much in the medium range companies, service based companies. No, it is, the jobs are still there. Okay, so people asking a lot of questions. Attendance form is already sent, Jyoti. Attendance form is already sent. Just scroll a bit and you will find the attendance form. Actually, I have pinned that attendance form also. Please, it is necessary to fill the attendance form. People asking too many questions. Okay, so okay, yeah, people are asking way too many questions. Okay, so one thing, yeah, Akshay, you are totally right. People are asking too many questions. I'm not going to answer any more questions right now. So people are asking way too many questions. So please, this is right now we have to start it, because or else 12 hour will not be sufficient. So I'm right now, I'm not going to answer any questions. Maybe later on I'm going to sit on my laptop, because some other teacher is going to take. At that time I will answer a question on the chat, so not right now. Okay, and you're all invited to our Wednesday 8:30 private Zoom call, which you all might get it. Okay, so what I'm doing, this index.html. So index.html. So what one of the main features of VS Code is, like I will even close the chat up right now. Okay, one of the main feature of VS Code is that it has got a lot of shortcut. So I want to get the shortcut of the writing a HTML code. So I'll give a not. I'll give a not and then press a tab. What it is going to give me? It is going to give me the shortcut. It is going to give me the shortcut. And what is this shortcut all about? This shortcut is the skeleton of an HTML. If I don't have this thing, what I have to do? I have to do it manually. I have to do it manually. So I don't want to do it manually. So one sec. Okay, so I have done it like this. One sec. Okay. So okay. So this is a skeleton of an HTML code. So what is a skeleton means? So skeleton means we have to write the code, but this is a skeleton. Let me tell about this skeleton code which we have just created. How did I create it again? Let me tell again. Not and give a tab. So this is the skeleton code has been created. Okay, skeleton code has been created. Now here the first thing is that doctype HTML. If I don't use VS Code, you have to create it manually. Doctype HTML. Doctype HTML means what? Doctype HTML means this is a HTML version 5. What is HTML version 5? HTML version 5. See, HTML was created in the year 1993. So it is handled by a committee known as W3C committee, and it creates the version. So in 2015, they had created a new version known as HTML version 5. So this means that this is HTML version 5. And HTML tags are like this, greater than, less than signs. Okay, most of them. So most of them has a starting and a ending. Like this HTML have a starting and the ending. Okay, HTML lang English means the language is English. Then after that I have a header tag and a body tag. Head tag, you are going to see, head tag is mainly what is here. This is the head tag, so this will be the head. and body is there. In the body we'll write the main code. And HTML is all about learning about different tags, and we are going to tell all the important tags. Please don't go beyond that, because I know people who are learning HTML only for the past 3-4 months. HTML, you don't have to go beyond. And anyways, I've told we are going to teach everything, so you don't have to go beyond 1 or 2 days HTML. Okay, no, no, it is not required. Okay, so head tag. Let us come to this head tag first. Head tag is this title. The title I have written is as document. Maybe I will write learn HTML. We're going to. I'm going to soon open this page. Okay, learn HTML. I'll write, and then this meta is there. Okay, then this meta is there. What is this meta? Meta has nothing to do with Meta, which is so popular nowadays. Meta, Facebook. It is not to do with Meta. It has something to do with Google. It has something to do with Google. Why does it have to something to do with Google? Because it is used for digital marketing, and we are not going to cover much of it. Why digital marketing? Because this meta tag, in the meta tag you can give something known as a keyword of a website. Okay, keywords of a website. So even if you create a website, web app, or whatever you say, they require something known as SEO, search engine optimization. Okay, search engine optimization, those who don't know, it is something like you don't know website like that. You go to Google and search for like let us say that I create this website today. Then Dhoni do a lot of ad, like you can go on GoDaddy and put your website. So I go on GoDaddy and put my website of the same ad. Some ad was coming sometime back. I don't watch TV that much. Baroda cricketing good. So I put a Baroda cricketing good on the internet. But how will people know? How will people in Baroda also know that there is a Baroda cricketing good? I have to put some SEO there. I have to put some keywords there. So what keyword I will put there? I'll put the keyword like cricket bat in Baroda. In that keyword, cricket bat here, cricket ball here, comma, 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 I'll do. Even this is a Microsoft VS Code. This has got a very good SEO. Like if I go to Google and search for free code, free code free code editor. See what is coming. Visual Studio Code. See what is coming. Visual Studio Code link is coming. Means the Microsoft people has given some very good SEO. And SEO I'm not going to cover because I'm not a digital marketing guy. I know this much only thing. So this Google, how Google works. Google have some Google bots which scans every website on the internet for these keywords. And when it scans every website on the internet for the keywords, that goes into Google database and all those things. And when we search in Google, it will hit that keyword. Okay, and it will show it. So this is known as SEO or digital marketing. We're not going to cover anything of that. Okay, just how Google works we have covered. So this title is this thing which is there. And body, what is body? Body is this thing which is inside. So I will do h1. And there are different tags. We're going to come back to the h1 is a heading tag, like HTML crash course. And then there is a P. So in P, H1 is a heading. What is a P? P is a paragraph. So in the paragraph, I will put this thing. Okay. And paste it and save it. Now, where to see this thing? Where to see this thing? So we need to see this thing. We need to see this thing somewhere. So how do we see this thing? So I'll go back to the like this, my desktop. Is HTML basic is there, and this index.html we just created. So if I double click it, it will open in my default browser, which is Safari. I don't want to open it in Safari. I want to open it in like I think I have opened this Firefox Developer Edition. So I want to open it in that only. So this is like a version of Firefox. Most of you might have Chrome. So open with Firefox Developer Edition. So I'll open Firefox Developer Edition. I'm able to see it. Okay, like this. Learn HTML. What is this learn HTML? Learn HTML is the title. Learn HTML. See, this is coming here. H1 is like this big HTML crash course. Then paragraph is like this. So this is how our simple website is been created. But we are not going to. We are going to learn one more thing before learning about different tags. What is that? I'm not going to do it like this, like this. So there is a problem in this thing, and people used to do it like this a long time back. So they used to do like this. What is the problem? Suppose I have another P. I have another P, and another P I have, and in this P, what I am going to have in this P, I am going to have something. Okay, but what thing I should have? I just close the site. Okay, so generally most of the time people don't know what to write. So there is something dummy text known as lorem ipsum. Lorem ipsum. Lorem ipsum. What is this lorem ipsum? Lorem ipsum. Lorem ipsum is actually a 200-year-old text which was created when the printing press was created, when just the newspaper were done. So what it is used, it seems like a real text, but it is not a real text. Okay. So VS Code again comes with a inbuilt lorem ipsum generator, or else you have to do a lorem ipsum generator from the internet. So what I have to just do, I have to write LOREM and then press the tab. It will generate a text for me, a dummy text, which seems like English, but it is not English. Save it. But why is it is not showing me? Because anytime we do some changes here, you have to come here and do a refresh here. Then only it will come. I don't want to do this thing. If you're happy with doing this thing, it is okay. But if you don't want to do this thing, and which most developers are not happy to do their thing, they install small extensions from VS Code. VS Code is very famous for extensions. VS Code is free to use, and VS Code have these small programs which are like these additions in VS Code. So there is a, when you come here in this, this is known as extension tab. You search for something known as live. I'll search for live, and I'll get this live server package, which is like this package from Ritvik, the very popular package, more than 2 crore downloads. 2 crore downloads are there. And what it does, you install it, you'll get some install thing, and it will install very easily. I'll get a disable or uninstall thing. It is not like your normal software. It will install in a one click installation will be there. Okay. When you install it, so what happens, if I right click and I will go to this open with live server, or I can go live from here also. Let me open with live server. Unfortunately, it will open in my this Safari. I don't like Safari, so I will cut it from here and then I will open it here. 127 or something is that, don't go forward it. That is localhost. No need to learn about that. What is localhost and all those things. Okay. So that is there. Now what's the benefit of it? The benefit of it, suppose if I delete this thing, I delete this VS Code and then I will save it. See, I will just saving it. Auto refresh happens, and then like it is there, like the code is refreshed. You don't have to manually go here. See, here the code is still there, so I have to manually go here and do the refresh. So that is a lot of pain, so I am not going to do that thing. Okay, so that is something which people don't do, and people use VS. All developers uses VS Code. So that is there. Now let us go. Let us come back to the different tags. So the first tag which I am going to tell is the heading tag. So heading tag is h1 is there, and then not only h1, there are h1, h2, h3, h4, h5, and h6. H6 are there. Okay. So people who are watching on LinkedIn, they can come on YouTube. Okay. So LinkedIn, not Instagram and LinkedIn both, they can come on YouTube. Okay. So H1, H2, H3, H4, H6. So they are different different tags like H1, H2, H3, H4, H6. So you can see the sizes are different. H1, H2, H3, H6. And you might have gone to some website. You have seen the main heading is a bit bigger, then the subheading is there, then the different headings are there. So that are like that. H1 to H6 are there. Then the paragraph tag is also very obvious, like it is there. If I have like another paragraph, like a lorem, again I'll take and I save it, it will be there. So there is one thing which I want to tell you. You might have noticed that there was enough space that this h2 could have come here. H2 could have come in. In fact, everything could have come in one line. And this paragraph is also like starting from second paragraph, starting from here. It should have started from here, but there is a bit of space here, a bit of one gap here. What is this gap? So this gap is because there are two type of HTML tags. Two type of HTML tags. One type of HTML tags are known as the block level element, and one of other type of tags are known as inline elements. So these are known as a block level elements. So what they does, 70% of tags are block level element. They will take their own line and create a space also after that. Okay. So both of the heading tags and paragraph tags are known as block level elements. So let us do one more thing. I will put the heading tag, because maybe we are going to give you the code. This code we are going to give you heading tag, and this paragraph graph tag. I want to write this thing, but I don't want it for the end user. See, this is the developer, this is the developer, this is the end user who is going to see this thing. I want this for the developer because I want them to know that okay, these are all heading tags, these are all paragraph tags, and this is how it works in the real world also. You have to leave some comment in the code. But if I leave something like this, it will not be comment. So how do we make it a comment? So I'll select everything and do a control and backslash on a Windows. On a Mac, it is a command and backslash. Control and backslash. Paragraph tag, control and backslash I'll do. So it will be shown like this. So something like this, it will be shown. So I'll save it. See, now what is happening, it is not showing here, but it is there. So heading comments are for the developers, for the same developers, or for in one project actually sometimes 10 developers work, so for some other developers also. So these are known as comment and they are given like this. Okay, so that is there. Now we are going to look into the next tag, which is anchor tag. Anchor tag or a link tag. Okay, it is also known as a link tag, and you all might have seen this anchor tag or a link tag. They are like to give a link, so to give a link to something else, and they are given by href. And here I have to give any website link, so maybe I will give my Instagram. So see, in this href, and one more thing, this all these things are again a bit of shortcut is there in the VS Code. You write anything and press the tab, it will complete it, half of it will complete. Okay, href, instagram.com, nabindu.course. I have given my Instagram site and all. Okay, and then Nabindu IG I have written, and okay, so that is there. Okay, so then I will save it. Okay, in href you have to give the site, any website you can give, like your website, your Instagram link, your YouTube link, your anything you can give. And then this is what it is written, like it will show. So you all might have seen some link. So this is a link. What will happen now? If I click here, what will happen? It will take me to that link. This is known as the anchor tag. It will take me to that link. So it has taken me to that link. As I was telling, I do a lot of things like short videos in which I give whatever is required and all. So I do a lot of short videos. You can watch some of them. Okay, so that is it. So now, oh, I closed it. No problem. I'll go live again. Okay. Okay. So this is there. But there is a problem here. The problem is that if I click here, it will open in the same tab, which is not a good thing, which is actually not a good thing, because a lot of people don't want it to open in the same tag. It affects their SEO and all. If there is a website, if you go click on any comment on LinkedIn, YouTube and all, you'll see that it will open in a different tab, because nobody wants you to take away from their website. That is bad for their revenues and all. See, all these websites are for free for a reason. The more you stay there, the more revenue they make. The more you stay on YouTube, the more revenue they make. The more you stay on Facebook, the more revenue they make. Or stay on there, so don't want you to get away from there. So there is a way to solve this problem, and everybody uses that way. What is there? How do we click on a YouTube link and it opens in a new tab? Second, I'll have an anchor tag. Maybe I will give this time a YouTube link only. So maybe that same our current going YouTube link I will give. And boot camp I'll write. And then there is something here which I have to give is target equal to underscore blank. Target equal to underscore blank. So this is something like a keyword. You have to give target equal to underscore blank. Then I will save it. So bootcamp is coming. So now if I click here, see, it is opening in a new tab. Okay, it is opening in a new tab. It is not opening in the same, it is opening in a new tab. Okay, so that is it. And here it was opening in the same tag. If you don't give the target equal to blank, and that is like that. Okay. So this is how this anchor tag works. Now the next thing which we are going to learn is the list tags. Okay, so I'm telling all, we are telling all the important tags. Don't go outside that. Okay, so list tags, we are going to tell list tags. This list tags are, there are two kinds of list tags. One is known as unordered list and one is known as ordered list. Unordered list and ordered list. And unordered list, you have to give like this. UL means unordered list. So everything is like in HTML is very good, like UL means unordered list and all. Then I'll have li. Li means list item. Li means list item. Okay, list item. And this list item, I'll take item 1. I'll have 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll save it. See, the list item is shown as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So all these things are shown like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is like this. It is there. This dot 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 will be there in the list tags. Okay. So then we'll have a, like this unordered list. There is something else is also known as ordered list. OL, ordered list. Okay, ordered list. Ordered list also have the same thing like this. List items will be there. So I'll put this list items. I will save it, and this list item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is there. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is this. So more I increase here, the ordered list will, numbers will be increased. But I will tell you one thing, we mainly use the unordered list a lot. Unordered list will be used a lot. Okay, so that is there. Now the next thing which we are going to learn is a table tag. Okay, so these are some of the tags. You can mug them up, like it is not that tough. Okay, you can mug them up. Okay, one more thing I think I forgot to tell. Okay, so there is this link tag. They are the first inline element. Okay, so you might be seeing the two link tags are there, and they are coming one after the another. If I have like another like 1, 2, 3, they'll all come in the same line, inline, same line, inline. So they are known as inline tag. So they will not have their own line like this, like the block level element. They are inline tags. Okay, and they are block tags or block level element or inline element, whatever you say. So that is there. So that is something I forgot to tell. Okay, so now the next thing which you are going to do is the table tag. Okay, so table tags. Table tags is something which you use sometimes. You don't need to know it, but it's better to uh, know that there is a table tag. Don't, no need to by heart it, because there are a lot of tags are there in the table tag. Okay, so I will go here and I will do a table like this, and then I will do a t head like this, and then I will do a, it has got a t head and a t body, t head and a t body, two things I have got. And then in the t head I have a tr, table row, and in the table row I have th. In the th I have a name, age, email. Name, age and email I will have. Okay, so then if I save it, see this name, age and email is coming like this. Okay, then in the table body, so in the table row I have a table header. Header is kind of a board. In the table body again I will have a tr, table row, but this time I will have a table data. Table data, I can have the data right now. Then do give the age, give the email. So I'll have some more rows, 2 more rows. Okay. So I'll save it. So see, it is coming like this. So this is what the table tag is all about. Okay, so that is it. Now we are going to learn about form tag, but before going to form tag, we'll come a bit down. I'm going to tell about two more small tags. Like one is known as a HR means horizontal rule. HR means horizontal rule. I will save it. Okay, I will save it. So here line has been created. And another tag is known as a BR. BR means break row. See what will happen, a space will be done. Again, I'll have this HR in here. I'll have my form tag inside it. Form tag is a very, very important tag. Okay. So it is the most important tags. Form tags are like very important. Form tags are like very important. So why they are very important? And they're very important in HTML, they're very important in CSS, they're very important in JavaScript, they're most important, ReactJS, they're most important. And we're going to cover this form tags and ReactJS also. Why? Because when you go to Facebook, what do you do? When you have gone to the Facebook for the first time, what you have done? You have seen a registration form in which you have entered your name, email, date of birth, a your gender also you have entered. Okay, gender and all those things you have entered, date of birth, gender, and all those things you have entered, and then you have clicked, then you have saved it. Then what is done? It is sent to the Facebook. It is sent to the Facebook. It is sent to Facebook servers. And how it is sent to Facebook server, we are going to learn that also today. Like when we are going to do the JavaScript and we are going to do the React, we are going to learn that thing also, how it is sent to the Facebook servers and all those things. How an API call has been made and all. API call are very important. So those things, everything will be covered today. Okay, so that is there. So this thing is there now. Uh, so then after that you log into Facebook, and what happened, you now regularly do the post, you do the post in Facebook, you do the posts and all in Facebook. So you do the post and all in Facebook, you go and do the post. They are also a kind of a tag, they are also a kind of a tag. Okay, so that is there. And form, I am going to do form like this. And then inside this form, so everything you have to do it like inside the form, just like the table is there, so everything is like there inside the table. And here everything will be inside the form. So in the form, so everything is generally done by a label. So label is like this for. Okay, what is this for? I'm come back to this. Then I will have a name, and then name, name, okay, name, and then name. Then we'll have a input. This input is type is text. And then name equal to name, and id is name. Yeah, there's some dog was barking, so it is okay now. So the label, someone's telling some noise is there. Okay, so sometime it happens. So label is there, label for name and input type text. Okay, let me quickly make one more thing, then I am going to cover what is this. Okay, so age, age type is number, age, age, save it. Okay, so name and age is there. So what is it, you might have seen boxes like this in which you can give the, so here I can give a name like this, Nabindu. Here I can give a like age and all, I can give. And let me, I can also increase it, because the thing, how it is coming, it is coming from the type of number, input type number. It is coming from input type number, it is coming. Okay, one sec, input type number, it is coming because of that. Okay, so, and this is input type text is there, so input type text is there, so I'm able to write the text there, number is there. So let us go through all of it. What is this label, what is this input? So we'll go through all of this thing. So this label and input, always they will always come in a pair. Label and input will always come in a pair. So why? Because it is like that. Okay, so and whatever you write in the label, it will come here. And whatever see, name is coming here, age is coming here. So whatever you write there, it will come at that place. So that is there. But label and input, this is one pair, this is another pair. How they are a pair? How they are a pair? How do the computer know? I have told that it's a pair, but how do the computer know? How do the HTML knows? So there is a attribute known as a for here, and there is an attribute known as a ID here. So they should be like they should be same attribute. And okay, so this attribute and this should be same attribute. This for and ID should be same. For should be name and ID is name. For and ID should be same. For and ID should be same. Here also for and ID is same. So I could have named his name like named and this like this. So that is for that. But then what is this name? What is this name like name and age? This is something which is for the backend. We'll come back to that soon. When the backend, see, I will write all the data and then click on the submit button or the send button on the Facebook and all, and here also. Then the data need to be sent to the backend for the processing or the saving and all those things. The data needed to be sent to the backend. Okay. So when it is sent to the backend, it it is identified by this name. Okay, we're going to come to that. We're going to see that thing. Okay, so it is going to identify by that thing. So that is there. Now the next thing which we are going to learn is that, so everything is coming in one line. So with CSS we beautify these things and all. We are going to learn CSS next. We are going to beautify these things and all. But right now we don't know how to. Okay, right now we don't do how to do this thing, how to make it in the different lines. So I think I have told what does for does. Okay, so for an ID, make it a pair. So that is there. Now I want them to come in a different lines. I want them to come in different lines. So how do I do that? I will give a div. Div is what? Div is a block level element. You'll see this div code a lot. I'll do a div and I will put, see what happened here. Label and input, everything is the inline element. Everything is coming in one line. Okay. But I want them to come in different lines. So I've given a div. I have given another div like this. And then put this also like, and then I'll save it. Now it is coming in two different lines. They're coming in two different lines. Okay, so that is okay. They're coming in two different lines. That is okay. Now this div is there. Now I will do here. See, they're still very close to my liking. So I'll, instead of putting a div, I'll put a br here between. So I'll come here. So now it is pretty much good. So now we are going to learn the next thing, and the next thing is a text box and a drop down. Both of these things you see in almost every site, from Amazon to Facebook and all those things. Mainly Amazon, you'll find the drop down a lot. Drop down to choose something. Okay, so again I will not want it to come in the same line, so I'll do a div br and a div I'll do. And here I'll do a label again. Label for maybe I'll write it as message, and message, message, and then text area. Okay, name and ID is coming. Call and rows I don't need right now, so I'll put these two also as message and message. I'll do and save it. See, this is coming like this, and this is a very popular thing. Why it is very popular thing? In Facebook you go, in LinkedIn you go. What I have here, there a post. I create a post there. Their generate text area, it is beautify a lot with your CSS and all. Okay, that is something which you're going to learn next, beautifying these things. But this is very ugly looking code. Okay, so one more thing about text area is that it has got an ending. See, input never have an ending. Like some of the tags are self-ending, so input is one of those tags. But text area is like this. And text area, as you might have guessed, I can write is multi. So I can write multiple lines in a text area. I can write multiple lines in a text area. So this is all about this. Okay, so ID is there. Okay, so I have name and ID. Okay, so that is there. So now the next thing, we're going to do a drop down. So I'll go to br, do a div, and then label and color, and color then select is there, name is color, and id is color, and then option is value is red color, red, green, green, blue, blue, orange, orange color is there. So I've save it. So see this, all these things are coming like this, red color and all. So this drop down is there, which you all might have seen. So this drop down, I can choose anything like red color, green color, blue color, orange color. So these are the different things which I can choose. Okay, and this value in this option, the value is very important. You'll see this value is the thing which will go to the backend, not the this whole thing. Okay, the whole thing will not go. So that is there. Now forms are not over yet, so we are going to see everything which is important in a form. So the next thing which we are going to see is a checkbox. Br div, and I will have a h4 right now here, and what do you own, I will write, then input. Yeah, we can have an input first also, label later on also. Okay, input type is checkbox, name equal to vehicle1, value equal to bike, and id equal to bike. Then I will have a right now label, or is bike, for an id should be same. Okay, and the value is bike, it is okay, and then this will be bike. Then we'll have, and this is vehicle 2, a a a a save it. So see, this is the checkbox which you all might have seen in, where we have seen Amazon.com, you have seen. Okay, so this when you select a like this is there, it is very, you can select all of them also or some of them also. So if I go to these two things you have seen in Amazon.com, see, we are doing real coding. So this is all the things are there. So see, this is a drop down, this is a drop down, and if you go to computers and accessories, and you do laptop, I do here. See, this is again, this is a checkbox. By default it's showing everything, but if I select Lenovo, it will show the Lenovo. I can say see Lenovo and HP, it will show me Lenovo and HP. So this is a checkbox, this is a checkbox where it is, I can choose both of them or I can choose any one of them. Okay, so like this is the checkbox. Then there is a radio box. Radio box you will not see that much. Radio box you'll only see one time in most of the site. When you're going to see radio box, when you might have logged into Facebook, there is a very important thing which you are given, which is your gender. You have to give your gender in Facebook, it is must. Okay, gender is generally taken with radio box, and gender male female others is taken with radio box, nothing else, because there you can select, cannot select multiple genders. Okay, so div is there, and then I will have a h4 gender, then I will have a input type is radio, and name equal to gender, and value equal to male, and id equal to male, and label male, male. That's also gender, it is female, 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 and female, and the other, other. Okay. So I will save it now. See what will come, this male, female, and other, and I can select any one of them. I can select any one of them, and see the other one is deselected, other one is deselected. So this is like this. Okay, other one will be deselected, and this is a very common thing. One thing to notice here is that name here I have given the same gender. Here name I have given vehicle 1 and vehicle 2. This is very important. Radio boxes, you can select only one button. So radio boxes are also known as radio box group. Okay, radio box group. But check boxes are different. So that's why it is like this. So there the name should be same. It is very, 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 very important. So that is then now done. So we are going to learn a bit more also. So in 2015, very cool features have come in HTML, and with those features actually what happened, a lot of new things were added. So I will do input. There is a W3C school site is there in which I have this input types. So see, most of them we covered, and I'll again cover the main ones here. Okay, so there are some things which are very important, like input type date is very, very important. So I'll get the code from here and tell what is input type date. Input type date is, might have gone to every website, like even in Facebook and all login, you might have gone. So there, one sec, someone is at door. One sec, I'm coming. So, so this label, and label is there, and this input type date is there, and I will save it. You'll see that this date has been created like this. Actually, before HTML version 5 in 2015, this date used to be created with a lot of JavaScript code, and it was used to be very, very complicated. Right now it is so easy, and all the like date is very important, like birthday you have to give in, Facebook you have to give in, everywhere you have to give. And if I click here, it will open the calendar. I can give everything here like this, and this code I have not created. This is like inbuilt. This is like inbuilt right now. It's inbuilt. You can choose anything and give anything. So this is like this, like cool thing. There's one more thing which I want to tell is it is input type is file, which you might have seen in sites like Naukri.com, where you have to upload your resume. So earlier this was also done through JavaScript, but now it is a inbuilt feature of HTML. Inbuilt feature of HTML. Okay, so div is there, and now save it and select a file. Select a file is there, and see choose file is coming, and then I will choose it, and then I can choose anything here, like. So this is again a very cool concept which has come recently only in 2015. So all of these things are done. Now we have to submit it. Now how we will submit it? So submitting is again done with the button, but this is a special type of a button. I will write a submit. Here you have to give a type here. So I'll write a type equal to submit. Submit. And this kind of button are only allowed inside a form. Why this special kind of button is there? And there are normal buttons are also there. And buttons are mainly all the functionalities are added through JavaScript, which we are going to learn. Okay. So submit is there. Okay. Then and one we can have normal buttons also. So let me have a normal button also. So we are done with the form button tag, and we are soon going to complete with HTML also. After this there is an image tag which is there. Then we're going to start with CSS, and CSS, as I've told, we're going to cover everything: CSS basis, CSS flexbox, CSS grid. So button is there, and send. So this will also create a button, but I have not put any type here. This is also create a send. But this submit kind of a button is very important. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to put something here. Okay, like this. This is good. Green color. Bike, car, both I will select. Mail. This I will do anything like this. I will do this node. Open. Then see closely. You see, I click on the submit button because I'm not going to show time because we're already a bit late. I'll click on the submit button, and you see one thing here. You see this reload, and you see here what will come here. You'll see that thing right now, nothing is there. And I'll do the submit. It got refreshed, so all my data is gone, but all my data has been sent somehow from here. I'll actually cut it out, okay, and then inside this I'll paste it. So see, you now see what is happening. Like this name is Nabindu. So what is this name? So name is this name tag. So name equal to Nabindu, what I've given. This name is actually very important. Age equal to whatever I given. Message whatever I have given. Then this name, this color. See, this is very important. Color equal to, I think green have given gone. Color equal to green has gone, and vehicle 1 and vehicle 2 has gone differently. Gender only one has gone. Birthday is gone like this, and the file has gone like this. So this is how this works. This is how this works. Okay, so that is there. And actually this way was done in PHP time, but nowadays it is not done like that. But this is how the name tag is very, very important. So I will cut this out, and then I will now we're done with the form. So now, as I've told, this send tag is there, so send button is there. So one more thing is that normal buttons, if I click on the normal button, see, nothing is happening, no refresh, nothing is happening, nothing is happening in normal. So you have to add the functionality through JavaScript there. Okay, add the functionality through JavaScript. But this submit, this is a special kind of button, special kind of button, because of type submit. Now submit it, see, it sends all the data. Right now blank data it has been sent, and you can add some functionality, but this has been sent like this. Okay, so that is there. Now we are going to come to the last tag and the most important tag in HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and that is like a image tag, because images, without images there is no website. Okay, so I will do a bit of maybe a BR and a HR. Okay, and then image tags, right, and I will do a img. And there are two ways to put image. One is that source and alt you have to take. The one is to directly put the source, and one need to download the image. So we're going to see both of the ways, because both of the ways are very important. First way is actually much more important, in which you download the image. Most of the time you'll see people download the image. So I'll go to the unsplash.com, because this is a where you can get free sites, like royalty free. So I don't want to go to Google, because we'll land up into problem. Okay, so here maybe I will take what is unsplash plus plus. I will take this one. I'll take this download for free. Maybe medium I will take, and it is downloaded. And okay, now what I'm going to go, I'm going to go here and create a new folder known as images. And in this images, I will put this show in finder, and I will name it as unsplash only, unsplash only. And then I will take it and put it in this images, and I'll put it in this images. So this, okay, so this I put there in this unsplash images. I put it, this is unsplash. And then this is images is put in unsplash. So how I will use it? Okay, I will go to the src, and in this src I'll put the images, the folder I have to put, and then unsplash.jpg I'll put. And what is the name of this? So maybe it is a hill. I'll put the hill. I'll save it, and you'll see that this has been shown here, but it is like very huge, I'm not able to see correctly. And through HTML we cannot do a lot of things. Okay, so CSS we can do a lot of things, but here we can do, give two things, like width equal to maybe width equal to 600, and height equal to 300. I do save it, and see, this is been done like this right now. So this is the one way to give the image. And there is another way also to give the image. Let us see the another way. Let me take maybe this one, this image. And I will do a img. So in the src you can directly give the link. So copy image address, I think it will give a bit bigger. And then I think memory card, it is memory. Okay, memory it is. Okay, mem right, memory. Okay, so I'll save it. Now I'll come here and it will show again, and it will show this big. It is okay. So it is showing like this. Okay, so that is okay. But everything is done like this. But what is exactly this alt? I have written this alt as heal and memory. So this alt tag, what is this alt tag? This alt tags are generally, these alt tags are shown when this, there is some problem, and the image is not displayed. There are a lot of problem can be happening. Like if you go to an site in which there are a lot of images, sometimes the images don't get loaded, or suddenly your internet connection goes away, then what? Then this alt will be shown. So let us break one of the image. Maybe I will break this image, like by like giving it a wrong thing. I cannot broke down my internet connection, so there is no site like this. So I will save it. See, the image is like, now the image is not been shown, a broken image has been shown, and the memory has been shown, this alt. So all of you might have seen these broken images. So this is like this, it has been done, and this is how this has been done. So I am done with the HTML, and now the next, the css part will be taken by Mosam. And as I've told, everything will be covered, everything will be covered in the css part. Okay, so let us do one thing. Let me as we have told that we'll give some breaks, so we will have a 5 minutes break. We'll have a 5 minute break. It's okay. So we'll have a 5 minute break. Okay, 5 minute, only 5 minute break. 10:40, because we have a lot of things to cover. So we'll have that. And let this timer be complete. We'll have that.
So, hi all. A warm welcome to all of you on this special boot camp which has been organized every once in a month. So this will be a 12 hours boot camp, and we will confirm, we will cover each and everything. So I will be taking care of CSS now, and after that JavaScript, and after that React. So I hope you have a 5 minutes break. You have enjoyed your 5 minutes break. So let us start now. The 5 minute break is completed now. I hope you all are back. Okay, fine. So let's start now because time is again a constraint today. We have to anyway finish by 9 p.m. So, what is CSS? CSS is basically cascaded style sheet which is used to make your web page decorative, attractive, so the kind of thing. And without CSS, you can make website with the help of HTML. You can make website with the help of HTML, CSS. You can make website with the help of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. But CSS makes your web page attractive, beautiful, decorative, like for this particular reason CSS has been added. Now one thing, am I audible to all of you? Morning. So am I audible, clear? Screen is visible to all of you? Can someone please confirm? Yes, okay, fine, thanks man. So okay, so now let us start adding CSS. So there are three thanks Ari, thanks. So there are three ways in which you can add CSS. So let us start with first one is inline, second one is internal, and third one is external. So how to add, I tell you, inline, internal, external. So these are the three ways in which you can add CSS. Now what is inline? Inline means in the same line. Inline means in the same line. As the name says, inline means in the same line, means you can directly apply the CSS directly to the HTML element. This here H1 is the HTML element, so you can apply directly here to the HTML element. Now, so let us apply here directly. So you can see I have added aqua color directly to the HTML element H1 with the style as background color. Okay. Now if you see here, this H1 is the HTML element where we have applied the HTML, where we have applied the CSS directly using the inline type of CSS. Now, second one is the internal. Internal means internally we will be applying the CSS to the HTML file. So, internally we will be applying the CSS to the HTML file. So, let us apply that HTY style, and here in this we will be applying this to H2. So here the H2, and let us add the background color again with the form of hash double F double zero double A. So what is it for? So you can see here it is a kind of red kind of color where we have added with the help of internal CSS. If you see here, let us have another property here. So we have the color of the font, let's say green. So this is the font color which you can say as green. Now, internal means internally we will be applying the CSS to the HTML file. So this is HTML file and we have added the CSS. Now, third one is external. What is external? External means externally. External, what is external means? External means externally we are adding the CSS here, but how to add externally? So for this we will be creating a file with the name as style.css, and if you see here, dot css will be the extension which is mandatory for a css file. The style, the first time you can make anything of your choice, but by default it is being style is being used a lot. So now let us have h3, and let us have a background color of in the form of RGB. So let me have the values here. R stands for red, G stands for green, and B stands for blue. Let's see. Okay, so it shows a color of some kind of a blue type of color, but I am not. But as soon as I am saving, it is not coming here. Why it is not coming here? Because there is no connection between both these two files. So for this to make, we will be using a link tag, and here is the output. So if you see here, if you have noticed here, let me reduce it. So if you have noticed here, I have added only colors, only background colors to all the three type of C in all the three ways in which we can add CSS. If you see, this is simply typing the name of the color. Here I have used a pattern with something kind of hash kind of thing, and here I have used some RGB kind of thing. So what is the purpose of adding colors in three different forms? I can use only a single echo color. I can use only I can use only a single kind of format, but why three different formats across? Because I just want to show that there are three ways in which you can add colors. First one is simply typing the name of the color. Second one is a kind of hexadecimal format which is there in front of you. In hexadecimal format, the first two letters is for R, second two letters is for G, and last two letters is for B, B for blue. So here, if I can say most of you have learned number system in your engineering or in your technical background. So in number system, there is a kind of number system which is a hexadecimal kind of number system which has the range starting from 0 to 9 and 8 to F. So in this, hash represents that this kind of color addition is a kind of hexadecimal color addition. And here the third one is the RGB pattern. So R stands for red, G stands for green, B stands for blue, and the range of RGB starts from 0 to 255. So I have added all the ranges here. Now let me take you to a different web page. Mhm. 1 minute. Email color picker. This side is managed by W3 School. So you can see here, you can have 1 second, one more tab here. Email color codes. So here if you see, so let's go first to this color picker site. So here, these are the colors. You have their RGB code, you have their hexadecimal code, and you have the HSL code. So what is HSL? HSL stands for H stands for hue. Hue contains the colors in the form of RGB. S stands for saturation. Saturation means the sharpness. L contains the lightness. Lightness means the brightness. So these are the ways in which you can add colors. So you can click on any color and have their RGB code. Sorry, have their hexadecimal code, RGB code, and HSL code. Now, second one is the HTML color picker site, from where you have, see, you simply have the name of the color, papaya whip, HSL code, RGB code. Copy it and paste it. Simple. So now going back to our page. Now let us have some font properties. Now, okay, one interview question I just remember right now here. So here H3 is a CSS selector. So the question will be, what is the CSS selector? So here H3 is a CSS selector. This entire thing inside the curly brackets is a declaration. This thing is a property. This thing is the value. So I'm telling once again, this is interview question. What is the CSS selector? So here H3 is a CSS selector. Inside the curly brackets, we have the property. So we have the declaration. This particular thing is a property, and this particular thing is a value. Now let us have some paragraph kind of thing here. So we will use paragraph here, and in this paragraph, let us have some font size of 30 px. And after this font size, what we have some line height property of, let's say, to 4.5 em. So you can see the spaces between the lines. And we have some font weight property of, let's say, bold. And text decoration property, let us change it to be overline. So a line above all, text transform to uppercase, and okay, ls letter spacing we have for 0.5 rem, and also ws word spacing for 0.9 em. So if you see here, these are some basic font properties. Font size means the height of the font. Line height means line space between the lines. Font weight means bold, bolder, boldest. Text decoration means you want underline, overline, line through, stretch through, like kind of thing. Text transform uppercase means upper, a small letter, capital letter, normal letter. Letter spacing means spaces between the letters. Word spacing means spaces between the words. So now let us add the font family, and let us have the the font as Arial, Helvetica, and sans serif. Now, why there is a need to add a minimum of 3 font? Because here if you see, one second, here if you see, here if you see, we have the first font as Arial, second as Helvetica, and third is sans serif. The here Arial is the primary font, Helvetica and sans serif is the secondary font. Fine. Now, what is the need of the secondary font? Because if you see, there are so many browsers available these days, and it is not possible for every browser to support each and everything. So what happens sometimes, that if you have prepared your web page in Arial font, and you are viewing that page in, let's say, Google Chrome, and by default, and suppose another person is viewing that page in Microsoft Edge, and by default, and by mistake, if it happens that Microsoft Edge does not support the Arial font, so it will pick up the next available font, which is the Helvetica font, which we have already given. So with the help of that reason, page the look of the page will not get disturbed, and it resembles the same page what we have created. So that is why fallback, the need of fallback font is very important, because it will make your web page in the same pattern what you have created. So now these are the traditional fonts. All these fonts are the traditional fonts. Now these days there are another kind of font which is called as the Google fonts. Now let us see some Google font. What are Google fonts? So these are the Google fonts which is there in front of your screen, and here let us see. Okay, let us pick up this particular thing. The name of the font is Montserrat, and here you can have So let us pick this one and this one. So sorry, Control C, and we will import in our CSS file. Now we will add this imported file to our CSS. So I've copied the name, and here you can see the difference in the font. Now let us have a font weight of 200. So we will apply font weight of 200 here, and you will see the difference here. So that is the beauty of Google Font. Google Font will make your page, the traction of the page will be more when you use Google Font. So that is why Google Font has been used a lot these days. Arial, Helvetica, Sans Serif are basically a traditional font. Let us apply the size of 400 also, and you see the difference. So with the same font, you have different kind of font weights, which will help you to make your page attractive. So now after this, if you have noticed here, I have used this px, em, and rem. So what is the need of this px, em, and rem? Because these are the units of measurements. Px, em, and rem are basically the units of measurement. And here, if you see, let's say if you go to the grocery shop and ask for sugar, they will give you in kg, and when you ask for oil, they will give you in liters, and if you ask for soap, bath soap, they will give you in pieces. So that is how you can correlate this thing with the grocery shop example. So here px is basically the pixel kind of thing. Okay, you all know what is px. Px stands for pixel. Second is em and rem. Em is again a unit of measurement which depends upon the unit what the parent contain, and rem works independently similar to px. So the most commonly used unit is px and rem. Now, let us see the next thing here, which is called as the box model. So, what is a box model? So, for this to understand box model kind of thing. No. Before going to box model, let us see classes and IDs. So, what are classes and what are IDs? So, let us have another paragraph. So, one second. Now, if you see, this is the second paragraph what I have created, but what is happening here? See, this second paragraph also taking this particular styles what I have given to the first paragraph. So in order to overcome from this problem, classes and IDs has been introduced. So let us apply a class of top, and here we will link to dot top, and here this particular thing applies to this particular paragraph. Now if you see here, classes and IDs both are used to target any HTML element. Okay, so that is the main primary definition. Classes and IDs both are used to target the HTML element, but the difference is same class can be used multiple times, but ID can only be used one time. Okay, dot is used to highlight the class, and hash is used to highlight the ID. So let us check the hash bottom. So we will apply p hash bottom, and we use the font family of Monstret, and here we will apply font weight of 200. Oh, sorry. ID. Now here, so this is the font weight font weight 200 with font family Monstret, and let us have some font size of 20 px. So we have this kind of thing there. This particular top is class, and this particular bottom is ID. Dot is used for class, hash is used for ID. Class can be used multiple times, ID can only be used one time. Now after that, let us see the next thing here, which is called as the box model. So box model is a very important thing, and it is being asked in most of the interview questions. So what is a box model? Now in order to understand the box model concept, let me make something commented out, and one second. Okay, so now we will target this particular ID. So here, now we need to switch to Google Chrome, because from here we will not get the support from Safari. So now a box model contains of four things. First one is the content. This is the content. Outside this content we have padding. Outside this padding we have border. Outside this border we have a margin. So what is a padding? Padding means space around. Around means on all the four sides. Space around the content is called as a padding. Border you all know. Margin you all know. So now let us apply the padding of, let's say, 20 px, and after the padding we have border of 5 px solid of green color, and after the border we have margin, so margin of, let's say, 30 px. This is kind of a thing. Now here let us have some more ways, I can say, in which you can apply the padding and margin kind of thing. So let me do one thing. Let me comment on this thing, and let us view the other ways also. So padding of, when I write 20 px, so 20 px means 20 px top, 20 px right, 20 px bottom, 20 px left, 20 px on across all the sides. So now, if there is a scenario that we don't want this to be 20 px on all the sides, for this we will be using, one second, we will be using padding in the top. We have 20 px, and let us say padding in the left 20 px, padding in the bottom of, say, 10 px, and padding in the right, let's say, 40 px. So here, with this way, you can give padding on all sides separately. Now, some more ways in which you can have padding. So we will have padding of 10px for top and bottom and 20px for left and right. So this is another way in which you can have padding. Similarly, you can have the you can have this for margin also. Let us apply this for margin. We have margin in the top for, let's say, 10px, margin in the right 20px, margin in the bottom 30px, margin in the right 40px. So okay, very nice. So you can have this thing. Now padding will be given for inside, margin will be given outside. So this is the main basic difference between both. Padding used inside, margin used outside. Okay. So this is the box model concept. Now after this box model concept, let us give a small make this beautiful. Now after this padding and margin, let us see the next thing which is called as the styling of list. So here we are now currently into basics of CSS. Okay. After the basics, after the CSS basics, what we will see, we will switch to CSS Flexbox and CSS Grid. So let me have 1 second. One minute. Okay. So let us start with the styling of list part. So here, for this to understand, let me have a structure ready. We have a div. Inside this div, let us have a h2 and we have a ul, and in this ul we use li into 5. So here we have 5 times of anchor tag. Now let us have the content. We'll have a main class. What we will take as parent. So let us use for categories. Say categories, categories, and here we write category, and here we will, as we don't want to go anywhere, we will use the hash inside it, and in this we will write something, some content, category 1, category 2, category 3, category 4, category 5. So, oh, very good. Let us see what happens here. H2 by default picks up the color what we have given here. So let me comment out this thing also. Okay, so now here is our HTML kind of thing. So now what we will do, we will pick up each and every item and we will do the styling. So let us copy the parent class, and this parent class contains the whole of the container. So for this, dot categories, and we will use a border first of, let's say, 4p x solid of not green. Here we need to take black color, and here what we will do, we will have a property which is called as a border radius property of, let's say, 10px. So this border radius property will make the edges curved. You can see these curved edges are there. Okay, so 1 second. So this will make the edges curve. Now what we will do, here we have the parent class container, and after this we have the h2, and after this h2 we have this ul, and this inside this ul we have li, and inside this li we have a. Now what we will do, we will pick up each and every element and we will do the styling. Okay, so here let us start picking each and everything and do the styling part. So here let me have a padding also here. So we are reading padding of, let's say, 10 px, which will be applied inside. So now after this categories, let me pick this h2. So dot categories h2. What we will do? We will apply TSC, text align center, so the h2 will come in the center part, and we will have a text decoration, no, text transform to uppercase so that category will become capital. And after this, what we will do, we will target the unordered list. So dot categories UL, and in this we have the padding of 0. Why 0? Because we want this to be exact towards the left. Now after this 0 padding, what we will do, we will target the list style ls to none so that it will remove the hyperlink functionality. Now after that, we will target the dot categories anchor tag. We use text decoration none, TDN. Try to use the shortcuts as much as you can. And after that, we will use the color to blue. Let us use the blue color here. And after that, what we will do, we will target. So let us have a hover property here. What is hover property? Hover property is used to highlight. So I will show you how it works. Hover, hover, hover. Let's show. Will change the background color. Sorry, background color to orange as soon as the mouse moves on the content. See, so this is how the hover property will work. Now after that, okay, let us add the font size also to 30 px. Now see the magic. See, see, yes. Now, but it looks bad, so let me remove that. Now after that, let us target the li kind of thing. Dot categories li, and here we want some padding in the bottom of let's say 10 px, so that some spaces have appeared. And bb will use a border bottom of 1px dotted with black color. So here finalize our styling of list. Now after that styling of list, what we will do, we will target styling of form. So that will be the next thing what we will be doing after the styling of list part. Now what we will do, 1 minute. So for this to happen, we need to have a structure with us. So let me comment out this thing, and form is to be created. So here, what we will do, we have a form, we have a div. Inside this div, we have a label and also a input text kind of thing. So this is the structure. Now we will replicate this structure 3 times and let us see. But before doing it, let me have something. So we have a form with a class here. and the class name will be my form, and we have a div. Let us have a class. Sorry, class as form GP means group, and the label is for we have the label simple as name, and we have the input type text. Name will be name. ID is not required. So this is the structure. Okay, now what we will do, we will copy this thing and paste two times. Control C, sorry, what happened? Control C, Control V, Control V. So we have, this is for email, name is for email, and we have, this is for message, and here we will use the input type, not input type, we will use here text area, where the name is for message and rest all thing is not required. And one second, in this thing, in this text area kind of thing, we have, okay, so after that we have the submit button with us, so we will use the input type of submit, value will be submit, input type submit, value will be submit, and we will use a class btn. Now here is our form. Now what we will do, let us understand the structure first. So we have a form, and in this form, what we will have, we have a parent class my form. This my form is the parent class, and we have a common class for all this particular kind of divs, and inside this div we have input, we have label, we have input, and in the end we have an input type of submit button with a class, with a separate class of btn. Now what we will do, let us pick up each and everything and we will do the styling part. So my form space form gp. Okay, so what we did, we have taken both the classes using a space kind of thing. So we will use some padding here, padding in the bottom, let's say 20 px, and what we will do, we will target my form and padding of 20 px. Okay, nice. Now after this thing, we will target the label part. So my form, second label needs to become here, label. After that, in the label we use db as displays block, so that things will come one below the another. Now after that, what we will do, we will target this button. So for this dot btn, we have the class, and we use the font size of 20 px, and text transform to uppercase, and the font weight we use as bold, and after that we use the border radius to 10 px. Outline, we don't want outline, so remove the outline, we want outline none, and the color will be white, background color we use black and white. Very good. And here, now what we will do, we will let us target label. In this table, we want the padding. No, this is not label. We want this in input. Padding of, let's say, 20 px. 20 px looks bad. Let's say 10 px. And also we want this thing in the text area. So text area is not working properly. Remove it. So yeah, and in the input we want again the border radius property of, let's say, 10 px, so the edges will looks good. And let us apply this property to the text area also with the border radius of 10 px. Okay, the edges are now curved. And the label part where we have the font size of, let's say, 20 px. Okay, and we have a font family also. So let us add here. What is the font family? Oh, sometimes it will not come automatically. So we have font family, not fantasy. Oh, sometimes it looks like it. 1 minute. So we'll use copy paste. Where are we? Okay. So here our font also added. So as soon as I have added this Google font, see the beauty. Everything will gets in a different shape. So that is how you can have this thing. Now let us have a hover property to this btn dot btn hover, and let us, the color will get changed to black and background color will get changed to white. See now, as soon as I move my mouse, the colors will get reversed. And also let us have a click functionality dot bt and active. The background, no, the background color will change to red because you have clicked it. Hover, click. See the beauty of this styling of form using the active functionality. Now, after this thing, we have some positioning. We have positioning in CSS. So, what is positioning in CSS? So, what is positioning in CSS? Positioning means place your items. One second, minute. Okay, so what is positioning? Positioning means placing your items. Okay, so there are four ways in which you can position your items. So first one is static, second one is absolute, third one is relative, and fourth one is static. So now let us see how to position the item. So for this, let me have a structure here, and we will be using a dot p box. Dot p box is the class name, and inside this we use a header tag h2 with css and h3 with html. Okay, so we have already have h3 here, so that is why it is taking the color. Now what we will do here, we have the p box here. Now inside this p box, what we will do, we will apply some classes. So let's copy the class name and dot p box, and we use width of, let's say, 800 px and height of 600 px, and a border of 5 px solid of green color. So if you see, by default h2 will always be above h3. So that is why, that is how it is coming. Now with the help of this thing, we will move, or we can move h2 below h3 also. Now let us target this thing. Dot p box h1, and we'll use the position to relative, and relative position. Now from the top, I want this to move 20 px down. So what is happening? Let's try with 40 px. 50 px. 1 second. Something is okay. Okay, I have not taken h1 here, so that is why. So let us try the h2. See. So let me take this 20 px down first. So here if you see, let us try 60 px. Okay, so here you can move with the help of positioning. We have moved h2 below h3 with the help of position as relative. Now what here, the top of the page will be considered as the parent. Okay, the top of the page will be considered as parent. Now what we will do, with the help of the position absolute kind of thing, we will change our parent from the top of the page to the top of the border. So let us see how we will be doing this. So now let us apply this thing here. 1 second. Position of for relative, and here we write position of absolute. See this, the parent have changed. Now let us apply this thing to dot p box h3, and position of absolute, and from the bottom we want this to be, let's say, 100 px, and from the right, let's say 300 px, and from the left we want this to be 120 px. So this is how you can move any item inside your file, inside your page with the help of this thing. So let us see the fourth part, which is the position fix. So we have button button name is fixed, and we have a class as fbtn fix button. So we have a button here. Now let us target this button dot a button, and we'll use a position to fixed, and where to fix. From the top we want this to fix from 300 px down. So here the position button will get fixed, and it remains here only. Now what we will do here, after this position fix button, let us let us have let us have let us see the next thing, which is called as the background images. So here in this background images, mm, do we have an image? Let me see first. So yes, we have images folder. Let me copy it and okay. So here is the image. Only the folder is there, no image. One second. Okay, image is also here. So this is the image. So now what we will do, we will try to insert this image. So let us have one second. In this P box, we will insert background image URL images and splash. But if you see this thing, what is happening here? One second. This is not aligned properly. You can see. Now let us do this thing. So we'll use the background repeat as no repeat and background size to cover. So here is the image which is like that. Now what we need to do, we need to change the width to, let's say, 500 px, 450 px, so that it fits automatically. So now after this thing, we will see some pseudo classes. So what are pseudo classes? Pseudo classes are nothing but it is a form to target the HTML element. It is another way in which you can target the HTML element. Now for this to understand, let me have the structure for this thing particularly. So we have a mm, unordered list, and inside this unordered list we have a li into 6. We have 6 list item, and we have a class as mm, even, and let me copy this thing. Okay, let us do it in this way also only. So here in this ul, sorry, dot, one second, how to do it, one second. So what we will do, we will target this thing with the help of dot even space li. Here we will use first child, and we'll want the background color to be red. So here this thing is red. Now what we will do, we will copy this thing. Here we use last child green. Here what we are doing, we are targeting single item here. Now after this, let us target the item number 3. So we use a concept which is called as the nth child concept here. Nth child, I want item number 3 to be pink. So here we have pink. And let us assume that I have hundreds of rows and I want this thing in a different pattern. So for this, we will use a concept which is called as nth child EVEN. So we have green. We'll copy the same thing and we write the nth child as ODD odd. Not green, let's say blue wallet. So here, with the help of this pseudo class properties, you can target single item, or you can target item in a form of odd or even. So here comes to an end of CSS. CSS basics. Now after this thing, background URL link. I have already downloaded URL background. Yes, you can see here. This is the background. Yes, you can use position. There are so many ways in which you can use it. Cover where we use in background image settings. Yes. So let us say I have a different image. Oh, 1 second. 1 second. Second. Hmm. 1 minute. 1 minute. Where is this thing? See, no. Okay, 1 minute. Mm, 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 mm. One second. Let me have this. So all we have. Okay. Okay. Why it is not coming? Background image URL. Background repeat. No repeat. Dot p box. Dot p box. Descriptive. Okay. Button. 1 second. Okay. Let me comment it out. So we have dot p box will use a width of, let's say, 800 px and a height of 600 px and a border 4 px solid with green color, and we will insert a background image in the form of url image just, and so is the image. Now if you see, the image is repeating again and again in the here. So for this, let me have background repeat as no repeat, and background size to cover, so that it fits inside the box what we have created.
So I hope Kapun, Mr. Kapun, your query answers.
So now let us start with CSS Flexbox, and for this let me close all the things.
From this, all the files, images, videos will be shown, which we have saved in the folder. Yes, Hemant, you are correct. You are correct.
This is this we are actually linking the image path. Now what we will do, and inside this CSS I will create a new folder, Flex, and let me have index.html. Oh, sorry, index.html and style.css. So now let us see the Flexbox.
So what is Flexbox? Ajay, if the image we want to insert is the same folder where HTML file is saved, then we can use this, which means get file from storage.
Yeah, Ajay, you are absolutely correct. Yeah. This is a pattern in which we are linking the path of the image where we have stored. So here I have created a folder, images folder, and in the images folder I have the image. So with the help of that URL dot forward slash, I link the path, the images, and inside the images folder I have the image. So I have linked the image.
So you are correct, and I appreciate the reply, the response.
Thanks, Ajay. So now let us start with the CSS Flexbox. So what is a CSS Flexbox? CSS Flexbox. So before starting this Flexbox, so in 2015, CSS Flexbox and CSS Grid has been introduced. Why it has been introduced? Because both CSS Flexbox and both CSS Flexbox and Grid are display properties which are used to align the content or align the item properly in a different manner inside the web page. Now there are some more properties with what we have seen, the block property, the fruit property, but there is a need for which the Flexbox and Grid has been introduced. So CSS Flexbox works only in one direction, but Grid works in both the direction. So we will have again a 5 minutes break after Flexbox so that you all will get normal.
Now let us see one thing.
1 minute. Okay, so what? Let me have the structure, and here we have Flex. Now open this with live server. Okay, fine. Now what we will do? So now in 2015, as I told you, major upgrade has been happened in CSS where CSS Flexbox and CSS Grid has been added. Now let us have the structure of the Flexbox. So we have a ready structure with us where if you see link tag also, sorry. Now if you see here, this is a parent container, and inside this we have a common class and a separate class for separate items.
Now we will have a background structure also with us.
So here if you see, we have our items in this particular form. Now let us see df. Oh, sorry. Let me copy the parent class container dot container df displays flex. So what flex will do? Flex by default have a row property. Row means it aligns the item from left to right, where the main axis, flex have two axes, main axis and a cross axis. So by default the main axis is from left to right and the cross axis is from top to bottom. So as soon as we apply that display flex to the container, here the property what we will be applying will apply to the parent container only. So let us assume one thing. So we have a border of, let's say, 5p, solid of green, solid of, one second, green color. So here everything inside this green box are items, and this green box is called as a container. Okay, so now let me remove it, and now if you see display flex, so entire thing will gets aligned in a row format. Row means from left to right. Now let us give a border of 5p, a solid of black color. Now after this, what we will do, we have a different property in the flex which is called as a inline flex, where if you see the border ends where the item ends. But earlier in the flex, border uses the size of the page. So we have flex. Okay. Now after this, let us have a height of 100 V. Here, VH is a unit of height which stands for vertical height. Now, what we will see here, by default, the direction of the flex is row. Means the main axis is row, which is from left to right. Now, what we will do, we will change the main axis to column. So if you see, everything will come one below the another. Now after this thing, what has happened here, the main axis will become column, which is from top to bottom, and the cross axis will become row, which is from left to right with the help of flex direction column. Now after this, let me go back, and with this common class we will be using dot box a width of, let's say, 300 px, and now you can see the responsiveness. CSS grid and Flexbox are used to make the page responsive. We have a property which is called as a flex wrap as wrap. Now you can see everything will get wrapped inside it. So you can see as soon as the available space after item number 3 will become or equal to 300 px, the item number 4 will get shift here. See, so that is why Flexbox and grid are used to make site responsive. See, so now if we want this to be fixed and does not change, so we have a property which is called as, if I give this to 33.33%, it will remain as it is irrespective of the size of the screen. So that is why sometimes we give this kind of thing, and if we want some space, we will give border of, let's say, 3p. The spaces or a border kind of thing has been added with the help of this particular border property. Now, if we want to change the order, so we have a property which is called as, so if I want the box 3 to move in the last, so we have order and I let us say 5. You can see box 3 will shift after box 10, and let us say dot box 4 order. I want this to be between 10 and 3, so I will give 4. See, it is between now 10 and 3. So with the help of this order property, you can shift the items also. Now, after this thing, let us see some alignment and centering. So let me tell you one thing: alignment, centering, positioning will always be there in basics, in Flexbox, and in grid, having some of the values common and also some different values. Now here, this whole thing is not required, and we will use a simple display flex property. Now let us have the, okay, let us have a border here, border of 4p solid of black color. Now let us have some justify content property in order to align the content. So JC justify content, we have flex start. So by default it is in the start only. After, the next property is flex end, center. So we have this thing here, but let me see one minute, one minute. Okay. Space around, space between, space evenly have evenly distributed the available space between all. So these are the values of justify content. Now similarly to justify content, let us change the flex direction to column and see the movement. So here, let me have some additional properties for the box. So we have the color white, and font size we use 30px, TSC text align center, and a padding of 10px. So it looks like that. Now we have the displays flex border, we have given flex action column. Justify content, we have already used space evenly. Now we start with, okay, let us have a minimum height of 100 vh, 100 vertical height. Now after that, what we will do, we will have the values of justify content. Let us change this to fs flex start, so everything will move toward the start. Flex end, space between, space evenly, space around. So these are the values of justify content after changing the main axis from left to right to top to bottom. Now let us see the next thing, which is called as the align item. So what is the align item kind of thing? So align item is nothing but the opposite of justify content. So one minute.
So let us see how align item works. So for this thing, let me remove all this thing. So we have display as flex, a border is there, and let us have a height of 100 vh, 100 vertical height. And some more thing we want here. One second, one second. So we use AI align item stretch. By default, it is stretch only. And after that, let us start the values of align item. So we have fs flex start, flex end, center, center, uh, stretch. So we have start, flex end, center and stretch. Now let us have a very different kind of property where we want to have the align item as baseline. So you can see the base of all the items here. The base of all the items here are same. So that will only be possible with the help of align item baseline. Irrespective of the size of the items, the base is common for all. Now after that, let us see the flex content property, flex container property, which is called as the align content. So we have seen justify content, align item. Now we will see align content property. What is align content property? It basically aligns items across the cross axis. Okay, when there are extra spaces. So let us fix it now. So we have our display as flex, a border we want, and okay, display flex border, and for this particular thing dot box, we want the width to 33.33%. So now what we did, we have fixed the sizes. Now let us have a property which is called as the flex wrap to wrap. Now what we will do, we will now start with the align content properties. So we have AC align content to fs flex start, flex end, flex start, flex end, center, space between, space around, EVENLY, space evenly. And one more thing is stretch. So these are the 7 values of align content. Now after this align content, let us have, let us see the next thing. One second. Which is called as the align self property. Now what is this align self property? So in order to understand the align self property, let me have some irregularities here. So for this, one second, box 2, box 6, and box 9. Box 2, box 6, and okay, fine. One second. So we have added some irregularities where we have increased the bottom with the help of padding in the bottom. So now we have the align self property which applies to the item. So let us align self flex and align self center, and if I change this to and we will apply align self to fs flex start. So here comes to an end of the align self property. One. Now after this align self property, let us see the next thing in CSS Flexbox, which is called as uh, flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. So for this, let me do one thing. Let me remove this thing, and we will have the plain displays flex. And let me remove the set of items also here. We want only 4 items. Now what we will do here? So we have a common class. Where is it? Okay. No, 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 no. Dot box. We have flex 1. Now see, the leftover free space has been utilized now with the help of flex 1. Now after this, if I give box 2 as flex 2, what happens here? Dot box 2 is flex of 2. So twice of the space has been given to the item of box 2. Now after this, let us see flex grow, flex basis, and flexion. So what we will do here, let us apply FB flex basis of 400p x, and here in the box 2 we will use FB flex basis of 100px. So what is happening here? Okay, let me reduce these two more items. So here we have the size of box 1 is 400px and the size of box 2 is 100px. Now flex grow means, okay, now flex basis means the default size of the element before remaining space is distributed. The default size of the element before remaining space is distributed. If we give it alone, it will only make the pixels. We give it below. Below we have given flex basis 400px and flex basis to box amount is 100px. Now let us see flex shrink. Sorry, flex grow. What is flex row? Flex row means how to distribute the free space between items. So let us apply fg flex grow to 2, and we apply fg flex grow to 3. See, so what happened here? The items have used twice of the space available as compared to item number 1. Now flex shrink. Flex shrink means the ability of an item to shrink in the proportion when less space is available. So fs flex shrink, I want this to shrink 3 times, and this second item to get fs to shrink 2 times. Okay, now as soon as I reduce the space, see, it gets shrink more compared to item number 2. So that is the beauty of flex grow, flex shrink, and flex spaces. Flex shrink you only will be able to understand when the space is less. That means when you are viewing any page on a mobile device, then only you will get to know the beauty of flex shrink. So now let us have a 5 minutes break. Then we will start with CSS. We will start with CSS grid. So we have Google timer. So we will start in next 10 minutes. We will start at 12:20. So by the time you all people will join, let me have my setup ready for CSS grid. So I'm getting the setup ready for grid. By the time I request to join back, and after grid we will have a long break of 15-20 minutes so that you all can have your lunch on time. Grid will take approx 1 hour, 1 hour 10 minutes, like that. So around 1:30 or 1:45 we will have a break so that you will all have you all can have your lunch on time, and after that we will resume with JavaScript and React.js. So we have index.html, style dot, and I really appreciate some of the members who have joined here and are replying to the queries which has been raised by some of the peoples. I really appreciate those peoples. Thanks for you all to come here. Now grid we will be viewing in Firefox Developer Edition for some particular reason. Hmm. Okay, so the setup is almost ready. Now let us, I hope you all are back by now. So let us start with CSS grid now. So what is CSS grid? CSS grid is again a display property of CSS, okay, similar to Flexbox. 1 minute. Pokemon guys, please don't be personal here and stop commenting on each other, okay? Okay, so let me resume with CSS grid. So CSS grid is a display property and it is being used here to make your things more presentable on the web page. So CSS grid divides whole of your web page into rows and columns. Okay, it divides your whole of your web page into rows and columns. So let me have the structure ready so that the explanation will be easy for you. So here, if you see, we have a parent class, okay, container, and a common class item for all the items. So here, Control A, Control Shift P, enter, format selection, Control S. Okay, so this is the basic style what we have given. So now let us start. Let us switch with the display of grid. So how grid will work? So for this to understand, let me have the parent class
grid, and we have DG as display of grid. Now, if you see here, nothing will happen because as I've told you, grid divides whole of your page into rows and columns. So we need to declare how many rows and how many columns. So we have GTC grid template column of, let's say, 200px and 300px. So here you can see we have declared two column, one column of 200px and another column of 300px, or let me change it to 500px for button. Okay, nice. Now let us create GTR grid template row. So a row of 200px, 100p x and 300p x. Now again a very good property GG, which is called as a grip of let's say 10p x. Grid gap, simply the name says grid gap means a gap, so here's the gap. Now let us do the inspect part and see the grids. So here, one second. So see, we have 10 items, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 9 10, but we have declared space for only 6 items, so 1 to 6. Now what will happen for item number 7 8 9 and 10? So here by default, depending upon the size of the item inside it, the space will be allotted. Okay, so if you see the height of the content, the space will be allotted. Now if we want this particular space to be fixed, so we have a property which is called as, okay, but before going to that, one second, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. So we have a property which is called as GAR, grid auto row, and we will give 150p 150, one second, 150px. Okay, so now what is happening here, this particular item 7 8 9 and 10 will uses the space of 150px. So so in case if there is a scenario that you left or you missed to provide the space for all the items, so you can use the grid auto flow item which uses the space what we have given here. Now after this, what we will see, there are two type of tracks you can see here. So if you focus here, these are the tracks prepared by dash. So these are called as explicit tracks, and here these are the implicit tracks. The implicit tracks are created with dot and are being created by the grid system, and the explicit tracks are created by dash, and these are created because we have declared grid template rows and grid template columns. Okay, so that is the main difference between implicit tracks and explicit tracks. Implicit tracks are created with dash and are created by and are created because we have declared grid template rows and grid template columns, and implicit tracks are created with the help of dots by the grid system. Now let us see the next property here, which is called as a auto flow. Now what is this auto flow property? So for this to understand, let me reduce this to 2,
and Control Z. Okay, now mm, 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 this is not required. And okay, let me remove it. Now, if you see here, we have display of grid, a grid gap of 10 px and two columns of 200 px and 500 px. Now, by default, if any item will gets added, so let us add the item number 3. What is happening? It by default comes below item number 1. So, but if we want to have this item by the side of item number 2, so we have a property which is called as the grid auto flow property. If you change it to column, so the next item will by default gets added by the side of item number 2. So that is the beauty of grid auto flow property, where we have changed this from row to column. By default it is row only, but if we want the next item to be there, so we need to change this to column. Now after this thing, let us see the sizing of tracks. So what are sizing of tracks? So here if you see, let me have 1 second. So we need to have, so if you see here, we have declared grid auto flow column. So by default all the new items will get added in the column only. So let me remove it. Now let us have a grid gap of 10 px and grid template column. Now what we will do here, we will try to add the grid template column in the form of percentage. So let us have 25%. See, now what is happening here? And let me use it as 20 px. Now what is happening? The last of the column, if you see, the last of the column will stick towards the end, stick with the end, you can see here. But if you see here, this is not a good sign. Why it is not a good sign? Because 25% into 4 is 100 plus 20 is 120 px. Though that is why a new unit has been introduced, which is called as the FR. So now let me have 200 px, 150 px and 1FR. So see, now what FR will do, FR is the leftover free space, and here we have the column number 1 is of 200 px, 150 px and 1FR. Now if I have this with 2FR, so you can say 200 px, 150 px, 1FR, and this last column is twice of the 1FR, 2 times of 1FR. Okay, so here this is basically the 2 times of 1FR. Now what we will do, we will have a auto functionality here. So let us see the auto functionality. What is auto functionality? Auto functionality means depending upon the size of the content inside the cell, the space will be allotted. So you can have the more, see, the more items, the more space will get provided. But what is happening here? It is disturbing the entire column. So we will see later on how to fix it. But after before this, let us see the next thing here, which is called as a repeat functionality. Here, repeat functionality. So let us add repeat functionality after this. Repeat two times of 1FR. So here, let us read auto 150px, 1FR, 2FR, two times of 1FR means 1FR, 1FR. So here you can read in this particular manner. Now, after this repeat functionality, we can have the next thing here is the sizing the sizing of grids. Now for this to understand, let me have 1 minute. Let me have the structure with me. Control Shift P, format selection, and your entire content will get properly formatted. So here if you see, we have 30 items here. We have 30 items with us. Now with this 30 item, what we will do, we will have a display of grid, a grid gap of 20 px, and grid template column. We will use now the repeat functionality with 5 times of 1FR, 5 times of 1FR. So we have 5 columns of 1FR. Now what we will do, we will highlight any particular item. So we will do something, we will highlight this item number 9, dot item number 9, and we'll change the background color to red, not red, let us say white. Now what we will do, let us give a width to this to 500 pixels. So what is happening here, this particular item is disturbing the entire set of column. So in order to get rid from this functionality, we have a unit which is called as the grid column. So let us apply the GC grid column with a span of 2. Grid column with a span of 2. So what has happened here? Twice of the space has been allotted to item number 9, and this particular last item have shift one step ahead. So this is the better way in which you can place your items properly. Similarly, we have this to the row also, GR grid row span of 3. Let us see how it works. So 3 rows will get merged into 1, and 2 columns will get merged into 2. So this is how you can do cell merging also. Now there are some ways in which you can have this particular thing in a more beautiful manner. So let us see how. You can have GC, no, sorry, grid column start. I want this to start from, let's say, 2, and I want this to end, grid column end, is to end at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let us see how it works. So see, it starts from 2, 1, 2, and end at 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Fine. Now, we similarly we will do it for GRS grid row start. This start to from 1 and 2.
and let us see it. GRE, grid row end. It starts at 1 2 okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6. So let us say 6. So let us see how it works. Okay, see, so grid row starts at 2, so 1 and 2 starts and end at 6. So 1 2 3 4 5 and 6, so it ends. So this is how you can create or merge cells for any particular item to get placed like that. So you can see how beautifully the items can be placed with the help of CSS grid. Now let us see some more shortcuts for this particular thing. So you can have GC grid column. I want this to start from 2 and start at the 6. So let us see. See, for GR 1 oblique 5. So it starts from the first row and end at 5. So these are some shortcuts for this to show. Now one more thing here. You can do this in the minus pattern also. So GC, I want this to start from -1 and end at -6. See, from -1, -6, -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6. So this is how you can place items without disturbing the whole of the columns. Now what we will see here, let us see the next thing here, which is called as the autofill and autofit property. Now, one second. What is the repeat? You check it out yourself here and get back to us in case you found that this is the highest limit. So ask some logical questions. Don't ask illogical questions. So based on your content, you will use a repeat functionality here. I can't use thousands and lakhs of repeats, na? So have some logical questions with us. Okay, so let us see the autofill and autofit property. But for this to understand, one second, let me have the structure ready with me. One second. So we have this thing here, and this is not required right now. Okay, so we have here with us some 1, 2, 3, okay, some 12 items here with us. Now what we will do here, we will have this parent class as container, and we have the display as grid gap of 20 px, and grid template column also. But before this, let us have a border of 5p, solid of green color, in, let us say, black. Okay, now what we will do here, we will create the grid template column with repeat and autofill. So what is autofill? What is autofill? How autofill works here? Now if you see, 1 minute. Okay. So now what is autofill? Autofill and autofit property are almost very similar. But autofill is used by the grid. Autofill property is being used by the grid to fit as many as possible items in the same row without moving on to the next row. See the responsiveness. It tries to fit as many as possible items in the same row. It tries to fit as many as possible items in the same row without moving on to the next row. How to add local image saved in images folder to the below URL in JavaScript? Guys, when we will start JavaScript, you can ask the JavaScript related questions. Is this responsive code default or we need to copy if we are using in Dreesphere? I don't know, yeah. I don't get to know your question, Babu. Okay. Sir, explain grid gap. अरे ग्रिड गैप भाई, गैप क्या होता है? ग्रिड गैप, गैप का मतलब क्या होता है यार? सी, now as soon as I give grid gap, it creates gap between the items. It is a very simple silly question you are asking. Okay, so now I'm not checking the comments. Let us focus on the content. Okay, so autofill tries to fit as many as possible items in the same row without moving on to the next row. Okay, so this is the beauty, or that is the beauty of autofit. Now let me tell you one more thing. One second. So we have here some items here, and let us see the auto fit. Now, what is auto fit? Auto fit is almost very similar to autofill, but there's a difference. But and in order to understand the difference, let us reduce the number of items to, one second here. Okay, so we have reduced the items to 4 in order to understand the concept of auto fit. Now, for auto fit, we have the parent container display as grid gap of 20 px, a border of 10 px, solid of black color, border of 5 px, solid of black color, and grid template column with repeat functionality of autofill with 150 px. Now, what we will see here, let me open the inspect part. Now, if you see here, the grid ends where the item ends. Okay. Now we can we now we now if we want to fit some additional items here, we will use the auto fit property. If you see, let me do one thing. Now let me have this particular item 4 to fit dot item 4 GCE grid column and to 1, and you can see
it has no effect. Now let us change this to autofill, and as soon as I saved it, if you see here, if you see here, the item number 4, 1 minute, the item number 4 have shifted towards the last of the box. So this will help you to create your nav bars which have home, services, products, and in the last you have contact us, locate us, inquiry, feedback. So with the help of this auto fit property, you can very easily create your nav bar. See, so your desktop view will be kind of this thing. This will be your desktop view. This will be your tablet view. This will be your mobile view. So with the help of this auto fit property, you can create your nav bars and it will look also very nice. So you can have this thing. If you write -2, it will shift or other. So likewise, you can manage your things. Now after this auto fit, let us see the next thing here, which is called as the min max property. Min max. So what is this min max? Let me 1 second. Not min max. So what is this min max? Now if I saved it, you can have dg display of grid, dg grid gap of 20 px, and a border of 10 px. So 1 second, solid of black color. 1 second, and after this we use gtc grid template column. Okay, let me copy this. Grid template column, and here what we will do, we will insert a new functionality, min max of 150 px and 1fr. Now see what is happening here. 1 second, 1 second, some typing mistake is here. Okay, so here if you see 150 px and 1fr min max, repeat, 1 minute, gtc grid template column. Okay, now it is fine. We have a repeat autofill min max 150 px and 1fr. Now if you see here what we did, we have given two type of spaces here, 150 px or 1fr. Now depending upon the size of the content, so you can see the space will get allotted. They will pick up the next available space with between 150 px and 1fr. Now if you see here, you can see the responsiveness. Now after this min max functionality, let me have the next thing. Let me have the next thing, as we use the grid column and grid row concept to place items. Okay, So for this, let me have the structure with me. Mm, 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 mm. So here, if you see, so here, if you see, we have a sidebar. Sidebar means sidebar will come vertically here. We have the content. Content will be in the center. We have the sidebar 2. Sidebar 2 will come in the right. And we have a footer. Footer will be in the footer part. So now with the help of CSS grid, we will be able to place, we will try to place the items here. Now grid gap is not required here. So let me comment out the grid gap. And after this, let us try to fix it. So for this, let us create the grid template columns and grid template rows. So for this, GTR grid template rows, I want one FR, and one FR. So three rows we have created, and GTC grid template column 150p x 150p x and 100px. We have okay. 1 minute. 1 minute. Let me swap it. Okay, and one more thing. Okay, it is not coming in the proper thing. No. Now let me enable the inspect option to show you how we will be placing the items inside it. Now here we will have the GTA grid template areas, and in this grid template area we will place our content. So we have SIDE sidebar 1 content and sidebar 2. So we have this thing again in a repetitive pattern. So I will copy, paste, and after that we have the content in the last. So we have content, not content here. We have footer, FOTER. We have footer in the last. Control C, Control V, Control V. So here, 1 minute. So we have grid template area sidebar 1 content and sidebar 2, and below again we have sidebar 1 content and sidebar 2. In the last we have footer only kind of thing. So here now if you see, what is coming here? If you see here, this will be the sidebar 1, this will be the sidebar 1, this is the footer, footer, sidebar 2, sidebar 2, content and content. Now let us try to fix those things now. So what we will do here, we will now assign the things. So dot footer grid area, we want footer here. So our footer will come in the center. Dot item. So what is the class here? Dot item one. So we have dot item one. We have GA grid area as sidebar one. Sidebar one here. So similarly, we can have sidebar. For sidebar 2 we have item 3, so we have item 3 and sidebar 2. So we have sidebar 2, and in this we have only content in item. So this is how, with the help of grid template areas functionality, you can place the items. Now let me close this particular thing. See, I'm the sidebar 1, I'm the sidebar 2, I am the center content, and I am the footer. So very well you can place this thing beautifully. Now what we will see here, the next layout, which is called as the legendary masonry layout. Now for this particular layout, let me have a change in my structure. Mm, mm, mm. If you see here, I have around 70 items with me. Now in this 70 items, let me do one thing. Let me prepare the structure, and we will start with dot container. Display is for grid, and GG grid gap of 20 px. 1 minute, some error is here. Grid gap of 20p. 1 second. Dot container. Display grid gap of 20p. 1 second. Something is wrong. Okay, nice. Grid gap of 20 px. Now, what we'll do here, we will add the GTC grid template column with repeat functionality of 10 times of 1fr. So you can have 10 columns of 1fr with the help of a repeat function. Now let us add some irregularities here with the help of span functionality. So you can see in some items we have added the span of 6, span of 2, and span of 2 for some items. Because of that, the items shape and size got disturbed. Now what we will do here, if we want to place these items in a perfect manner here, so we have a feature which is called as the GAF, grid auto flow dense, and you can see all the items I have now placed in a very proper manner. Now, if you read this with me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is here, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is below 6. So, the main problem with this layout is the sequence is not guaranteed.
your all your items will get placed properly, but the sequence is not guaranteed here. So when you are using it, please try to be very attentive that if you want to maintain the sequence, please avoid this. This legendary masonry layout is being used a lot where you do not need to maintain the sequence. So after this legendary masonry layout, and you can also have see the responsiveness. See, and after this legendary masonry layout, let us have the very important concept of CSS, which is CSS grid alignment and centering. I have told you in basics also we have alignment and centering, Flexbox also we have alignment and centering, and CSS grid also we have alignment and centering. The values of alignment and centering are almost very similar, which have 4 or 7 values. So we will see now the what values are applied on what particular things. So now let us have. Mm, mm, mm. So let me remove this thing. So we will see now. We will see now. Justify item, align item, justify content, align content, justify self, and align self. So CSS grid does not have a flex direction property like Flexbox. So justify justify will work on row axis. Justify will work on row axis, and align will work on column axis. Okay. So here now what we will do, we will have to reduce our structure to some extent. Okay. Now what we will do, we have the structure like that. Now let us have some justify item property. So we have JI justify item. The values of justify item are start and center and stretch. So we will use start. By default, it is in the start only. And let us use the .it, the common class. Common class is item. 1 minute. We'll change the background to white. And what else we can do here? Let me do the inspect part so that you will be able to identify the movement. Okay, so now justify item start and start and center, and the last one is stretch. So you have this particular 4 values of justify item are start and center and stretch. Now after this thing, we will see the align item thing. So what, how align item, as I've told you, works on column axis. Align property will work on column axis. So column axis means from top to bottom, and the values are almost similar for justify item. For align item, similar to justify item, we have the values of start and center and stretch. So now for this particular thing, we need to insert and we will reduce our items to some extent also. Now we'll have the AI align item. Start here, you need to write the complete start. So now the item will move in a column direction. Column means from top to bottom. Now after this align item start, we have align item and center and stretch. So these are the four values of align item: start and center and stretch. Now after this align item, let us see the next thing, which is called as the justify content property. Now justify content property have seven values: start and center, stretch, space around, space evenly, space between. So now let us apply all those properties, all those values one by one here. So we have justify content. By default it is in the start only, and center, stretch, space around, space evenly, and space between. So these are the seven values of justify content, which works in row direction from left to right. Now after this, let us see the next property, which is called as the align content property. Now align content property, align means column, column means from top to bottom. The values of align are similar to the values of justify, means seven values. So now let us apply the set of values. So we have here we have AC align content start. By default it is in the start only, and after that we will write here and center, stretch, space around, space between, EVENLY, space evenly. So these are the seven values for align content. Now after this justify content, justify item, align item, we have align self and justify self. So now what is this align self and justify self? So in order to override the current set of rules which has been applied to items to the entire container, it overrides the current set of rules with the help of align self, and it applies only to the items. So let us see now how it works. So here we apply this thing to, let us say, item number 13, 13, 13, 13. Okay. But item number 13. Let's change the background color to
orange, and we have the JS justify self to end. So you can see the item have shift towards the end, start, center, and stretch. These are the four values of justify self, which works in row direction. Row means from left to right. Now let us see for align self. For align self, let us again apply this to align self. A, but for this, let me have the so we have AS align self to START start end center stretch. So these are the four values of align self. So here comes to an end of CSS grid. So now let us have a break of 20 minutes. Let us have a break of 20 minutes so that you all can have your lunch, and we will be sharing the attendance now. Please fill the attendance form. There will be four attendance overall. First, I've already shared. Second, we are sharing just now. Third, we will share in JavaScript. And fourth, in React. I can't commit the exact time, but it will be shared and we will inform when it has been shared. So you need to fill all the four attendance form to get the certificate and all the free benefits. Okay, don't ask that I have watched the entire video but I missed to fill it. I failed once, I failed two, I failed three, I didn't fill it. I watched the video, I watched entire video for the 12 hours, because we all get to know all these kind of excuses, but we have a system with us where system will tell us that this all these particular candidates have filled all the attendance for attendance form. So all these four attendance form are separate attendance form, and we are sharing only and only here in the live YouTube chat and nowhere else. So thanks for your cooperation. Now we have 20 minutes break and we will start after at 1:40. नहीं, एक 20 हो रहा है, एक 15 हो रहा है। भाई घड़ी पीछे चल रही है, एक 20 हो रहा है, ये देख।
Yes, नहीं हो रहा है. Okay, we'll start at 1:40. Okay, let me give the 1 second. Let me give the attendance.
Second attendance.
पेन है क्या आपके पास?
Hey everyone, sorry for that. Okay, so I hope that my voice is clear for all. Okay, so this is a JavaScript session. We're going to cover the JavaScript class for the next 4 hours. We're going to take the JavaScript class, and I hope that it will be really you will get a more understanding about JavaScript if you are here. So I just want to ask two questions before we getting into JavaScript. Yeah, it will come now. Okay, so before we getting into JavaScript, I need to ask two questions. How many of you know? The first question is, how many of you know a little bit about JavaScript or more about JavaScript, like that? A little bit about JavaScript, or I'm a completely fresher, I don't know what is JavaScript itself, like that. Okay, so how many of you know that? If you know JavaScript, just type me yes, of course I know JavaScript a little bit, or I know very well, like that. If you don't know JavaScript, then you can simply say no, like I'm a fresher here, like that you can say. So this is the first question. Okay, once you're done with that, let me know. I will check the chat box. Here you can see I will check the chat box and I will reply to you. sorry, sorry for that. So, and make sure that this is JavaScript is going to be interactive session. I'm not going to teach you, and I'm going to make an interaction and I'm going to teach you via that, and you can able to understand JavaScript much more clearer. Fresher. Lots of people's, which project links are you asking? Yeah. Everyone is fresher, right? So the second question is, uh, this is your first programming language, like JavaScript is your first language, are you learning, or you already know some other programming language? So just tell me. Just tell me. This is for JavaScript is going to be your first language to learn when it comes to programming, or you learn some other language like C Sharp, C++, Python, like that. You have already experience with that. I think lots of students are there. That is why the college takes C Sharp, C++, Java, like that. That is why. C first language, most of them are first language. I know the HTML, Python, HTML, CSS, and first lang Java, I know. Okay, so let me clear one thing. First thing, if you are a beginner, then you will get more. Like if you are a fresher, you don't know about what is JavaScript, you're going to get more in the session. Okay, I promise you that. And second one, if you already experience with any other programming language like C Sharp, Python, Django, don't just leave that language, because JavaScript is going to be, it's going to be little different compared to others. Okay, so there's some of the statically typed language, it is not an even a programming language, like that. So much of things is there, and just leave that language. Okay, so if you have a knowledge about some programming language, just understand the concept but don't focus on the syntax. Okay, so just leave that language. Okay, so then if you don't know JavaScript, this is the first time you are hearing, or you know about that but you don't know anything, and you know basics, and you are absolute fresher, you don't know any other language, then this session is going to be exactly for you guys. And if you already know it, that's not a problem, we can consider it. Okay. Yeah, like whatever the language you know other than JavaScript, don't compare the language with JavaScript, because JavaScript is most weirdest language. Okay, so don't compare this language with any other languages, C Sharp, Java, don't compare it. Okay, so just understand it. Okay, so that's it. Okay, so first of all, we just get into the session. Let's see what is JavaScript first of all, and then we can move on it. Okay, so if you have any problem here, you can ask this. And WordPress developer, whatever the CMS, whatever you learn, just do it. Like just leave it. Okay, so let's go for I just go for something called as JS bin. So what is this JS bin is? It is nothing but it is an online compiler. Okay, so it is like used to work here. Okay, so like it just for, it's like a Visual Studio Code and not in Visual Studio Code. It is an online compiler. I can code here and I can able to see the results here. Okay, so that is why I'm using JS bin. And you can comfortably go with Visual Studio Code. Okay, so this is for just teaching purpose. I'm also going to work in the Visual Studio Code only. Okay, so don't hesitate that. So okay, so before getting into JavaScript, we need to know about what is exactly JavaScript, what is the purpose of using JavaScript. Okay, so that we need to know. Once we understand that, then then all the problem that we have when it comes to web development, the one language that is going to make some problems is going to be JavaScript, right? So we can learn HTML and CSS with a dedicated time, we can able to understand that. But the JavaScript is weird, right? So most people feel difficulty, and when they touch JavaScript, they feel like, oh, what is this, like that, right? Same like that. So here we're going to do it. Okay, full stack. Yeah, then you are already a full stack developer, probably you will get something, you can able to understand here also, no problem. Okay, And college, if you know anybody participated in hackathon in either company. Okay, fine. So let's be compared to this. Okay, so my name is, I am Hari Prashad. Okay, so okay, let's get started. Let's go for a website to look into what is exactly the JavaScript and how the web is working. I simply say we will go for Wikipedia. Okay, before getting into JavaScript, we need to know about what is JavaScript is doing, right? So what is exactly JavaScript is built for? We need to understand. So I just go for a website that is called as Wikipedia because all of you know it, right? So, and it is one of the most, what we can say, it's not a good looking one, but it's fine. Okay, let's see. If I want to recreate this Wikipedia, what I need to do? By using HTML and CSS, we can able to do it, right? Is just see, this is an image tag, this is an heading tag, and you can see this is a paragraph tag, and these all are the link tag. If I hover, you can able to see the underline, and you can able to see this is an anchor tag, and we have the list tag. Here you can see the list tag, and you can see the alignment, right? So right now you discussed the topic we covered. What are the topic that we have covered? Flexbox, gridbox, right? So by using that, what we can do, we can able to align it, right? So we can able to align it. For Wikipedia, probably we don't want flex and gridbox. We can go with the simple one. For other website, I can say. Okay, so just see, this is all the alignment. So by using HTML and CSS, we can able to do it, right? By using HTML and CSS, we can able to do it. Then what is JavaScript is doing? First, let's understand what is the how the web is working. Then we move on to JavaScript. Okay, for example, you can see this is going to be our head part, all our server related and how the server transmitting files and all those things are happen. That is considered as a backend process. Okay, that's considered as a backend process. For example, you can see if I click the git, if I just go here and I search for something git, okay, and I click this button, you can able to see the pages get reloading, right? It is pages get reloading and it gives information about git, right? So what just happened? Why the pages get reloading? What just happened? So in what exactly happening is, if I ask for something, so I am making a request in the internet. So I need an information about Git. So what it is going, what the Wikipedia is doing. So the server, there is something called a server in the backend is there. It takes the request and it go for the database and scans the entire database and it look for the matches, whether anything that in the world like that keyword is in our databases or not. Okay, it look for the matches. If it any match found, then what happened? Again the server take the match that found, that is response. So take the response and it will send to the user interface. So this is our user interface, right? So this is what happening, and it taking the request from our side and it go for the database. Database is a storage unit, so where all the data has been stored. Okay, so right now Wikipedia has separate database, Google has separate database, and your application has separate database. Like that, everyone has this database. It's like a storage unit where all the information you are giving your email ID, password, sign up, whatever the page you are going, Amazon, Flipkart, they have their own database. What they are doing, they collect the information and they store it somewhere. And once you log in again, they will go and check in the database whether some users and password it's in the name it's available or not. If it is available, then they are going to just come to my website and just use my website. They are going to approve it, right? Exactly the same thing here. I search for something, what has happened? The server takes the request and go for database, scan the database and look for the keyword, and if it is any match, it is going to take again and it is going to display it in the user interface. Okay, so when it comes to web development, actually there are two parts. One is going to be front end and another one is going to be back end. So the server, database, request, response, back end process. Okay, they are considered as backend process. So leave that right now, just leave that. Okay, we will discuss that. This is going to be a backend process. So what it will handle, it will take the request from the user who is interacting with the website, take the request and it will go and it will scan the database and it will send the response. These are our backend process, and other than that, something other than the business logic process or there in the backend process. Okay, fine. And here, what is going to be front end? Front end is for the client, like the user interface. Who is the user? Right now I'm using Wikipedia, I'm the user. You are using YouTube, you are the user of YouTube, right? So how the website is looking, how the user interface, I am the user, how the interface, how the website is looking. Here you can see the images need to come at the top and we need to give the logo here, and here only all the alignment should be there, and here it is the notification, whatever the information is there, here it is going to be the title. So how it is working, like how it is looking, right? So this is going to be the user interface. So right now I think you cleared about what is front end and what is back end, right? So Your introduction, your pressure for yeah. Okay. My introduction, I think, like it's not needed for this JavaScript section. Okay, so right now you understand two things. What is that? Front end and then back end. Okay, so front end and back end, right? So front end is for user interface and back end is to work with the server. Okay, so it is called as client side. It is called as client side and the back end is called as server side. And you know what all are the backend we can use? You know, we discussed about the server and we discussed about the database, right? So the server is take the request and response, and database is the place all our data is stored. It take the request and response and go there and scan it, and it is going to be given that. And user interface is the neat UI that we have. So right now, let us comes to JavaScript. What is JavaScript? What is JavaScript? JavaScript was introduced in 1995 by the person named as Brendan Eich. Don't care about the spelling. I make the typo. I accept it. Okay, so Brendan Eich. So what is the language will do? What is it is a programming language when it was introduced in 1995? No. JavaScript is called as client side scripting language. JavaScript is called as client side scripting language. And you can notice that what is client? Client is something work with the front end. We already see that, right? User interface. So client, who's the client? I am the client. I'm using I'm using JSP. I'm the client for that website, right? So JavaScript is introduced for working with the client. What is mean by that? JavaScript not for backend, it's for front end. When it was introduced in 1995, remember the word. Okay, right now we can use JavaScript more places, but when it was introduced at the beginning, it is for a front end development. So what it will do? What it will do? It will simply manipulate the HTML and CSS. What is mean by that? Simple, we can say JavaScript is a client side work. It speaks with the browser. It speaks with the, don't worry, we're going to code. This is for essential. Okay, speak with the browser and tell what I need to do. Okay, so right now we know it is, if you can able to understand that if some backend process is happening, you can able to see the pages get reloaded. Not only that, but right now just understand the pages get reloaded mean there is something in the back it's happening. And you can see I will ask for something like randomly words, and it is saying like no such thing is found, which means the database for this word nothing is there. Okay, for the database in this word nothing is there. So that is why in my database nothing is there. Sorry for that. So there is no result is there. That is why it is showing, right? So right now you can understand if the backend process is happening, you can able to see the pages get reloaded, because it takes some time consumption, right? Taking the request, go for database, scan the database, sending the response, little bit time. So that is why the pages get reloaded, right? So let us go for another website, triple sorry Dribble. So you can see this is a website for UI UX designers. So the people who are interested in designing the website. Okay, instead of coding, they design the website. So how the website should look like that they will design the user interface. So for that people they can use it. Okay, let us consider how can I create this website? How can I right now I want to create this website? How can I do it? Let's see this navbar. Of course we can able to do it by using HTML and CSS, right? We can able to align the items, and we can do this. And this property, if I hover the buttons, like if I hover the nav icons, you can able to see a drop down. How can I do it? Yes, of course, by using HTML and CSS I can able to do it. And you can see it is done, right? And this background image setting, we can able to do this with the background, and we can have some of the buttons with the neat hover effect. We can able to do with HTML and CSS. And this layout, you can see all the layout how it is aligned, right? Box like structure, so like a chord, right? So it's like aligned in a box like structure. We can able to do with Flexbox, Gridbox. Right now only we have discussed about that, how we can create a responsive box and all, right? So we can able to do that by using what CSS, right? We can able to do it, right? So just think about, I need to recreate a website. You can notice that here you can see explore the world's leading design portfolios, right? So what is the word? World's leading design portfolios. You can see I go for animation and I'm clicking it. You can see trending animation, motion, and graphics 3D design. The word is changed, right? When it is in discover, when it is discovered, you can able to see explore the world's leading design portfolio. When I click the animation, you can see the word is get changed. Not only the word, you can able to see the background. You can able to see the background. The animation is also getting changed. The video that is playing in the background, the GIF image that is playing in the background, is get changed. If I click the branding, you can able to see now it is changed. And also brand strategy, identify the logos, and you can able to see the changes when I click the inspect. When I click the inspect, and what are you going to do? So these are the browser tools that are available in the browser. So this is an inspect, and this is going to be the style CSS. I think you may look it out how when the CSS class taken, right? So here all our HTML code will be written, and you can right click it and you can inspect it. You can see here the word is here, trending, brand, design, identify, and logos is there. And for that, what are the styling they are used, they have been mentioned here. So if I click the print, you can able to see some blinking has happened, right? Some blinking has happened, and you can notice that it is changed. The print design for books, magazine, and all, it is changed. If I click the typography, you can see that some blinkings happen, and it is changed to typography and letters, and here also some blinkings happen. So what is this happening? And you may think like it is a backend. Absolutely not. The reason, you can simply identify it. If I click it, can you able to see the page reloading? No. So there is no request and response. No server is doing this thing, right? There are no servers doing this thing. If I click the website, it is not doing. And you can see the notification, right? The notification here, what they say, the early bid 30% off some courses they have been selling. So here they will be there. And here you can notice some into mark. If I click this, how you can see the transition fade out, right? So it makes some fade out and it is gone, right? But the page is not reloaded. So I asked the browser to just click it, it need to gone. So it is working, but the page is not reloaded, which means it is not backend. Something in the front end is doing that. Click the popular, you can able to see the drop down. I'm clicking it, I'm making an interaction, and it is giving a drop down. No reloading, but it is making some HTML and CSS for me. And you can see the filter. If I click it, you can able to see an entire div is created. Inside that h1 color frame, downloads is there, 4 input boxes created. And if I again click it, you can see the fade out. It is done. How it is doing without interacting with the servers, it is doing that, right? So if I click this box, you can able to see a newly created div is created. The whole website is there without reloading the page. It is doing, and you can able to see that. You can able to see that how it is looking, right? And you can able to see this one. If I click this, it is gone, right? How, what is happening here? So these all are things that is done by JavaScript. What is doing here? JavaScript speaks with the browser. Hey, someone makes some any interaction. If someone clicks this button, give them a drop down menu. If someone clicks this button, what I'm saying, if someone clicks this button, change the h1 in HTML and change the background in CSS. If someone clicks this button, create a div, and or you can say like fade in a whatever the div that is available, like it is manipulating the CSS hide show method like that. Okay, so if someone clicks this, JavaScript telling to the browser, hey, see that the person is clicking something in the popular box, you need to give a drop down, you need to give that. And if you someone clicks this call, someone clicks this image, you need to open an entire website like this URL, this link you need to open, and you can able to see the link is get changed, right? So the link is you need to open, and you need to provide all the information in this link. And if someone clicks the into mark, just remove it from it, go for the old one, like whatever the page that is available, just go for it. Likewise, so how it is without, we are not interacting with the server. If we interacting with the server, we know like little bit backend, what is that, the pages get reloaded, which means it is a time consuming process. And just think about that. For if I click this input box, the pages get reloaded, how annoying it is. And if I click the filter, the pages get reloaded. And for this animation, if I'm clicking this, the pages get reloaded. How look like it, right? So this is what the websites are. This is what the websites are before 1995, before the JavaScript has been introduced. This is how the website will be looks. But right now, not right now, after 1995, JavaScript makes the change. So what it will do, so it will speak with the browser, hey, I need to change the HTML and CSS, and it has some methods and properties to do that. And by using that, we can able to manipulate HTML and CSS. Not only this, by using JavaScript, we can able to do more. Right now, JavaScript is the language of web. Okay, So we can able to do more. It is occupied the entire web development, but right now we concisely focus on front end, right? So we are focusing on the client side work, right? So that is why we're going to see how we can able to manipulate this as like HTML and CSS. So the purpose of JavaScript in front end to manipulate the HTML and CSS. If that is clear, that's it. You can able to understand JavaScript very quickly. Okay, let's we get started. Any other doubt? Okay, yeah, sure. I will go slow. No problem with that. Okay. So how much the session will take? It will go for till 5. Yeah, okay, so fine. Okay. So this is okay. So JavaScript is nothing but it's speaking with the browser. Hey buddy, if someone clicks in my website this button, you need to show something or you need to remove something like that. It is doing that. This is what. And there are several other things also. We will do that. Okay. So first thing is how JavaScript speaks with the browser. So JS is a file. It is nothing but a file, right? So JS is going to be nothing but it is a file. We are writing a code. It's just a file, right? JavaScript is a file. And what is browser? Browser is the browser that we're using, like the Google Chrome. I know I'm using Safari if you are in Mac, Opera Mini, my Firefox, so much of Brave, so much of things, right? So they are considered as a browser. But you can see these browsers don't understand the native English. They will understand only zeros and ones, right? So then what is happening here? So every browser, there is something called as JS engine. For every browser, there is something called as JavaScript engine is there. So what the JavaScript engine? If you go for Google, JavaScript engine is there. If you go for Microsoft, the JavaScript engine is there. For that, every browser has a separate engine. What is this engine will do? The engines, these engine translate the file, translate the code file that we have written in JavaScript to the browser understandable format. Okay, so what it is do? It will convert the file to a browser understandable format, something called as bytecode. It is a low level language that the computer can understand it. Okay, so we are writing in our JavaScript language and that is converted to the browser by using JavaScript engine. And here another problem is that for Google we have separate engine. If I say Google, we have an engine something called as V8. For Google we have separate engine, and for Firefox we have a separate engine that is called as SpiderMonkey. Like that, each and every browser has separate engine. What is the problem here? They are separate browsers, so they have separate engine. What is the problem here? Note one thing. So this engine, Google engine is created by Google developers. Firefox engine is developed by Firefox developer. So if they are creating an engine, how can I expect my code? I am writing some file, right? So how can I expect that like my code is work in all the browser? For example, I'm writing a JavaScript file. I'm using Google as my default browser when I'm developing it. But some cases, what happens if I run the code, if I run the exact same code in Firefox, it looks different. It looks like it is going to perform little bit differently because that engine that is translating the code is different. It is created by another person, right? Same like that. So here is the problem when it comes to engine. Okay, so there are several different engines, so each engine convert the code differently. Okay, so they have a possibility. So that is why something called an council, that is going to be the ECMA. So if you probably know a little bit about JavaScript, you hear the word ECMA script. So what is this ECMA script? Is a European council. What it will do, what he is do means he will give the rules and regulation. What the ECMA script is doing, he will give the rules and regulation. He will give the rules and regulation how JavaScript should work in the browser. So based on the rules and regulations only, these developers, Google developers, Firefox developers, other browser developers, they will create their JS engine. So we have a probability, like we have a 99.9% probability that the JavaScript exactly works same in all the file. Okay, so right now if you don't understand, that is absolutely fine, no problem with that. So the thing is, we have JS file and how the browser is understanding by using a JavaScript engine. So each and every browser has separate engine. You can Google it. We get the names of the engines that are available for that, and each developer, like the browser developer, they follow the instruction given by the ECMA script. So they will give the how the JavaScript should perform in the browser. So based on that only they are creating the engine. So right now I'm having one file. So if I run the code it in Google, it will work fine. And also if I run the code it in Microsoft, it like my Edge or some other browsers, it will be going to work fine, because the European this ECMAScript formalize the rules and regulation, and based on this rules and regulation only every developer is going to build their website. Okay, so that is why this this ECMAScript is available, and we have the versions also. You heard about something called as ES6, ES7, ES8. What all are they? They are the versions. So they updated. ECMAScript is updated. They will right now we have 2021 till 21. We have the updation of JavaScript. So once the ECMAScript is getting updated, based on this updation, this Google developer or the developers are there, they will update their engine to understand the syntax. Okay, so among them ES6 is called as modern JavaScript. Why it is called as modern JavaScript? Because lots of updation and more important concept updation has been happened in this year. After 2015, ES6 has been updated. This ECMAScript has been updated, and this is called as modern JavaScript. After that also there are several updations happened, but some of the little bit updation. Okay, so there are some add-on methods, some remove, something like that. They will add some of them. Okay, so this is going to be the entire thing about JavaScript. Okay, so let us summarize it and we will go for code. Okay, simply JavaScript. What is JavaScript? It is a client-side work, and it will speak with the browser to manipulate what? HTML and CSS. It can able to manipulate HTML and CSS, and by using like how the browser is understanding by using the JS engine. And the next thing is the JS engine, how the JS engine convert exactly the same in all browsers, because we have ECMAScript. It forms the rules and regulation. So based on the rules and regulation only the engines are developed, so that only JavaScript file will be working. So these all are the keyword, guys. These all are the keyword. They will ask you a questions in an interview or something like that. These all are going to be the keyword. Client, browser, what is JavaScript, what JavaScript is, what is the purpose of JavaScript, where it is speaking with, speak with the browser, and what it is doing, what is the purpose of JavaScript, what is JavaScript engine, it's just a translator translating the code to here. And what is ECMAScript? It is the rules, and it forms the rules and regulation for those developers, so the people can understand how the engine should frame. So every browser in the world accepted the ECMAScript as their standard, so they are following the ECMAScript in developing this JavaScript engine. Okay, so this is going to be the introduction of JavaScript. Okay, so this is going to be the introduction of JavaScript. Right now, how I can do it? So you can able to do this by, you need to know basics about JavaScript. What is going to be basics about JavaScript? So some people said I know C++, Java, C#, Python, like that, right? So if you take any programming language, some of the concepts are going to be similar. Variables, data types, functions, loops, event, like this, not events, like so much of concepts that are going to be similar. So that is going to be here also, those concepts are there, but the syntax is different, the working is different, but the concept is same. Okay, so that's concepts are called as JavaScript basics. And what the next, let's give me a minute. Just a minute. So what is going to be the next thing what we need to learn? We need to learn what is going to be DOM. So what is DOM? Sorry for that, I just get an low power. Okay, so yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so what is going to be the DOM? So first we need to learn the basics of JavaScript, and the next thing is going to be the DOM. So what is DOM? DOM is an object, that is an API. I will tell about what is API at all. DOM is an API. By using this DOMs only, the DOM provides some of the property and method. Okay, I will explain what is property and method, everything. So it will provide some property and method. By using this property and method only, we can manipulate the HTML and CSS. So we need to know basic JavaScript, and we need to know the DOM. Okay, so the DOM, by using the DOM, we can able to manipulate the JavaScript, like by using several properties, we can able to manipulate the HTML and CSS in our file. Okay, right now just go we have see this one, right? We can able to, if I click this, the h1 is changing and also the paragraph is changing. And what is the next is changing? The background is changing. So what is happening here? If someone clicks this button, you need to change your h1, the paragraph and the background, right? So the h1 change the HTML, paragraph change the HTML, for background change the CSS. So here what happening, if someone clicks this button, the h1 is changing, the paragraph is changing, it is manipulating HTML, and for background it is manipulating CSS. Let's go and create this exactly the same functionality in our code. Okay, we're going to see it in our code. Okay, so yeah, right now you can see. So let's see, I'm just going to close all other things. Okay, so for that, what all are the basic concepts that we need to know? So we're going to learn by creating projects only, don't worry about that. Okay, so first concept that we need to know is variable. Okay, first concept we need to know is variable, and we need to know something in the DOM. Okay, so we will see that what is variable. Variable is nothing but a container. Okay, container, it stores data. What it will do, it stores data. Simply we can say, like, if you want to store your money in your like in the world, like we have some bank, right, mini bank with us, like the piggy bank, something like that. What we will do, we will put our money and we will store it, right? So and we will give a name for that, right? So this is like in olden days we will do that, right? Well, we will give the name for it. This is for something, this is for my future use, this is my savings, like that we will give it like that, something like piggy bank, we say that, right? So a box is a container, a pig like storage unit is that we will put our money and we will write something here. So this is for buying an iPhone, this is for buying an phone, this is for buying. In olden days we will follow it, right? Exactly the same. What here we can do, we can create a variable and we can give a name for that variable, and we can store in, if I say creating a variable, we are creating a container and we can able to store some data inside it. How can I do that? For creating a variable, this is the first concept, guys. So creating a variable, we need 4 things. What are the things? Keyword. What is going to be keyword? That I explained. An identifier. And the next thing is going to be equal to sign. Next thing is going to be value. So these are the 4 things that we need. So let me create that. So what is going to be a keyword? So keyword is nothing but that the computer need to understand, right? So I'm going to create a variable, I'm going to create an function, I'm going to create something other than, the computer need to understand, right? So for that we have some keywords. Those words are called as reserved words. So those words are used for a purpose. Like if I use the keyword, it is to create a variable. If I use a function, so then it is used to create a function. Likewise, some of the words is there, that words are used for doing something in that, like it will, then only the browser or computer will understand, okay, so you need to create a variable like that, right? So right now, what is the keyword I want for creating a variable? What are the keywords that are available? We have 3 things: var, let, and const. And you may ask one question, right? I'm going to create a variable only, so why I have 3 keywords? Because var is also going to create a variable, let is also going to create a variable, const is also going to create a variable. Then why 3? Okay, so in simple terms, right now just ignore var. So var, it has some problems. We have some problem with the var. It is some of the advanced concept. I will explain, if we have time we will explain that in the year 6 at the last 1 hour of it. Okay, so we are not using var anymore. Okay, so we have some problem, and it is a pretty old one. When JavaScript was introduced in 1995, we are using this. This is a pretty old one, just avoid it. And newly introduced are let and const. Okay, we will go with let, and we will see what is const also. Okay, so I say, like, we need 4 things. Right now we fixed let. So what is the keyword let will do? Let is used to create a variable. I use let. And the second one, identifier. What is an identifier? Like I say, now we have the piggy bank and we will write something in that bank. We are giving the name. This is for iPhone, this is for my birthday, this is for my mom's gift, like that we will write, and we will sticker it, right? So we will do that. So identifying something. So I am going to create, like, we can able to create n number of variables, right? We can able to create more than, we can able to store more data, and we can able to create more variable. How can I identify a specific variable? By giving a name to that container, right? So that is going to be the identifier. So here what the name I giving, I just giving name as the name of the identifier. Okay, simply. And equal to, as you all know, it just equals, like it is going to assign something, that is what equal to something. And what is going to be value? The value going to be anything. So here what I value I going to do, I just going to give a value of my name. I just say Hari, right? We have created, that's it. That's the first concept. This is going to be the variable. So declaring a variable, this is called as declaring a variable. We have let, this is a keyword identifier giving a name to that container, and what is the value that I need to store. So right now I directly give the value, but where the value come from, in normal case those values are come from the users. They will, you give your name in the input box. What we will do, we will fetch it and we will store it in the variable. All we discuss later. So right now I'm directly giving the value. Okay, so then here comes the next thing. How can I know that whether my variable is created or not? How can I check whether my variable is created or not? Here comes the concept called debugging. So debugging is a concept that whether I writing a code, whether it is written, whether it is done or not, or if I am facing any error or not, like that. So for that, what you need to do, you just need to right click, inspect, go for right click and inspect wherever the page you are in the browser, and you can able to see these browser tools. Like I already said, these all are the browser tools that are most powerful. They each and everything does several works, right? So we know elements. So what the elements will do, it will show all the information about the HTML, like whatever the code that we have written in HTML, it is going to show. And this one, sorry, this one, what it is going to do, it is going to show what are the CSS that we have written here. Okay, so this is for CSS. And for debugging, we have console. This is also another one. You can see this is going to be the console, and here only we will get the errors, warnings, and our info also. We can, if I want to check something, I can able to check it. And this is more dynamic. We can able to use the operation like 2 plus 3. It will use 5. Likewise, we can able to, it will solve something and it will resolve and it will give the answer for it. Okay. So how I can access it? How I can access this? So for accessing this, we have a method that is called as console.log. You need to give a parenthesis. Don't worry about what is console.log. Right now, understand what is console.log. The method is useful for. This method is used to debug. So whatever thing we are giving inside this log, it is going to display here. For example, what is the problem that we are have? I need to check whether my variable is created or not. So for that, you just call the name and put inside. You just call the identifier and put inside it. So if the name is created successfully, then it is going to display the name, the value inside the variable. If it is not created, then it is throw me an error, right? So if I run it, you can able to see, don't care about this orange color. Okay, don't care about that. This has come from JS bin. That is not our problem. Right now you can see we get the Hari, right? And that is what, why I'm using JS bin. You can able to see the console here also. Instead of go and right click inspecting it, we can able to see it. That is why I use a JS bin. That's it, no problem with that. Okay, so you can able to see Hari is that. And if I make any mistake, for example, each and every language has a syntax. So the syntax is the way that the, like syntax is, if I speak English, it has some syntax, right? If I'm speaking other language, it has some syntax. Same like that, if I speak in that syntax only, the people can understand. If I don't speak in that particular syntax, then the people will not, right? Same like that, the computer will understand if I written in some syntax only. For example, if it is a word, you need to wrap this with the double quotes or single quotes. So like this, you need to wrap it. If I don't do it like this, if I just open it but I don't close it, this is not a proper syntax. So now what it is going to do, it is going to throw me an error. You can see some red color. This is going to be an error. So what is an error? Actually, the error is the browser telling to us, like, you want to log something, but I'm facing some, I don't understand some line. Can you check this line? You can able to see the lines here. So which line the error is coming and what is the problem? It will give the title and message also here, and you can check what is the problem I'm facing. You can see invalid or unexpected token that is here has been mentioned. This is some of the syntax error that we have done, and we just go with, if I rectify the syntax, you can run it again. You are not able to see the error. So that is the previous one. Okay, so we are not able to see the error. It will be work. So actually, what is an error? Error is a hint that the browser is speaking to us. Hey, I'm facing problem in this line. Go and look at that line and change that, correct it. Okay, so it is giving a hint for us. Okay, so that is, once we done with, that's it. So this is going to be the variable. Okay, so this is how we need to create the variables. Okay, So console.log is a printing statement in like if you compare that with Python, then you can able to say that it is a printing statement in JS. But console.log is something that we use to debug. Exactly the same. It is a printing statement, but in the browser console, not in the output. You can see output, right? It is not in the output. We can able to, if you use the print, you can able to, like other language, you can able to print it in the output browser, like this one in the top of it. But if I use the console.log, it is going to display whatever that we are giving inside the console only, not in the output. Like here in the browser, it is going to give in the console only. Okay, so that is the main thing. So that is what I say, don't compare JS with any other languages, then you will get confused. Okay, so let's see what the next thing we can able to do it. Okay, so what is the property that I need to say, what are the things that we need to create? I just want to create exactly the same thing. Okay, we need to create exactly the same thing. If I click some button, then I need to change the h1, I need to change the paragraph tag, and I need to change the background image. How can I do it? Let's go and create a project. I just go and creating a folder, and right now I come to the Visual Studio, guys. You can understand much more clear. Okay, so I just name this as something like this. Go inside, I am opening the file, and probably you know how to create a HTML and CSS, and you know about the extension the using for live server, right? So what are the files that actually I need is, I just need an HTML file. I just say index.html. So the HTML is going to be the syntax for it, and we're going to see CSS dot, like not CSS. I just going to mention the name as style dot CSS. CSS is the extension for CSS, for creating CSS file. And for JavaScript, I just going to say app.js. JS is an extension for JavaScript, right? Okay, so right now we just going to create an HTML file. This is going to be the basic template for creating an HTML file, and we know this is going to be the CSS and this is going to be JavaScript. First, what I do, I just create an h1. Okay, because we need to done that functionality, right? So I just going to creating a h1, and here I just say what the functionality we can give. Welcome to the 12 hours of like workshop, like this. So what is the paragraph I can give? For paragraph, I simply give the lorem ipsum. Okay, so I just simply give the lorem ipsum, and this is going to be the h1, and this is going to be the paragraph, and I wrap this h1 and paragraph with a div. Okay, so what we are creating now, we are creating not exactly the same, the functionality. So HTML and CSS, you can use the neat HTML and CSS to change that, but exact functionality. If someone clicks the button, I need to change the h1, paragraph, and background color. How can I do it? That is what we're going to do. So go here. So I just wrap this with a div. Inside the div, what are the things that we have? We have the paragraph, and what we have this h1. So and top of it, I just say button. So I just simply say button, and here what I going to do, I just say click to change. Okay, so once we done it, let's go for, I just open it with my live server. You can right click and open with live server once you install the extension, like live server extension is there, right? So if you install that, you can able to see it. If I click this, you can able to see welcome. We can have the click to change, welcome to 12 hours of workshop, and we have this lorem ipsum. It's pretty ugly. The reason, we don't have CSS, right? So we can link the CSS like this. Done. Go here, and we need to go for CSS to style it. So I just say body to check whether the CSS is linked perfect or not. I just say body, and I just going to give the background color a little bit browny wood. You can able to see the CSS working perfectly. So I just going to make a small changes. That's it. So what I going to do, I just going to create an ID here. Okay, you can create ID class to select this. So what is the ID that I'm going to give? This is going to be the box, and here for button, I just going to give an ID, and this is going to be what we can say, this is going to be btn. Okay, so because I'm naming it, okay, so because we need to style it, right? So I just doing that. Okay, so you may ask, like, by using this only you can able to style it? Yes, of course you can able to style it for little purpose. For understanding JavaScript, I'm giving ID for all. Okay, so I just going to say here h1 ID, this is going to be the head. I just simply say head, and here for paragraph I give the ID, this is going to be para, like this. So right now we have 4 IDs. We know that how we can style the elements, right? For example, if I want to style the box, sorry, if I want to style the box, what I need to do? First, we can go with the element selector, but I go with the ID selector right now. So how can I select an ID? You can use the number sign. So go for CSS, use the number sign, and I simply give the curly braces. And here you need to mention what is that thing, box. So box is going to be the ID. So now whatever, first I say this is going to be the selector, and whatever the property and value that we going to given, it is going to apply for that particular thing. For example, I just going to say height, it's going to be 4, we can go for 500 pixel, and I just simply say the width is going to be 80%. Okay, and simply background color, it's going to be, we can go with orange, something like this. And the next thing what I'm going to do, I just going to say margin dot, go here, you can able to see the changes has been done, right? So this is fine. So exactly same, I'm just trying to do this, but not exactly the same. Okay, so try to understand this. So for the body background, we will change this to like this. Okay, let look little bit nicer when it's come to here. Okay, fine. So now what we can do, we can do the styling, exactly the styling for all other element. What we need to do, I need to choose the button, and I need to, what I need to do, just, you can able to do the things by different also, but for JavaScript I'm doing this. Okay, so what you can do, you can do the all other things, like we can say text align, it's going to be center, like this you can able to do it. So here what I'm going to do, instead of here I just say display property, I just go with the flex, and the next thing it's going to be justify content center, and align items, it's going to be center. And here we change the flex direction to column. Done. And we will get something like this, right? So we will get something like this. So the next what we go, we just want the paragraph should be, it is similar, it will be limited, then it will be good. So I just going to write this one, I just going to select a para, and I just going to say text alignment is going to be center, and we can write the width, it is going to be the width of 50%. I simply give like this. Okay, so now you can see this is actually what we have. So let's look at here, button h1 paragraph background something, button h1 paragraph background something. If someone clicks the button, it is going to change here, it is going to change the para, it is going to change the background color. Same like this, if I click the button, then I need to change the h1, and I need to change the paragraph, and I need to change the background color. How can I do it? Let's go. Right now we learned only one thing, that is variable. The only concept we learned is variable. So the second note, what we need to do, first we need to link this HTML with the how we link the HTML with CSS. Same exactly we're going to link the JavaScript file with the HTML. What we can do, we can say script.src. If you do this, you can get the script, and this is going to be src attribute, and inside here you need to tell what is the file. My file name is app.js. That's it. Once you've done it, this file is getting linked successfully. So whatever the JavaScript code you are going to write here, it is going to affect this HTML and CSS. Okay, for example, I need to check whether my file is perfectly linked or not. So I just say console.log, simply say linked. So if it is linked perfectly, then if I go for this document, we can able to see in the console, we can able to see it. If I right click and if I inspect it, in the console you can able to see linked. So this, then our file is successfully linked. If you are not, if you want to debug like that, you can able to debug it. So right now we know how to create a variable. So the second thing what we going to do, we just going to get deeper into it, and we going to we going to move on to the next. Okay, so in variable we have, what are the things that we have? We have the let, and we give the identifier. It is going to be the name, and what is going to be given, we give some of the types. Like, so here I just give the name, that is going to be Harry. This is going to be let, name, and this is going to be Harry. So what is the difference between let and const? The first is difference between let and const. Okay, let and const. So what is the difference mean? Let is used to, if I use the let to declare a variable, we can redeclare it. What is meant by redeclare it? Like, we can erase the value, and we can take the value out, and we can put another value like that in top of it. We can able to put it. But when I use const, we are not able to do it. It is a constant one. For example, right now I have name is equal to Harry, right? If I say name equal to, instead of, you notice that I'm not declaring. When I was declaring a variable, then only I need to use the keyword. If I'm modifying it, I'm using it, then you don't want to use the keyword. So I just say name equal to, I just mentioned this is summary. So now what is going to happen? It is Harry, right? So it is going to replace it, like it is modified by, the name is going to replace it, Harry is going to replace it with summary. So let me check whether it is working or not. I just say console.log, and here I just say name. And once we done, go for our browser, and you can see we can get the summary, not Harry, right? The reason is this value, once it is created it with this value, and once it reaches this line, it is going to replace this value with this value. So we going to, if I console log it, so we're going to get it. So by let, we can able to modify, like redeclare, like not redeclare, reassign the values. So here if I use the const, now if I go for it, you can see an error, assignment to a constant variable. We are not supposed to change. Once I declared it with a const variable, we are not able to change those values. Okay, so that is the one thing here when it comes to constant let. So now you can understand what is the difference between let and const. So based on the use cases, but for example, if you don't want to change the name or don't want to change the variable, you can go for the const. If you want to do it, like if you want to reassign it, if some case if you want to do it, you can go with let. Mostly let, when it comes to data, original data source, then we go for const. Okay, so this is going to be the difference between let and const. And come to identifier. What are the rules we can declare with identifier? I give some several rules. Don't start with number. You are not supposed to start with a number. If you start with a number, you can see some underline. So this is Visual Studio Code throw us, it is an error, it is not a proper syntax. So the identifier should not start with a number, it should start with letter or $sign or underscore, but it is good to go with the letter. Okay, and you are not supposed to use this some special characters in declaring a variable name. So like the identifier, you are not able to do it, but numbers you can able to add in between, back of it you can add, but not start with the number. Okay, so these all are the rules that when we need to follow when declaring a variable. But it is good to give the app name. If it is a name, then give a username. If it is a password, then let us give us a user pass. Like that you can give, means you can able easily identify it. Okay, like that you need to do. And another one more thing is, it is case sensitive. For example, right now you can see everything is in small. When I am calling it, if I call for caps in, okay, so then this is not going to work. You can able to see it. If I go here, you can see not one, this one only. If I refresh again, like, okay, so this is error is throwing here. I will just come here, refresh it. You can see name is not defined, means you can see the page which line I am getting the error, 11th line. So I go for app.js, like here in this line I am getting the error. So the name is not defined. The meaning is, it is also same case, we need to give the same case also. Like if it is on small, you need to give small, caps you need to give the caps, right? So then it comes to data types. So data types, whether it should be like in data, it may be anything, like it may be a number, it may be a boolean, and maybe other than number and boolean, like that we have so much of things, right? So we have so much of types. Okay, so this is a value, this is a data, so we have so much of data types. So that is called as data types. So that is going to be our second concept, that is going to be data types. So data types are nothing but what are the values that we can able to store inside an variable, like those data that are available there. We have defined some data, and we have predefinedly some data is available, and some of the data are not predefined. That is what we're going to do. When it's I say data types, we have two things. One is going to be primitive data type, and another one is going to be reference data type. Reference data type. Okay. So if I say primitive data type, right now just understand primitive data type can hold only one value. Reference data type can hold more than a value. So not only this, we have some other difference also, but for understanding this is enough. Primitive data type can hold only one value. Reference data type can hold more than a value. So what all are primitive data type? String. We have string. We have number. We have boolean. We have null. We have undefined. We will see this what all are the things, and we will discuss that. And what the next thing, not string, it's string. Okay. And reference data type, we will say this is going to be object. Okay. So this is going to be reference data type. Okay. Okay. So these all are the data types that are available. Let's see what is string first of all. For example, you are declaring a variable, let name equal to, so string is nothing but a sequence of character. Yeah. Sequence of character. It is going to be the string. So what is mean? The letter words or everything, that is going to be the sequence of character, like Harry, summary, naming words, paragraphs, whatever, that is going to be the sequence of character. But if I say like something like this is a sequence of character, right? So what I'm going to do, I already declared the name, so I just comment this. Okay, so here we have the name. What I'm going to do, I just say console.log name, right? Go here, we can able to see what is the name that we have. Name is not defined, I think before initiation. Okay, so here it is problem. Yeah, fine. Okay, we can able to see what is the value inside the name, we can able to see it. And how can I check whether what is the data type of it variable? So we have a method called type of. By using the method, what we can able to do, we can check which data type it belongs to. So if I use the type of, it will tell what is the data type that it belongs to. So I am asking that what the variable, what is the data type of it variable. By using the type of method, you can able to see it is a string. So that's why it is giving a string. If I give a number inside this, if I give a number like this, so now what it is going to be? It is a number? No, it is a string also. The reason is not only the sequence of character, everything that wrapped with the single quotes, double quotes, and backticks, that are considered as string in JavaScript. Okay, so that are considered as strings in JavaScript. So if you are giving a single quotes, double quotes, even a number, that is also considered as a string only. You can go and see it is going to be a string only. So this is the one that you need to understand when it comes to string. So then what is going to be a number? If nothing, that if you are giving a number but not wrapped with the double quotes, then it's going to be a number. You can see it is going to be a number. The number may be anything. Like when you see other programming language, they have differentiated the integer, float, decimals, double, like that. They have different kinds of numbers, right? So in JavaScript, everything is a number. If you are giving an integer in minus, it is a number. If you are giving a value in decimal, it is a number. Check the data type, it is a number. If you are giving value 0, that is a number. Everything here, integer, float, decimal, string, like not string, every numbers that are considered as number only here. Okay, when it comes to number. So this is going to be the second data type when I say numbers. Okay, so what is third one? It is going to be boolean value. So if I say let is here equal to, it is nothing but boolean values, true or false. So these all are called as boolean values. So if I check the same thing for here, then it's going to be boolean. So boolean values are nothing but it will simply say whether the particular condition or particular value is true or not. So this is what it simply says. I just say is here. So if I go here, you can able to see this is a boolean. The second value is a boolean. So the true or false, it will check for a condition. 5 is greater than 10, 10 is less 5. Like that, it will check for the condition and it will return the boolean value true or false. And this is going to be another data type, third data type. And what is null? Null is nothing but like a variable is declared and I need to give the value as empty. That is going to be the null. For example, if I say let value equal to, I simply say null. So then what it is mean by that? It has some value, that value is empty. Okay, so and some weird things happen. The weirdness of JavaScript happens here. What is that? If I check for is value, type of is value, you can able to see this. It is going to be an object, but we already said that object is a reference data type. It is a primitive data type. Then how it is, how the type of data, it is not a null, it is an object. So it is a mistake in JavaScript that the person who created JavaScript, he himself accepted that it is a mistake, that that it is has so much of process to rectify it in the back of it, so they will leave as it is. Okay, so this is a like predefined object, so it is going to be a null only. Okay, so this is the first mistake that when we comes to JavaScript we are facing. Okay, so the type of value is not, we are not able to say it is not an object. Actually everything in JavaScript is an object, but we will discuss that concept later. But here it is a mistake. It is, when I say type of null, it is going to be null only, but here it is saying object, so this is a mistake only. Okay, so the second thing is going to be undefined. What is going to be undefined? So you declare a variable like is there like that, but you don't assign any value. You can see the difference between null and undefined. Null is we assigned a value, but that value is empty. But when it comes to undefined, the variable itself don't have anything, like one, now only it is declared, but it does not have any value, so that is going to be undefined. If we check for this one, is that like that. If I check for this one and we go, you can see undefined. The reason is, if any value inside it only, it will show the value. If it is no value inside that variable, then it is considered as an undefined. So that is what happening here. So these all are the primitive values that we need to know. Okay, so right now this is enough. We will move on to object later. Right now you can able to understand the first line, right? So it is a variable and we have several types, and when it comes to primitive value, we can able to store only one value, like 23. I not give comma and I'm giving another value. That is not possible. One variable, one value, that is possible. So we have string, everything that wrapped with the single quotes and double quotes is considered as a string. We have numbers, all the integers, booleans, value, everything is a number, like not a boolean. All the integers, double, float, everything, that is going to be a number only. Boolean, true or false, that is going to be the boolean value. Null is, we have the value, we initiate, like we given a value that is empty, but undefined is the variable itself doesn't have any value. And also you can assign it equal to undefined, that is also an undefined, because I am saying that nothing, I'm saying that it is an undefined one, we are not defining it, so that is why it's going to be undefined. So this is comes to the second concept here. Okay, this is the second concept here, variables and data types completed. Okay, thanks, the level of breaking down things and explaining super. Thank you. Right, attendance scroll. Yeah, the attendance of JavaScript will be shared later. Okay, so don't care about that. Fine. So this is going to be the second one, data types. Okay, so second data types, we discuss about the primitive data types, but not object. We will discuss about object little bit later. Okay, so now what I need to do, we just go for this another concept, that is going to be functions. What is going to be function? Tell me it quickly, right? So what is going to be function? Function is nothing but we can store a block of code. Here what we are doing, we are storing a value. So here we can store an expression, like we can able to store a block of code, and when someone calls the function, it will execute the code. I will say that what is why. First we will see the syntax of function. Okay, we will see the syntax of function. Okay, so don't care about the typo, I will make that. So you need to declare a keyword, because browser need to understand that is going to be a function. So I just say function. Function is the keyword for function is the keyword for declaring. I'm going to declare a function, and the second one, we need to give the name of the function, and you need to use this parenthesis, and you need to use this curly braces, and here we will write the code to execute. So here we will write the code to execute. Okay, so this is how we will return. Okay, so this is the syntax of function, and let's see, we will run something. For example, I just write here and I just say console. Here simply say console.log function is evoke, like this, something like this. And here I just simply, what I'm going to do, we will run it. Okay, if I run this, yeah, you will take and quickly join it, no problem. Like you can just 5 minutes, right? So you can come and join and you can again repeat mode, watch it. Okay, that's it, fine. Okay, So that's fine. Okay, so if I run it, you can able to see in console, we are not able to see nothing. The reason is the function will run the block of code, whatever the code that we are writing inside the function, it will be run when someone calls it. Okay, when someone calls it. So how I can call the function? That is the process called as evoking. How can I evoke the function? You need to call the name of the function. So what is that? Name. And you need to use this parenthesis. Why I want to use the parenthesis? So once you are using the parenthesis only, then the code inside this function will be evoked. So it is considered, okay, I need to call that whatever the code you have written here, I need to call it. So once I use it, now you go for the console, you can see function is evoked. So this is the function, you need to give a name and you need to give whatever the code that you need to return inside a function, and it will wait for the call. When someone calls me, I will evoke the function. So that is why it will wait for the call. And if you call the name and with the parenthesis, it is like, okay, so someone is calling me, just come, we will evoke the function. So it's going to evoke the function. That is what happened here. And what is the use of this parenthesis? So inside this parenthesis, we can give some of the variables. Like we cannot say that is a variable, we say that is a parameters. So what is that? So we can give some values inside the function. For example, let us think I need to create a function that should add two numbers. So we have let a equal to 10, this is a variable, and I have let b equal to 12. Let us consider these values 10 and 12 is come from the user. The user is giving 10, 12 like that. If the user is given that, then what I need to do, I just want to evoke I just want to add these two things and I need to send the value to the console. That is what I need to do. So right now the variables are in outside. How can I access it? So how can we do it means, first we will write the logic of the code. Here what we do, what is the logic that I need to do? So here it is going to accept two numbers. So I just say a comma b, any naming that you can give. That exactly how identify works. It is also, I just give a b, and the a b is it's considered as, this is all parameter, it has some value, right? It has some value. I write in code, I say let c equal to a plus b. So what is meaning this? So something a is there and b is there, and here it has some value, and add the both value that it has in a and b and store it in c. Once you done that, then what you need to do, you need to tell it in the console what is c it is. Okay, now if I run it, you can see undefined. If I run it, you can see, sorry, none. So why it is means, because this a is created without a value. You can see a is there, but it has no value. Where we have different the value of a, b. No, here it is outside the variable. We are not giving inside it, right? So here we can change this to num. We can change this to num1 like this. So number one, num2. So this a and b are newly created. What is the purpose of this is, it access the value outside. It access the value outside, take the value from outside, and we can able to use those value inside the function. Okay, so here you can see I don't assign any value for a, right? So that means we discussed about the data type. This one, a variable is created without a value, then it is called as undefined, right? So you can check it also. So I just simply say here console.log what is the value of a and what is the value of b. If I run it, you can able to see value of a is undefined, b is undefined, and if I add undefined, then it's a number. So that not a number. Nan is something called as nan. So not a number. So what it means, if you are adding or subtracting, dividing any operation without a number, then it is called as not a number. Okay, so like adding a string with a number, adding a boolean with a number, that is considered as a not a number. Okay, so this is what it is. Okay, so here we don't give any value. So how can I give the value for it? So here you can see when we are calling the function, and inside the function you can give the value. For example, I give 3. So this 3 is taken by the first one here a, and the second what I going to do, I just going to give comma and I just give 5. Now what it is going to do, the value of a is going to 3 and b is equal to 5. Let's see how it is working. If I go here, you can see value of a is 3, value of b is 5, and it is get added and it will return the result c, right? It is returning it, right? So it will show in the console, it will doing that, right? So now this is fine, but here we directly give the value. I don't want to give the value directly, I need to give the value what the user is giving. So we are storing that in a variable, right? So I just, instead of giving 3 and 4, I just say num, and here I just going to say num1. So what is happening? So the value of num is given here and the value of num2 is given here. These values taken by this parameter a and b, and it is going to get add, and that is going to display it in the value in the browser. So if I go here, you can able to see 10 and 12. So that if it's added, it is going to be 22. So this is going to be parameter and this is going to be arguments. So the value that we are giving outside the function, that is called as arguments. The value that the particular thing that is accepting the argument, that is called as parameters. And the parameter is helpful to access the variable outside the function. We can able to do it. That is what it is doing. Okay. So that's it. But this is not one, like inside a function, instead of console log, what we need to do, we need to give the return. What is this return keyword will do? So the return keyword decide what is the output that the function need to give outside. For example, we write block of code, right? This is one line code and we can write 10 lines, 1000 lines, whatever we like, we can able to write it. So the return keyword decide what is the one I need to send, what is the value that need to send outside, right? So here, what is the value I need to send? C. So the return keyword is used to send the value outside. Like not only that, the person whom is calling the function, here you can see no one is calling, the name is already it is calling here. What I'm going to do here, I just simply say console.log, and the console is calling this function. Right now, what is calling the function? The console is calling the function, and the return keyword, what it will do once the operation is done, once this code is done, it is going to return the value C to the console. So what is the value that we are giving? It is going to return it in the console. Then the console is going to display it here. So if I run the code, you can able to see 22. So now you can able to understand what is the return keyword. Return keyword is it sends the value outside whom the function, like who is calling. Right now, if I declare a value and I stored it here, that value is going to call. So here console is calling this function. So this return keyword send the value to the console. Like here, it will going to send the value to the place where it is called. Okay, it is do. And return keyword is the last. So after, if you decide what is the return is, then below whatever the code you are writing, it will not work. Okay, it will not going to execute. Return is the last line of code that you are returning, like that you need to return a function. Okay, when it's a function, it is going to be going to write a statement, and the statement, once it's done with all the expressions, it is going to return a value. Those values are sent outside by this return keyword. That's it. Okay, so this is going to be the function. Okay, this is going to be the function. That's it. When it comes to function. Okay, so this is going to function, and we discussed about what is, how we can evoke the function, what is the parameter, and what is the argument, and what is the return keyword it is, right? So this is all about the function. The next thing is we're going to see about DOM. What is DOM exactly? What is DOM is going to be, right? So DOM is nothing but, it is an API, it is nothing but an object. Okay, so it is an object. So if I say object, then we need to know about object, right? So let's go for object. This is going to be the first primitive data type that we are touching. So what is object it is? So object can store n number of data. Okay, let's see what is the syntax of object first of all. Okay, it is a way of writing, it's a way of structuring a code. Right now we see the function and we see what is the like the data types and all, and we can able to store the data and the behavior in the same place itself. Okay, how can I do that? If I say const, I just say core. So I just want to create an object for core. So here first thing is property. This is first thing is property. What is the properties of property? Takes the key and then value pairs. Property takes the key and value pairs. So what is going to be the key? So the key is nothing but the identifier we have given here, right? Same like that, the key is something that user to call it. So here I just say brand. What is the brand of the car? So this is going to be the brand. And here value, it is the data type. Whatever the data type you want to give, you can give. So it is going to be string. I just say OD. This is going to be a string data type. So now we have created it, and we know that in primitive data type we can able to create only one data, but in object we can able to create more than that. For example, brand. What is the color of it? Color, it's going to be blue. And next, Next is registered. Is registered. And if I say this is syntax, okay, so you need to give the key and you need to use the colon and you need to give the value of it. Is registered false. So the car is not at register like this. So this is going to be property. We have the key and the colon and the value. This is going to be the property of it. So right now, let's see how we console log it, how it look like. Console.log car. If I run the code, you go and see, you can able to see something like this. This is the object that we have created. You can see brand Audi, color blue, and is going to be false. So how I can access the value? Like for example, I need to access the single value. How can I access it? For that, you need to use the dot. If you use the dot, you can able to see what all are the properties inside that object. So if I want to access the brand, so I say car dot brand. If I use the dot, it go inside brand. So now I going to, in the console, it is going to display Audi only. If I go here, you can able to see Audi is displaying. So this is how we can access the access the property that is inside an object. Okay, so let's see how by using this we can create a variable. I just say const details. So this is like a data, right? So this is like a data. We have information about car and we are storing all the related data, that all the things that is related to that data: brand, color, is registered or not, owner name, owner's age, owner's insurance time, price, alloys, like so much of things, right? So we can write it. So this is structuring a code. Let us think about that. If I do it in a primitive data types, it takes more time, right? Not only more time, it is not unstructured one. If I every time I need to say car brand is equal to, let car brand is equal to Audi, let car color is equal to blue, let car register is equal to be false, like that every time I need to mention it and I need to declare it, and it is also not in structured way. We can easily manipulate it. But when it comes to object, so we can able to structure the code. We can able to structure it is a car, and all the information that related to car I'm going to store inside it, and whenever I want I'm going to use it. Exactly same how variable works. It's a variable but store related information. For example, I need to create an information for this mouse. What I can do, const mouse is equal to company name, color, price, so much of things, right? So we can write it. So this is the information, right? By using the information, whenever we want, we can use it. For example, I'm going to use it here. What I'm going to do, my car is, and I just going to say plus, I just say car dot brand. Now what it is going to do, my car is, it is a string. If we use the plus operator, then it is going to concatenate it, like join the two things, because this is also a string, this is also a string. Car dot brand, car dot here brand, it is going to be Audi. So it is going to display, if I call the details, then it is going to say display as Audi. Let's see. Console.log details, like this. If I do it, go here, you can able to see my car is Audi. Like this, we can able to use it. So this is how our data is stored in the database. Like just think about, you are giving your username, password, everything is stored in the database. So once you sign in and go inside the website, they will give welcome Hari, welcome Hari, and these all are the things that you have purchased. How what you are doing, like this is how the data, like not they have format, and this is a way of storing all the information and all, right? So this is how it works. Okay, so the second one inside the property is called as method. What is going to be method? So method is nothing but these all are data, right? So these all are data, information, we are storing information, and these all are called as behavior, which means by using this information we are going to do something. For example, here what I did, I just say detail my car is something like that, right? So here what you can do, you can create something. For example, I just say start. If someone calls car.start, then I need to run a code like my car is started, Audi is started, like that I need to run a code. How can I do it? You can, so simply method is nothing but storing a function inside an property. So this is going to be a property, and we are going to store a function inside an object. Okay, so that is what. So I just say function, and you can notice that I am not giving any name for this function. The reason is because we have property, so we don't want to give any name. I just simply call this, and here we can say return return, and what is the thing that I need to store? This one. Cut here, paste it here. Don't want this one and this one. Return my core plus core dot like a minute. Okay. So I made the mistake functions, right? So what I'm going to do? So this is how the behavior. So these are all the behaviors. So if I call the start, it is going to return my car is Audi.brand. Here we can write is started. So this is going to be the function. This is going to be the function. Okay. So if I say console.log and I just say car.start. So if I write it, you can notice that it is a function. So if it is a function, we know that we need to give the parenthesis, right? So we need to give this parenthesis. Once we given this parenthesis, then you can see my car is Audi and it is started. So object is nothing but storing related data and storing related functions, like what it should do, like it is storing like way. So it will do that and it will keep it as. So whenever we want, we can able to structure the code. We can do the structuring of the code. So this is going to be object. So whatever the data that related to that car you need to store, you can store it in a property, and whatever the behavior change that you need to make for your stored data, you can able to do it. Okay, so this is going to be the properties. Okay, seems like right now it is perfect. Okay, so just a minute, I will ask the yeah, it is a break time, I think. Okay, take a 5 minutes of break. I think the screen is cutted. Okay, take the 5 minutes of break. Okay, I will inform with my team. We will continue that. So take a 5 minutes of break, guys. We will continue the session shortly at 3. And meanwhile, if someone don't want break, you want ask any questions, you can ask. I will be there. Okay, I will be there only. Okay. If you have any doubts, you can ask, and we can furthermore, like we can create so much of projects within I think I have time 3 4 5 5 2.5 hours. We create some of the projects. Okay, so we will do it. Okay, no problem that we will create that. Okay, I think I'm in live only, right? Yeah.
ஹலோ ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ், இந்த வீடியோல பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு பொண்ணு மால்ல இருக்கிற எக்ஸ்பிளேட்டர்ல கீழே இறங்கி
Yeah. After JS, we will move on to the React.js. Why we are using React.js basically? What is the main reason behind the framework to be used? Okay, so I will tell you. So I will tell you that, right? So JavaScript, by using JavaScript, what we will do, we have the basic concept of JavaScript and we have DOM. So by using the DOM only, what we will do, we will manipulate with the HTML and CSS, right? So we will do that. Basically, those DOM properties, when it comes to it makes some complex when it comes to bigger things and all, and handling vanilla JavaScript is not that easy. It takes some things. Okay, so but when it comes to React, what the React will do means we need to tell what, like right now we discussed about object, right? So this is an object and I give another object. So this is the starting of the object, this is the ending of an object, and React takes the DOM. We don't touch the DOM. Okay, so React React take care of the DOM. We don't touch the DOM. React takes the DOM and it will do all the things. Okay, so like it will take the most possible way to do it and it will do all the things. Okay, so that is the main difference when it comes to frameworks. So it will like what we can say, it will makes our work easier. So that is comes to React. And also we can able to combine HTML. We are creating HTML separately, CSS separately, and what we are doing JavaScript separately, and we are doing the code. When it comes to React, everything is in one roof, like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Everything is combined. Like we have something called a JSX. Nothing but JavaScript inside HTML and HTML inside JavaScript. So they are in one roof. So we are code along with it. So this is the code, this is the element, and this is need to change, and this is need to like that. So we don't touch the DOM anymore, and also it will be very simple to work with that. Okay, and so we will also see operators with projects. Or we will also see operators with projects. Operators with, oh, you are asking the JavaScript operators. We are not discussing about operators very deeply because that is very easy concept, like mathematics, plus minus, greater than, equal to, not equal to, like that. But we definitely do some projects. Okay, definitely do some projects. Okay, fine. So frameworks are like that only. So compared to all three framework, like it's not a framework when it comes to React. React is a library. Angular and Vue are framework. So React is more powerful compared to Angular, and Angular is dead. So Angular compared to Angular and Vue, you can for React, and React is more powerful. That is why we are covering React here. After the lecture for JavaScript, what to do become the fluent with the JavaScript? I will tell you, like we have 10 days of workshop. We will conduct a 10 days of basics to advanced level. This is for beginner level, basics understanding and all. We will do that. And I am taking class for a month. Like we will take the basics to advanced level classes, and in that time you can able to what you can do. You can learn the 10 days things, and it is in a structured way. You can understand how it is working and all. And in this workshop you will get the basics kick through. Okay, we will get the basics kick through, and you will understand that. Okay, so once you're done with that, you can able to understand the concept. Then you can able to do the projects, like the projects. You can able to keep doing the projects. You will understand everything. And we will also do 5 days 5 project, n like 10 projects in 10 hours, like that. We will do that. Okay, sir. Everything not like that. Like, how can I say? TypeScript is a statically typed programming language, right? Not like JavaScript is not a statically typed programming language. TypeScript make, like, it is a superset for JavaScript. By using that, we can make the JavaScript much more clear. So what are the types of extensions? What are types of extension of JavaScript? Extensions of JavaScript, I'm not understanding. Like, you are asking for Visual Studio Code extension, that you are asking, like, I'm not getting. So how will you get to know about so you are in the WhatsApp group, right? So you will get to know in the WhatsApp group or LinkedIn or Instagram, wherever you are following, you will get to know. And if you are subscribed to the channel and click the notification icon, every day some live classes will be taken. You can get to know. Okay, so if you subscribed and you notify, just click the bell icon, then you will get to know automatically in your mobile phone. Okay, I have received. Oh, so this is under chat. Cool, right? So it is under chat. Cool. Like, who all are here, just give a like and subscribe if you feel it is, like, I'm not saying that you need to give. If you feel it is worthy, then just do it. Okay, so that's why. And I know that it is worthy. Okay, so you are spending 9 hours of time in web development, then how you sit here? You are great, guys. Okay, so fine. Okay, let me get started. This is going to be the object. Okay, just a minute. This is just a minute. Okay, so yeah. Sir, if possible, please explain VS Code. We are much familiar with ID, so it becomes easy to understand. With ID, so it becomes easy to understand. Yeah, only VS Code. I'm not going for that one. I just go for VS Code only. Okay, so this is going to like what you asked, like possibly explain in VS Code. Okay, I'm explaining in VS Code only. Okay, so this is going to be the properties and all. Okay, for example, this is how the data and data wherever we are getting the database and all, we are converted it to this, and we will store it like that only. So this is going to be objects. It's a way of writing code. Okay, so it is a way of structured way of writing code. That's it. So the next what we're going to do, and another thing, very important thing, it is also a reference data type, but it is also a type of array. Okay, not an object, it is also a type of array. I just say const, it is called as array. So how can we create an array means, it holds a list of item, like I say number, and I just say you need to use the square bracket, same like object. It is also store n number of values, but different, there is a difference is there, like this. So we can able to store list of items, but this is in an array, this is an array, and this is an object. What is the difference? For accessing object, we use the named indexes, right? So these are the indexes that stores the value, like the keys. So these are the indexes. For accessing array, we have some default numbered indexes. You can see that if I say console.log, I say num, go here. Why do we install any extensions or software for React? No, you don't need it. Like when it comes to React, you will definitely understand in that time. That is a single line code you need to write in the terminal. It will be work fine. Okay, so one thing, you need a Node.js. I think that explained in the starting of the class. It will be Node.js and the terminal you want. Okay, so it will be explained very clearly when it comes to React.js. You can understand that. Okay, so I just leave and I just run it. I think we closed that thing. So I just go and open with live server again. So I just go and click the inspect console. You can see we created an array, and you can see something that starts with 0, and you can be able to see 2, 3, 4, something, the value that we have given. What all are this? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. They start from 0 and they are get increasing. What is this? These are called as indexes. So in object, you can notice that in object what we have the named indexes. We give what is the name of the indexes, but when it comes to array, it has default numbered indexes. It starts from 0 and it will take that. So each and every value, it starts from 0. So it is stored in an index of 0, it is stored in an index of 1, it is stored in an index of 2, like that. It will keeps on go like that. So the order is very important when it comes to object array, but in order is not important when it comes to like object. Okay, so the array, the order is very important. So how we can access a particular element? For example, I need to access this 2, 3, 4. How can I be access mean? You need to use the square bracket, and you need to tell what is the index that it present. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3. So 3 is the index that it is present. So I just give 3. Go here. You can able to see 1, 2, 3. So this is how you need to access that. So this is also store a list of item. This is also store a list of item, and this is, we here don't have the named indexes like brand is equal to Audi. Here we don't give that. If in some other languages they have named indexed array, they are called as associative array. JavaScript, no associative arrays is there. It is absent. The associative arrays are absent in JavaScript. So it has a number index. So based on the number index, we access the value. And here we can able to see the indexes and value. So this is for object. Okay, so array is also an object only. So that is why, but why we discuss array separately? The reason is array also we will use more. There are so much of methods for arrays available. That is why we use it. Okay, so we can take the type of array. If I say type of num, then you can see it is going to be object. You can see it is object, it is going to be object. Okay, so this is object, and array is a type of object. It's kind of like object where it has several types. So say among them, array is also one of the object only. Okay, so that is why. So it is, the difference is it is named, it has named index, it has numbered index. That's it. Okay, so this is going to be the difference. Okay, so that's it. Now we will go for the DOM. That's it. When it comes to data types, that's it. We have done. We will see all the primitive data types and reference data type. In reference data type, two things. One is object, one is array. And object named indexes, and we will access by using dot, and we can able to give the function inside it, and we can access it. And when it's come to array, we can able to also store whatever the data type that we need to store that, and it is in a numbered indexes, and we can call it by using square bracket. That's it. Fine. So now we will go for DOM. What is DOM? DOM is an API and it is an object. I already said object. If I say object, then we have property and methods. We can use those property and method. So what is this DOM is built for? The DOM is built for manipulating HTML and CSS. Okay, so DOM is an object, so it has some property and method. By using that property and method, we can able to manipulate it. For example, here you can see CSS background color. What is the property background color will do? It will change the background color of an HTML. What the display will do? It will change the display, how it is displaying here. It will change it. And text alignment, it will change the alignment of the text, right? So same like that, here we have some of the DOM has some of the properties and method. By using that methods and property, we can able to manipulate the HTML and CSS. Okay, so that is what. So how can we access it? How can we access it means we have document. So this is the object, and for accessing a property, you need to give dot, right? You need to, like we discussed about, it is an object only. Then how we access it? We need to give the dot, and you need to, if it is a property, you need to call the, simply what you need to do, you need to call the property itself. And if it is going to be a method, then you need to use the parenthesis, right? So the document is the DOM object, and for accessing the properties and methods, if I say dot, you can see what are these all are the methods and properties that are available inside the what this DOM object. So these are defaultly built one. Okay, so these are defaultly built one. So right now what I want means, first compare HTML with CSS. Okay, so here you can see CSS is there. If I want to color the box, if I want to make the background color the box, what I did, first I selected the element by using some selectors, ID, class, name, right? Same like that, here also you can able to see how it is selected. By using ID, it use the number sign and it will selected it. Same wise, first if I want to change an element, I need to select an element first. So what are the elements that I need to change? I need to change the h1, I need to change the paragraph tag. So then what I need to do, I need to grab the element first. So how can I do it? So here we directly give the number sign and we will do it. But when it comes to DOM, we use the document to do it. So we have a method called get element by ID. By using this ID, we can able to grab whatever inside the HTML. We're going to give an ID here, and for that ID, it is going to grab it. For example, I just going to say it is a method, and here you need to mention what is the ID. So what is the ID that I need to grab? It is going to be head. I need to grab the heading tag. So I just going to say head. So what we have did here, we call the DOM, and there is a method get element by ID. The name itself is there. What it will do? It will grab an element from the HTML and it will give it to us. And here we will mention what is the ID. So it is going to be, you can see this grabbing by ID. So we need to mention which element ID I need to grab. So here we will call it, right? So right now we call it, but we need to use it for later. So that's why I just going to store it in a variable. Const, this is going to be head. And I just going to store it in a variable. You can see we grab an element and we are storing that value inside the, like whatever the element that we grabbed, that we stored inside a variable. Let me check whether the element is successfully grabbed or not. I just use console.log. Here I just call for the head. Okay, if we go for here, you can able to see, refresh, you can see the entire h1 is grabbed. Console, you can see in the console it is showing, because what is it is doing? I'm accessing the object and I'm calling the method, and this method is going to grab the element which is named with head, and it is going to store inside the head. So once I call the head, you can able to see the entire element, like entire tag that with the ID head it is has. So it is going to store. Why I use ID? Because ID, you know that in HTML ID is unique. We will use ID for one element, one ID only. So that is unique. So that is why I use the ID to grab, and we also use class tag to grab. We will discuss that later, right? So right now we grabbed this element. So then what I need to do? I need to change I need to change whatever written inside, right? So that is what exactly they have done in the triple. They have what they have done. They will changing the h1, right? They are changing the h1. So right now, what is the h1 I'm having? Welcome to 12 hours of workshop, right? So I need to change this to welcome, like welcome to TWD. That is what I need to do. That, like I say, the web dev, that is what I need to do. So what I need to do means, I say that right now only we grabbed that element, then we need to give the property or method to change it. So how the CSS work? First grab the element, select the element, and display property we are giving flex. So it is apply for flex. So likewise, right now we grabbed that element and we have some properties to change that text inside that element. So what are the properties? So I'm going to say about one property. We first we need to take the element head, and for accessing property put the dot, and we have a property called inner HTML. What this inner HTML will do means, if I hover over it, you can able to see the, I think it will be display. Yeah. So this is a property. By using this property, we can able to change the word inside that particular element. We can able to change it. For example, I just say equal to, give the quotation here. What is the word that I need to change? I just say welcome to TWD. Simply like this. I say the web dev. This is what I need to do, right? If I go here, you can see it is changed. Welcome to the web dev. If I refresh it, you can see it is changed. The welcome to web dev, it is get changed. So how it is changed? If I remove, if I just comment it out right now, if I go again, you can see welcome to 12 hours of workshop, right? Now you can able to see clearly like this. So if I uncomment it and I'm going to save it, if I save this, you can see welcome to TWD, right? So it is changed to welcome to TWD, right? So this is what exactly happening here. If I clicking here, you can able to see the changes, right? So only the clicking event that we discussed that, but it is changing, right? So exactly the same thing. So the next what I need to do, I don't want to change the element when it is written, when I write the code. I need to change the element when someone clicks the button. So for that, what we can do means, go for the HTML, just go for the HTML. In the button, you can have another attribute that is called as event attribute. So what the event attribute will do means, it will listen for an event. So what is an event? An action that made by the user, like click, double click, hover, over, mouse enter, like that. There are so much of event is there. To know what are the events available, just give on in the button, like which element that you need to give the event, just give on. You give the prefix on, then you can able to see what are all the events available: suspended, submit, show, select, scroll, resize, pointer leave, pointer enter, mouse play, mouse wheel, so much of, right? Among this, we need click event, because what is the action that need? If someone clicks this button, then I need to change it. So what is this attribute takes? Means it takes a function. So what is a function? So we know that what is function is, right? We have discussed that. For creating a function, we need to call the function, and here we need to tell the name. I just giving the name as change, and I just give the parameter like, and here I just simply say console.log, and here I just say clicked. So if I call the function, it will run, right? Change, and if I call the function, you can able to see console. Sorry for it. You can able to see it will run, clicked. So it was running. So the same thing, but what I need to do, instead of giving here, I just cut it here, go for index.html, and in here you can able to see on click, right? So what it is going to take, it is going to take a function only. Just paste it here. So on click, it wait for an event. So it wait for an event, that click event is happening or not. So in that particular element, we are giving it in a button. You can see we are giving it in button. So if someone clicks this button, it will evoke this function. Right now you can see, if I save it, you can see the function is not evoked. You are not able to see the changed one, right? So if I click this, you can able to see clicked, right? So if I click again, you can see how many times I'm clicking. You can able to see how many times it is clicked. It changed, right? So now what I'm going to do here, writing this code outside this function, I just cut it here. Now I just save it. You can see welcome to 12 hours of workshop is there. If someone clicks this, then instead of writing the console.log, what I need to do, I need to change the inner HTML. I just say head.inner HTML equal to, here I just going to say the web dev, like this. So now if I save it, you can able to see nothing is changed, right? Nothing is changed. I just remove this console also. You can see this is the initial part of it. This is going to be the initial part of it. If I click this, you can see the web dev, right? So for little bit neat, I will use this font size is equal to 52, right? So if we refresh it, you can see by default it is there. When someone clicks this, you can able to see it is changed to that. How it is working it, you can able to see we are grabbing an element, we grabbed an element and we are changing the inner HTML, and the inner HTML is doing that. And when this particular code is executed, the particular code is executed when someone calls the function. So where the function is calling, the function is calling here. So what is this? This is called as events. So in the element, the HTML elements listen to the events. If the event is arise, it will execute the function. So it is going to execute the function. So I place here. So every time I click this, the function is get executed and it is going to display. It is going to run the code. It is going to run this code, right? So this is what exactly happening here. If someone clicks this button, it just want to change it. So they use some delay animation like CSS animation to delay for 5 minutes, and you need to do it, right? Right now we don't want that, right? We need to do that. And what is the next thing we need to do? They are changing the h1 also, right? They are changing the paragraph also. How can I do that? Exactly the same. First you need to grab the element. I just say const para created a variable. How can we grab the element? We can know how to grab an element by their ID. So I use that same thing, dot get element by ID. Just use it. And what is the ID that we have given for this para? This is going to be para. So we're just going to give para like this. We just given the para here like this. So then what I'm going to do right now, you can log it, console log, and check that whether it is working or not. You go for documents and you can see this is h1 we have get, refresh it and you will get the h1. If I go give a comma and I say para, we will check it whether the paragraph is fetched or not. I just refresh, recreate, like you can able to see the paragraph tag is fetched. If I click this, you can able to see the lorem ipsum, whatever the inside we have written, it is there. So when someone clicks this, what I need to do, I need to change the inner HTML of it. I just say head dot inner HTML equal to, we have so much of property. I'm showing some of them only. We have around 13 to 14 properties available. If you master that, that's it. For front end, that's it. Okay. So I just going to tell that. So what is the inner HTML that I need to change this? The inner HTML I need to change this. Instead of here, I just say this is, what is the meaning? This is an 12 hours of workshop going, something like this is 12 hours of workshop, like that. Okay, so I will save it. Right now you can see this is the default, and if I click it, like what we have done, like we have give it in a head. What we need to do, we need to change the para of it, right? So once I done it, if I click this, you can see the web dev, this is a 12 hours of workshop. Go remove this, create, click it, the web dev 12 hours of workshop. So the same thing, click it, h1 is changing and the paragraph is changing with some delay, right? So h1 is changing, some paragraph is changing. That is what we have created. So the next thing what we need to do, how we can change the background. So here they give added some of the image, like the videos image, right? So what I'm going to do, so here we're going to change the color. We have the color, right? We have the color orange. So they're exactly the same. If you can able to change the color in CSS, same like you can able to change the image in CSS, right? So the same thing what I'm going to do. So otherwise you can add the background images also. So how can we add this background image? And here you can go for URL and you can place the URL what you want and splash, like So I just going to copy this image address. Okay, like you need to download it to change that. Okay. So once I done, come to the document. You can see this is the image that we have placed. So if someone clicks this, then I need to change it to another image. So what is the another image that I need to change? Is this one. So I just go for copy image. So what I can do, so we have, I already said that what first we need to do, first we need to grab for which element I need to change. What is the element I need to grab? It is going to be box. So first grab it. So what I going to do, I just say const, it is going to be box, and here I just say document dot get element by id, and here it is going to be box. So for changing the css, what you need to do means that this property is used for changing the inner html, right? Changing the word. For changing css, what you need to do means first you need to call which one, box. Instead of inner html, we have style. So by using the style, what you can do, you can mention what is the, like right now we can able to change the css of it, right? We can able to change the css of it. You can see if I click it, right now this is going to be the default one. If I click it, you can able to see the changed one, right? So we can mention the colors like this, a little bit bigger. So this is going to be the changed one. If I refresh it, it will become like this. Okay, so the what is this box, what the style will do, it will give access for what is the property that I need to change in the style. So if we give again, you can able to see what are the properties that we can able to see change. So what is the property that we have? We have the background image. So in this background image, you can view what is the property that you need to change. So once it is done, if you click it, so this is like we need to mention the URL dot, like just a minute. Yeah, like this is not right. What we do, we will do this by using it in background instead of background image. So what I can do, we will remove this one, we will comment this one. So we will give the color as orange. This is fine. So if someone clicks this, first I need to change this to green. So how I can do this? So first you need to call the style and you need to tell the property of it. So I just say background color, I just say background color, and I just want to change this to what the color I need to change, green. So once I done it, if I click it, you can see the color is changed to green. If I just give this to yellow, so save it, it will be there. If you click it, it is going to change pretty ugly. I will accept that. It is going to change this to yellow and this is going to be red, and green is pretty white. Okay, so if you click this, you can able to see this is going to change this red. So this is exactly the same thing that is happening in this Dribble website. So in Dribble website, if I click this, change the background color and also change this, and this is we only discussed for, this is for changing the style and this is for changing the background color of it. And we have like background image we have discussed, right? So how I can change that means, how you can change that means you can use the src property to change that. So you can use the source property. Like we have so much of methods, like we can change the attribute of it, we can able to change the name of it, and like inner html, we can change the attributes, we can able to change the css color, and we can able to do more things. Like when you go for I just use, you can just use reference, you can use the w3 school, what all are the methods and properties available that you can able to change. Okay, so I just go for here, and this is an example, like this is how exactly the same thing that is working here. And here you can see the methods that are available, documents, elements. If you go here, change this, you can see what all are the properties that are available, right? That you can able to see what are the properties available. You just google it, you can find what are the other properties available. They have so much of properties, and among them only this is inner HTML and the style property. So this inner HTML is used to change the inner HTML of it, and the DOM property, what it will do, like the style property, what it is going to do, it is going to change the CSS of it. So these are all the methods. So this is used to grabbing an element. So right now we discussed about this only, how to grab an element by their ID. And you can see we discussed about inner HTML, and we have attributes, and we have style, and we have what, so much of things. We have so much of things like the property style, and this one style, we have discussed the properties and all, and we know the set attributes, get attributes is there now, so we can able to do this also. So this is for changing HTML elements, finding and grabbing HTML elements, adding and deleting an HTML elements. So these all are the properties that are properties and methods that are available to manipulate the HTML by the DOMs. Inside the DOM, these all are the properties available. We discussed about the how to select and by using ID, and we discussed about how to use an elements and all. We have discussed it. Okay, so this is the functionality that is behind this Dribble website also, right? So if someone clicks this, it need to change the H1 is changed, paragraph changed, and background color is changed. Exactly the same. If someone clicks this, the H1 is changed, background color is changed, and something is changed. Okay, so this is a mini introduction of it. So this is going to be the mini introduction of it. Okay, fine with that. So this is going to be the DOM a bit introduction. We're going to discuss more. We're going to see more. This is going to be a little bit introduction about it, and we're going to use it. Okay, so this is going to be the starting thing that we need to do it. Okay. So sir, I'm taking a small break. Will it be back soon? That's not a problem. How to add an admin? Share me the link. How to add admin? Share me the link. Like probably I think you will come now only. So the admins will be shared in particular timing. Okay. So if you are in live, you can know that whenever we are sharing the admins, we are indicating that you will know that. Okay. So that's it. Okay. So this is going to be the DOM properties. So this is the basics of DOM properties. Okay. So now we move on to the another thing. So what are the other thing that we need to discuss is, we need to discuss about the condition statement. We need to discuss about the condition statement, and we need to discuss about the loops, and we need to discuss about ES6, and some others also there. Okay, so I'm going with the flow. That is why these are other things that is going to be. So let us see what is going to be condition statement. So condition statement is nothing but based on the condition executing a code. For example, I have a variable, let age equal to 18. So I need to write the code console.log you are allowed to vote. I need to run this code when this condition is, like for example, the age, like the variable age is greater than 18, then only I need to run this code. So this is called as condition statement, based on the code flow, controlling the flow of the statement. Okay, so based on checking the condition, whether it is true, then I need to execute a code, whether it is false, I need to execute some other code. Okay, how can I do that? So for that we have if and else statement. What is this if and else statement do? What is the syntax? You need to use the if keyword and parenthesis, and inside this you need to tell what is the code that you need to write, and in the else statement, and you need to tell what is the code that if the condition is false that you need to do. So here it takes a condition. What is the condition I want? Age is greater than or equal to. If it is greater than or equal to 18, so the given value age is greater than and equal to 18, then I need to type what is the code that I need to write. I need to write this code. I need to run this code. If it is not, then I need to run you are not allowed to vote, like this. Okay, if we go for, I think I closed that. If I go for here, go for open with live server, you can able to see this one. Right now it is not work because I comment off this code, right? So we will comment it off this code. So right now don't consider this one. Okay, we will remove it. Okay, so we will comment off that also. I go for console, change is not defined. Okay, so I will evoke the function, that is why it's come. Okay, so I just refresh it and refresh the code again. You can see you are allowed to vote. You are allowed to vote. So if I say, because the value is 18, if I say 8, so 8 is less than or equal to 8, it is true or false? 8 is not greater than, like not less than, greater than or equal to 8, it is false, right? So 8 is less than 8. So if I run the code again, you can see you are not allowed to vote. So this is called as controlling the flow of checking a condition. If it is true, I will run this code. If it is false, I will run that code, like another code, right? So we can able to check multiple condition also. So what is going to be multiple condition? Like if I want to check another thing, like age is, simply say age is greater than equal to, like I just say age is less than 15, less than 15, then I need to say console go to school, something like that. Okay, so I just say, so it is going to check the condition for two things. What is the two things? Like here we need to say, for giving another condition, you need to say else if. So what is the else if statement will do? It will check the another condition. First it will check for the if statement, it is true or not. If it is true means then all other codes are ignored. If it is false means it will go for the else if, like a ladder, it will go next and it will check for this code to execute. So if it is, if the value is less than 15, it is true means then this code will be executed. If it is not, then it is, then only the else code will be executed. Okay, so I just going to say value is going to 8, so it is going to check the condition. So this is not true, right? So it is false, so this if statement will execute, it will not execute. So go for else statement, it will check for this condition. So age is less than 15, yes, of course age is less than 15 because it is 8, so right, it is less than 15, so it is true. So this will be execute, else will not execute. You can see go to school, it will be executed. So if I say age is equal to 16, so now it will check for age is greater than 16, 18, false. So age is less than 15, false. So all the conditions are false, so there is no other option, else code will be executed. You are not allowed to write that. So this is used to check the validation, like whether it is present or not, like we will use it to check it. So and another thing, we have switch statement that we will see later. So this is going to be the if else condition, we will checking for it. Okay, so the another thing, the next concept is going to be loop. What is going to be loop? So the loop is nothing but, if I want to run a particular like block of code for some number of times, repeated number of times, then I will use the loop. For example, I need to run this code console.log hello for 10 times. So then what I need to do, every time I need to tell, I need to copy and paste the code for 10 times. That is not a great way. So loop will be help in that. So what we can do means, we have some of the traditional loop. So that is called as for loop. We will see the syntax of for loop, how to create a loop. So for, here we have, like you need to give the keyword for, and you need to make the parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis you need to give three parameters. First one is going to be initiation, where to start. Second one is going to be condition, and third one is going to be increment or decrement. I will explain this clearly. Increment or decrement, what is this? Okay, so and then you need to tell what is the code to execute. Code to execute. Okay, so here you need to tell what is the code that you need to execute, like this. Here you need to tell it. Let's say, let me created it. Let me create this logic. I need to run the console. In console, I need to type 10 times. How can I do that? I use the for, and here initiate, where to start. Simple, we need to declare variable, nothing but. Here we say that initiation. I say let x is equal to 0. So something, I have a variable with a 0 of x, and I need to make a condition. Okay, so make a condition. If that is true, then only the loop will be executed. So what I say, if x is less than 10, I'm comparing x with less than 10. So what is the value of x? X is equal to 0. So if 0 is less than 10, then it is true. So if it is true means, then what it is going to happen? The code is going to execute. What is the code I need to write? I need to write console.log hello. So once the code is get executed, then what will happen means, it will go for the next parameter. So what is the next parameter? So the next parameter is something that increment or decrement we will give. Why we are giving this means we need to make a finite loop. Okay, so what is the condition? I need to run a code for 10 times only. I don't want to run the code for more than 10 times, right? So here you can see x is 0, x is less than 0. Every time it is going to true only. So which means it is run for infinite number of times. So it will check x is equal to 0 or not. Yes, 0, 0, 0, 0. So every time the code is going to execute, and it is going to run for infinite number of times. So if it is run for infinite number of times, the browser will crash. The browser will crash, which means it gets hang, and it will makes the stack overflow. So which means so the execution context becomes overflow because it is completely running, right? Repeatedly running again and again. So what will happen? It is going to stop. It is going to hang. It is going to hang your browser. Okay. So that is what happens. So if you are creating a loop, you need to create a finite loop. That is very important. You need to create a finite loop. That is very important. For making that finite only, this third parameter will really helpful. So what I say x plus plus, what is this plus plus will do? It will increment the value of x by 1 time. So every time the loop runs, it will increase the value by 1 time. For example, 0. 0 is less than 10. True. Run the code hello in the console. It will run the code hello. Then it go for x plus plus. So now what? 0 plus plus is equal to 0 plus 1. Then it's going to be 1. So now the value of x is going to 1. So 1 is less than 10. Yes. Run the code. And what it is going to, again it will go again, and once it reaches 9 is less than 10. Yes, true. It will run the code, and if now it is going to be 10 is less than 10, false. So the loop will not work. So the loop will be get break. Okay. So now if I save it and if I run it, you can see hello and you can see 10 times, right? It is run for 10 times. And you can notice that 0 from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. It will be run there. If I want to run it for 1000, just make the condition to 1000. Now it is going to check whether the value is going to be 1000 or not. You can see 1000 times the loop will be run, and what it is going to do, it is going to continually repeat for it. Okay, so this is what the loop will be to. And this loop, this not only useful for creating like running repeated block of code, and also it will be useful for iterating the values in unlisted objects and arrays we have. For example, I have array const num is equal to, I have an array like this. Let us consider this is going to be an array. So right now what I need to do, I need to access each and every element and I need to display it in the console. So for accessing it, what we will do, we will say console.log num. For first element, it is going to be 0, index 0. If I say, we will get 12. And for second element, it is going to be index 1. We will say, we will get 23. Likewise, every time we will keeps on repeating, say again and again and again and again, we will say it, right? So this is what do. So this is a repetition, right? So we can write the code by using for loop to make automatically loop through it, iterate all the element. How can I do it? I just say let I equal to, or any variable, whatever the name you want to give, you can give. I just say give I equal to 0, and I just say I less than, and here I just, what I going to do, I use num dot length. What is this num dot length? Let me see what is that. I just going to say dot log num. So I just simply calling the num, okay, which means the array, okay, and I will comment of it. If I call that, you can able to see the array is created. If I click it, you can able to see the indexes, and something called as length is here. So what is this length is? So the length is defaultly available in array. So it will count how many number of items that are present in the array. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 10 number of, right? So we have access for like 8 number of items are present inside this array, right? So this is that length is, we are accessing it. We know that array is also a property. So like array is also an object. So this is a property of that object. So that is why you can see num, I use dot because it is also an object. So I just say dot length. So we are accessing the property of that array. We are accessing the property of array. This property is defaultly available. It will show the count of it. And make sure another thing, indexes is always less than 1 time of the length. The reason is indexes starts from 0, length starts from 1, which means if we count it, we will say 1, 2, 3, not 0, 1, 2, 3, right? So this is counting, and this is going to be indexes, right? Indexes is the place where the data is going to store in an array, and length is going to be the count of it, right? So how will we count it? Okay, so this is what here we are doing here. We are accessing the num dot length. Why we are, instead of giving 8, why we are giving num dot length? The reason is in future, if I want to update another variable like this, so if I Now if I run this, you can see it is automatically updated. The length is automatically updated. I don't want to worry. So once the data is updated, I don't want to worry about that, right? So that is why I'm using the num.length. If I is less than num.length, what is the num.length? 10. So I is equal to 0. 0 is less than 10. Yes, true. Then what I need to do? I need to run a code. What is the code that you need to execute? This is the code that I need to execute. And what I say, we need to make the loop to finite, right? Because this is going to be true for forever, right? So I need to make the code to finite. So what I say, I just say I plus plus. If I use I plus plus, then every time the values get increased. So 0 is increased to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 10. So once it is reached 10, the loop is going to stop. So this code is executed for 10 times. So if I run it, you can able to see the 2, because we are saying 1. So the index 1 is in 2, it is run for 10 times. But this is what actually I want. I want first 12 and then 2. I need every element in that loop. How can I do that? You can see that it starts from 0 and increases till you can see 9. It is increases till 9. The indexes starts from 0 and increases till 9. And we have something called as I. It is also do the same thing. It starts from 0 and every time it is get increases by one step and it is increases till 9. So what I do, instead of giving the custom index number here, I just give the I inside it. So if I make the I inside it, so num, right now the value of I is going to 0. So first value, it is going to fetch the first value 12 and it get incremented. So now the I value is 1. So it is going for first index, it is going to be 2. So likewise, it is going to loop through each and every element and it is going to display it here. You can see all the elements are looped through and we can able to display it here, right? Got it? So this is for the looping an array and looping something like that, right? So how to loop an indexes and all, we can able to use it by using the length property, indexes and all, and we can able to use it. Okay, for loop, yeah, do like being, yeah, done. Thank you. And this is going to be the loop of it. Okay, so this is going to be loop of it. Okay, so exactly the same thing. We have so much of loops. Okay, we have while loop, do while loop, and they are going to do exactly the same thing, but the syntax is vary. Okay, so I'm done with this for loop and I'm going to give you an another thing that is going for iterator. What is this iterator will do? It is something that comes under ES6 concept, like the modern JavaScript. When I'm taking the class, I will explain that. It comes in the modern JavaScript. What is the iterator will do means, instead of giving where to, like here you can see this is not good, right? Why? Because we need to tell where to start, what is the condition, where to stop, and we need to mention what to do, so much of things, right? So and also you can see the semicolons, it makes some problems when it comes to syntax, right? Not problem, we are writing it clear, then it will be fine, but there is a high possibilities of getting error, and this is not a cool way, right? So we have some of iterators. What the iterator will do, it will automatically starts from the first index and it is go for the next index and it will do it automatically, like we can able to do the same thing iterating, we can able to do the same thing by using the iterator. So the first thing what we're going to see, it is going to be for each. What is this for each? The for each is an array iterator. By using this, we can able to iterate each and every values in an array. Okay, let's see how we can do this. I say now, what is the syntax means? First you need to call the array and you need to use for each. Okay, the method, and this for each method takes a function. This is going to take a function. Okay, so what this for each method do means, it take the function and it is going to run this function and each and every elements in an array, it is going to do it. So it has three parameters. The function has three parameters. First one is going to be the value, so the value that coming from the array, and the second one is going to be the indexes. So the indexes that it belongs to, because it is used only for array, so that is why. So it is going to be the index of it, which means the value, the index that it belongs to. And the third one is going to be the array, which array that loop is working, right? Which array that particular loop is working, it is going to do it. So the array is going to be this one. So let me work it and we will test it. So what is the array that we need to work, iterate? That is going to be num. So I just copy num and I just going to place it here, num. So num dot for each. So now what it is going to do? It is going to run this function. It is going to run the function on each and every element. It is start from here and it is go automatically here. So if I say simply console.log value and I run it, you can notice that exactly the same thing what the for loop does. It is also doing the same thing, but minimum understanding, and we can see that we have no errors at all, right? We like not error, like we don't want to use much syntax. Where to start, condition, where to stop. We don't want to do that. Here you can see the for each loop, it take the function and it is going to run. It is automatically go to the first element and it will take the value of it and it is going to do it. And it is go for the next element, it is go for IDX and it is going to do it. And it is going for next element, it is going to do it and it is going to do it. The same thing. That is what every time it is going to run. So we don't want to tell where to start and where to stop. It automatically does it. Okay. So this is all about for each. Okay. So here we have another parameter idx and array. What is this? It will return the index of that particular element and this will return the array of it. We can use this. I just give a comma and I just say idx, and here I just going to say idx. Here it's going to be array, right? So you can give whatever the name you want to give, abc, and here you log abc, it will be work. If I save it, you can see first it is in the value is going to be 12 and the index is going to be 0 and it is in the it is in the array of this one, this array, entire array. Second, the value is going to be 2, index is going to 1, the entire array. Like that we can able to use it. Okay, so this is all about for each. So by using for each loop, what we can able to do, we can able to iterate through it without the help of loop. We can able to iterate each and every element. We can able to iterate each and every element by passing a function and it will do that for us. Okay, so any doubts? I will. That is why I'm explaining it. That is why I'm explaining it. Okay, how to calculate a numbers, how to calculate all numbers, how to calculate all numbers in array. So you can write, like we have so much of methods is available. Either you can use the reduce method, or it is great to create a function, take two index of that array and put it again and again. Then it will add it to a sum of it and attend it. Okay. So right now we have understand the loops and we have understand the for each, right? And Babu asked me how to create an application. Go, let me create an application. That's fine. That is why I create. That is why I just using this concepts on top. Okay, okay. We will go and create an entire web application. Not an entire web application, but the concept is going to be the same. Okay, so we are not focused on the backend right now, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create my own database and I'm going to create my own user database and I'm going to do all the things. Let's see how I can do it and we will come to it, right? So what I'm going to do, I just remove these things. Okay, I don't want to confuse. We will remove. This is a fresh project. Okay, so right now we discussed about how to change this only. That is fine. We remove all the things. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, I just going to create an h1 and h1. Here I just going to say shop now, shop of web, shop of blog, something like that. Anything. Okay. Oh, ecom. And I just go for the style. We will remove all the style that we have added here. What I'm going to do, you can go for body, simply say hello. I just doing some basics only. Okay, so don't worry about that. Like this, and what I'm going to do, I'm just creating a h1 and I'm making some styling. That's it. Okay. So I just going to say color is going to be black. Like this. You can see this is the shop that we have created. So let's go for CSS. Okay, so like this is something that we have created. That's fine. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a database. Okay, so I'm going to create a fake database of myself. Okay, so how I can create it? Okay, like I'm going to create a database of cart. Let's see, go for Amazon. Go for Amazon. This is Amazon.in. And if I go for home and kitchen, something like this. And what I need means I need to create this one, this items. So what all are the essential things that we have? Image. So these are shown from where? Database, right? So they are the information, these images and the h1 and these everything they are displayed in the database, right? They have the data in the database, so they are accessing it and they are showing it in the front end, right? So we're going to create it. Like what all are the elements that we need? We need this image and we need the h1, and next we need a paragraph tag like a description about that, and this is going to be for the price, and star we don't want, and a button. Okay, so a button, add to cart button. Okay, so that is what we know. So I just going to create a database. How can I create it? So we know that how to create a database, right? So this is all about electronics items, objects. They are objects. Each and everything is an object. Garbage items, each and everything is an object. I just say const. So I just going to, and you can see this is have 1 2 3, they are listed out. So an array, inside an array we have some objects. So I just going to say cart, and this is going to be cart database. This is going to be cart database. So I am creating it, but in real world those databases are available in database, we will use it. Okay, right now I am creating it. Okay, so I just creating a database that is going to be an array, because we're going to have more number of data. So first, inside an array I just going to have first this one, right? First this code. So what I going to do, what are the things that are essential? It is going to be title. A title is there, and what is the title I can give? I can give the title as what is the title is about? Mini handy. Okay, a simple title. Okay, I am creating database, but it is already available. I'm repeating it again. This is I am creating database. Okay, so this is one. Second, what we need the price, right? So I just say price, and here what I going to do, I just going to mention the price as 200, and we can mention it in we can mention this is in dollar, like this. Okay, anything like that. Or next what we can do, we can mention description, right? Description. I am creating my own database again. Okay, so don't get angry. Okay, so description here I just going to say kitchen wares. I just simply say kitchen wares, like something like this description, and this is going to be the object for first one, and we need the image, right? So I just say image. And what I going to do here, I just going to create, I need to add an image. So what I can do, go for unsplash.com, unsplash.com for free images. Okay, so I just go for unsplash.com, and for going for free images, I'm searching for kitchen item. Kitchen, let's see whether it is coming or not. Kitchen table, kitchen sink, kitchen what is the property? What is the property? Kitchen, it's going to be a bestseller in home and kitchen, like kitchen. Simply I just give kitchen items. We can go for kitchen items. Okay, we have so much of things. We don't want to relate everything, so I just going to add some of the pictures. Okay, so like we can add kitchen knife, kitchen spoon, this one. Okay, like this. So we have so much of things now, so I just going to add everything. So this is going to be, I just going to copy the image address, and I just going to paste it here. So likewise, this is going to be one, this data is for one image, right? This data is something for one thing, right? What is this one? This data is for one thing. I need to create for around 5. I need to create, right? Let us consider I have 5 product that in my database. How it is stored? It is stored like this one. Okay, so it has some format. It is stored in a format, and we will convert to this only. Okay, so I just say copy and paste it. This is going to be second. This is going to be third, and this is going to be fourth, and this is going to be 5, and this is going to be 6. The only thing what we need to do, we need to change all the titles and all. Okay, so I will do this little bit quicker. So $200, $10 kitchen menus, that is fine. Mini handy is going to be handy, and image we will change later. Mini handy, here I will change this to spoon because those are data, right? So I just say spoon, and here what I going to do, here I just say 1000. Fine, and here I just going to say knife, mini knife, and here it's going to be another 2000 like this, and here it's going to be sink, and here it's going to be $20, and here I just going to do handy, I can say like cut handy, anything like that. I just naming anything. Okay, so we can see whether we have time, we can work with the real world data also, no problem there. Okay, so this is the database that I have created, but you can notice that image are same. Okay, so we will quickly replace the image as soon as possible. Go here, come here, and I'm going to take some of the images. So this image, copy the image address and paste it here, and I just going to go this image, copy the image address, and what I'm going to do, oops, just going to say copy image address, and I just remove this one, and I just going to paste it here, and this is going to be a database that we're going to work with. Okay, so copy image address, and here we're going to paste it here. Okay, so 2 things only. Even I'm also get frustrated doing this. Copy image address and paste it here. Okay, so in real world also you have access to some databases. It is after you accessing the database, you are going to convert exactly the same thing what it look like. Right now we are creating, right? We are going to convert it. Okay, so this is going to be the database. So let us come here. So in our commerce, by using this database, like by using this information, I need to show my user interface, how the Amazon is doing. In their database, they have the image, they have the title and everything. They are displaying it in here, right? So the same thing, I just want to show it in my e-commerce. How can I do it? Okay, and also I'm going to create another fake one. That is going to be username. So this is not users. I just say user. So this is for checking valid user. Like you are sign up to Amazon, then only you can able to see it, right? You are not sign up, then you need to sign up, right? So I just say user. I just give some name. Okay, so the name is going to be my name, and I just give the password, the universal password. I just giving a sample, but it is not exactly look like when it comes to user authentication. Okay, giving a thing, right? I just simply, oh, not this much, 1 2 3 is fine. Okay, so this is for the core database that have in our database. This is what I need to display here, and after that I need to check whether we have the registered user or not. We will check it and we will move on to it. So first what we need to do, we need to display these things here. We need to display the things, whatever the cart item that we have, we need to display it here. How can I do it? Let's see how can we do that. So let's go for index.html, and here we need to tell where I need to put everything, right? So I just going to create a div, and inside the div I need to put the cart, entire cart thing. Okay, here I just going to say id. This is going to be cart. I just mentioning the id as cart. First I just going to grab this element, because inside this only I going to put everything. So I just go for the console. I just going to say const cart equal to, first I need to grab the element. I just say document dot get element by id, and I just want to grab the cart. That's it. So right now we grabbed the cart. If you console log it, you can see the div element console log cart, right? Go here, inspect, you can see the div element is available here, right? So it is empty. So in that only I'm going to place everything. So how can we place it? how can we place it? So first we need to know how to access this, right? So this is a database. I need to access it. So how can I do it? So what I need first, inside the cart, we know the property inner HTML. So inside this inner HTML, not only the text we can give, but also we can give the tag also. For example, inside this inner HTML, I just want add h1, and here I just say hello, and what I going to do, wrap it with here, like this. So what I'm going to do, if I save it, you can see hello is here. So we can able to give the h1, like the tag HTML elements also we can able to give it. So exactly the same thing that I going to do. Instead of h1, I make to h2, because we have the styling for h1. I just give h2. You can see hello is there. So inside this hello, what I need this one, the title, the image, and this price, and then everything I need to do it. So for that, we have something called as template literals. So what is this template literals? In data types, I will explain that string, the double quotes, single quotes, and backticks, right? So you can use the backticks to activate the data type, like the data template literal. What it will do mean, we can able to access the value. Access the variable value from this database. How can I do it means, for example, if you return it in double quotes, if you return in single quotes, return in backticks, everything is a string only. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, I just going to do exactly the same thing, h2. What I'm going to say, hello. Once I save it, you can able to see here I say hello world. You can able to see hello world is displayed, right? Exactly the same thing. But if we use the backticks, we can able to access the variable also. So what is the variable? For example, here I just create let age equal to 18. So inside this, I need to access the variable. How can I use means, for accessing a variable, you need to use the $sign and this curly braces. If you use this, then you can able to access the variable. So this is dynamic. If you use the age inside it, so this is going to access the variable. So it is accessing the variable and it will display here. If I save it, you can see 18 will be there. So likewise, if you use the backticks, it will be possible. Okay, so this is called as template literal. You can able to use the backticks and you can write whatever the code that we need to it, and you can able to access it. Okay, so that is how we are going to do it. So we create the HTML element first. We create the HTML element first. So and then we can access each and everything that in our database. So what I'm going to do, first I just going to create, we already have a div, so I don't want a div. So what I'm going to do, inside the div, I just going to create first image tag. So because I need to display the image, right? So I just going to create the image tag. So I just going to create image tag and src. So here the image of our database has to be stored here. So this is going to be the image tag and alt, and alternation here I just give cart. Okay, so this is going to be image tag and cart. And the next one, right now we don't have anything. We need to access the variable. Let's see. Right now I'm making the structure. So the next thing what we need the we can simply say we can have the paragraph tag. So inside the paragraph tag, we need to display the title of it, right? So we can say instead of for title, we can go with h3. Okay, so h3 is for title. S3 is for title and paragraph is for description, and we need price, right? So price also I just use the paragraph. So this is going to be price for paragraph. And next one is going to be what? Nothing. Description is taken, price is taken, image title is taken. Description, price, paragraph, nothing is taken, and I just want to add a button. Okay, so for my case, so I just going to say I want to add a button like this, and here I just want to say add to cart. Add to cart. If we simply save it, you can see this is what we have created. You can see add to cart is here. We can able to see that, right? Add to cart is here, and because nothing is we have given, right? Nothing is we have given. So what I going to do? I going to access it. So first for image, instead of image, first I need to access the title. So for accessing a variable, you need to use the $sign and you need to use this square bracket. So now we need to access what? We need to access this one. How can we access? First, let's see, this is a cart database, and it is an array. So if it is an array, then we need to first tell the cart. First, we need to call the cart data base, and this is going to be an array. Use the square bracket, and we need to tell the index. So first, this is going to be the first index, right? This is going to be the first index. So this is going to be 0. So what I'm going to do, I just going to be say 0. So now we have access to this first index, right? We have access to first index. So this is an object. So if it is an object, then we need to give a dot and we need to move inside the title. So what I'm going to do, I just going to give dot title. So if I save it, run it, I think we made a mistake. Let's see, code database, database. Okay, if I save it, you can see mini handy, it will be accessed. The same thing you need to do it for all the one. So what I need to do, I just going to copy it, paste it here, and also for paste it here, and we need to change it. So this is cart one in the 0th index. You don't want title, I want the image, and here this is going to be title, and this is going to be description, and this is going to be price of it. And make sure giving the correct spelling. Okay, price, price, and for given as DSC. So I done it. You can able to see the images get, mini is get, and kitchenware is get, and sorry, this price is get, and add to cart is get, right? So this is for one database we have created. So before that, what we do, we will do some styling to look neater. Okay, because I need so this is a database. We are accessing to these things from the database, and we are displaying it in our thing. So the same thing, Amazon, they have database, they have these images and stored inside their database. They are accessing and displaying it in our front end. Same thing. So I just going to style it. It is look ugly, right? So I just going to style it. So what can I do? We can give the class property or ID property to style this thing. I just simply say class. So I just we can, right now we have only one image. We directly fetch the image, and for alternative and H3 we have only one. We directly fetch it, and paragraph I just give the class equal to, this is for description, and this class is equal to price of it. Okay, let me go and do it. So I just go for here, how the image should look like. Image, image, right? So the image, it has the height of 200 pixel, and width of 10%. No, 10%. It's going to be 70%. When we have the 70%, if I save it, you can see it is string down. So before that, we go for this cart and we will do the styling. Okay, so we will give the styling for cart. Okay, this is going to be an ID. So I just give a styling for the cart. So what I just going to say, I just simply going to say, and this is going to be the container cart. So here we can make this to make everything inside a div. Okay, so this is for separate div for each and every one. So I just make this another div, and here I just give end of the div. Okay, here we can go for the class, because we're going to fetch each and every element, right? So that is why. So I just going to give a class. This is going to be the cart container. Okay, we can simply say container, no problem. Okay, just go for container, and what I'm going to do for cart, that is fine. For cart, I just giving the margin property, and top and bottom I just say that is fine, whatever it has. I just say 10 pixel, and left and right I need 10 pixel, something like this. Okay, so I save it, it will be fine. And for container, I just going to code it for container. So what is the code that I'm going to give for each and every container that it has? So what I'm going to do, I just going to say border is going to be 1 pixel solid, whatever the UX you need to UI you need to give, you can give. Okay, so whatever the solid going to be, I just you go with the black, or we can go with some of the hash color, 0f 0, can go black color, like border container. Let's see why it is there was going to be container. We need to paste this. Okay, it is a class, it is not an ID, right? So this is going to be a class. I just want to give a dot. We'll see this is going to be the container. So now what I'm going to do, I just going to give whatever the things that I need to give, I just going to give it. Okay. So I just going to give the height, and height is going to be 400 pixel. It's going to be height is going to be 400 pixel. Look like this, and I just going to say display is going to be flex. Display is going to be flex. Like here we don't want the display flex, it is look neat only. Here I just display flex, and I just say flex wrap is going to be wrap. Okay, so because we're going to create more things, so that is why we have done in here. And what the next thing I just going to give width of this width is going to be we can simply say 333. So we can simply say 100%, 30% of the total width. We can simply say or we can go with 400 300 pixels, like this. So now it is fine. So the image I just going to do some of the things. Okay, so I just say padding top is going to be 10 pixel, and left and right it is going to be 0 pixel. Just simply save it, it will be look neat. And next thing what we can do, whatever the style that you need to give, you can give that. Okay, so 0, I'm giving whatever come to my mind. Okay, so you just give whatever you want. Okay, so that will be great. Okay, so I just go here. So this, because this CSS for only one time, we are not going to repeat again. Okay, so that is why. So it will be look neat. Okay, so that is, it's going to be look neat. And what is that happened? What is that happened? Okay, just a minute. Okay, so this is because of the padding that we have given. I just want to, we don't want the pad. It's going to be margin, it's going to be 10 pixel top and bottom. That's it, left and right, that's it. Okay, so this is what I need to give. Simple. This look like a card, not exactly, but just consider this is a card of Amazon. Okay, so just consider it, and it will be look like a little bit neat, and you can give whatever the styling that you need to give, you can give it. Okay, so what we can do, simply like this, this is what we need. We can able to do that. So the next what we going to do, so right now we have only one card, but you can see that we have so much of things, right? So how can I do that? So we know that this is an array, so then we can use loops, array iterators, to loop through every element, right? So how I can do this? So instead of using for loop, we can use the for each loop. So what is the one that I need to loop through it? So the one that we need to loop through it is going to be code database. So I just say code database dot, I simply say for each. Okay, so inside that it is going to take a function. I just simply say function, and what this function is going to do, it is going to run on each and every object. So first it will go for this item, and it is going to run, and then this is going to run in this item, and then it is going to run, it is going to do automatically. So I just going to give, I just going to give here like this, and inside this I just mention this as an item. So first one is going to be the value of the item, each and every item, it is going to be the value of an item. So what I'm going to do, so once every time loop through it, I need to do this. I just cut it here, and I just going to paste inside it. So right now it is going to do this. So here we don't want to mention the default, it is in the 0th database, first data, we don't want to mention. So what we can do, we can do the item, because it is going to loop through it, and every time the item will be changed. So what I can change, we just copy it, and we can change everywhere wherever we are used this cart item. So we just remove this one, and instead of this, just use the item. Done. If you done it, you can see only the last one, handy, last one we have created, right? So here I just say honey, not honey. If I do this, you can see only the honey is created, right? So the last one is created. We don't get everything, right? So for the purpose, like that is what the problem is here is, it is every time it is changing, it is modifying it, like we just give equal to, instead of that give the plus here. So what it will do, it is an assignment operator, so it will get add upon already in it. So once I done it, if I save it, you can able to see all the item that we have created now. You can see if I go here, you can able to see all the cart item that we have created. Little bit bad. Okay, so we can go for the style container and just give margin is equal to all the side top and bottom. I don't want anything. I want it actually. I just say 10 pixel, 10 pixel. Now it will be look little bit neater. Go here and you can see this is the code that we have created, right? So how it is working? Simple. The for each loop, what it will do, it will take the function and it is going to run on each and every element that is present. So this is going to be the first item. So item dot title, it is going to fetch this one. Item dot image, it is going to fetch this one. Item dot price, it is going to fetch this one. Item dot desk, it is going to fetch this one. And item dot cut, it is going to like that. Every time it is go automatically and it will do it for us, right? So it is going to do, and you can able to see this one. Boom, our cart is ready. So we can able to do this one. So this is how the right now you can see now whatever the property array iterator, we have discussed that and we have done that. Okay, so the next second function, if you have any doubt, I just confirm with that. Please share the first two link we two were shared. Okay, sir, is the traditional web development route which through JavaScript is the best, or should I pursue it through .NET since I want to become a game dev in the future? If you want to become a game dev in future, it is web development, right? So if you want to become a game dev in the future, if you want to learn those things like Unity, so many of things is that you can go for that. Like you can develop a game using Java, but JavaScript is not that good in for game development, for according to me. Okay, so you can go for whatever the language that is available for game development, you can able to do it. Okay, so here you can see we just recreated the cart. So only the UI is different. So you whatever the UI that you need to give, you can give it. Okay, so this is according to your wish. Okay, so border radius, we can make the border radius to 30%. If I do it, you can see, wow, I like it. I like this cart. Fine. So I like it. So this, what is the next second functionality I need to do? Here you can see we have some users thing, right? So here we have some of the users things. So what I need to do means, if the user ID and password, whatever we are getting, it is true, then only I need to show the entire database, like the entire shop, entire website. If it is not, then I don't want to show it. How can I do it? You can use the if statement. We already see that. We're going to see it. How can I do that? Means first we will create a function. What I'm going to do, I just going to create a function, and this function is used for authentication. Like I just going to check whether the user with the username password is there. If he is using, I will show this. If he is not, I don't show it. So I just say user authentication, this is going to be, and here this is going to get two parameters. So what are the parameters means, one is going to be user, I'm giving the parameter user, and another one is going to be password. Okay, so now what I need to check, so for checking condition, what are others? We have the condition statement. I use the if statement. So what I need to check means, I need to check whether the user I am getting is equal to Harry, like this one or not. So how can I do that? So I use the user. Here you can see user. If the user is triple equal to, I need to access this database. How can I access? You need to call, this is an array, users, exactly the same how we access this one. You need to call that one users, and this is going to be an array. Use that square bracket, use the index 0, and you need to tell what you need to access. It is an object, it is that, and I need to access user, which means the parameter I'm giving, it is equal to the value of this user.user. Then I need to show it. Not only this, I'm going to use the AND operator. So what is this AND operator will do? It will check for two conditions. So it will compare two conditions and it will return true or false commonly. So this is if it is both the condition are true, then only the AND gate will be returns true. Okay, that is what the AND will do. So here what I'm going to do, the second condition, and also not only the user, I need to check the pass is double equal to users dot zero dot password or not. If the user, the parameter that we are getting, it's triple equal to the whatever that is in my database, it is equal to, then only then it is going to return true. If it is equal to, then this is going to return true. If both the things are written true, then only the if code will be run. So inside the if code, so if the user and password is correct, then only I need to run this code. Cut this. Is showing some error. Where is showing the error? Here. Okay, so we remove this one. Okay, so I just going to paste it. I just want to run this code. Okay, I just want to run this code. So this is for the if statement. This is going to be the if statement. What I say, I'm going to give a username, and the username is equal to this username, and also the password is equal to this password. Then you need to display everything that we have done. If it is not, then you need to give me else statement. So what is the else statement? It is going to be here. I just simply say else. Here I use some of the prompt boxes, like the message boxes. So what this alert is something defaultly available in browser. So if you use the alert, it will give some notification. Like if you leave from some website, you can see some notification. Are you sure you need to leave? Like that, it will give. How we can use means you can use that. So here you can tell the message of that, like please give valid username and password, like this. Okay, like this. So once it is done, that's it. If I save it, now you can see nothing is there, because we need to run the function, we need to call the function, right? So I just going to call the function auth, and I need to give two parameters. Okay, so I just going to give two parameters here, like f something like this. If I give like this, you can see the okay. So what had happened? The if code is not working. I think this is if users dot here. Let's see in the check why the alert box is not working. Go for console. F is not right. Sorry for that. I'm a little bit excited. Okay, so we need to. I just give a string like this. Okay, something two parameter. I give like this. You can see. Please give a valid username and password. Why? Because f is taken for this parameter, and the another thing is taken for password. It is checked with what? Whether it is getting match or not. User is matching or not, right? It is checking with that. It is not giving match. So it is false. It is false. So the AND gate produce false. If it is produce false, then the if code will not run. So it is going to run the else code. The alert is nothing but this box. It will create this alert box. Okay. And whatever the message that we are giving inside, it will be displayed here. Please give the valid username here. If we click OK, then it will be gone. So now if I give the valid username, if I say, I just give the valid enter, hurry. And here what I can do, here I just simply say 1, 2, 3. And once if I done it, if I give the name and I save it and I go here, again please give valid, then where is the problem? Here you can see this is a string, right? So this is a string, this is not a number. I will make this to number. So once I done with that, it is a number and it is a string. And now if I go here and I just save it, you can able to see it is get reloaded and we can give access for it. If I make any problem, if I give a wrong username and password, then it is not show, it will show me alert. If I use this one, it will show me, right? So instead of getting it from directly, instead of getting this from directly giving this value, we can get this value from the user. So how can we get this value? Let's see how can we get this value. Here we will create a form. Not a form, we simply say instead of doing that, what we can say, okay, we can go with the form. Just simply say get. Okay, So I just going to create two input box. Okay, so the input box, this is going to be text, and this is going to be like a password like this. Okay, once we done that, I just want to have a button that is going to use sub, and we need to make this button as click, like submit, like sign in like this. And here I use the HR tag. Here I use the HR tag. Okay, what happened? Why the form is not created? Okay, here it is created. So here I just going to give the username, and this is for password. And if I give the sign in, then only it need to show us. If it is not, then it will not, it is not going to show us. So for that, first I need to grab this. So I just going to give simply the ID. I just going to give the ID as username, and here I just go with the ID username, and here I just give with the ID, it is going to be password like this. Okay, done. Here we can say password is already taken, like user password, user pass like this. So first we will fetch those things. So what I'm going to do, first we will fetch it. So I just simply say not here, we will go on the top, and I just going to say const username equal to, I just going to say document dot get element by ID. And what is the ID that we have given? It is going to be user name. We'll check that whether it is fetched or not, right? So what I'm going to do, I just simply say console dot log user name, right? Go for here, click for the inspect console, you will get the input ID is fetched. And not only this, we have access to this type, everything. Okay, so what we need is, we need the value. I say value, and I save it. You can see empty, because by default it doesn't have any value, right? So if I give some values, like I give the value as Hari, and if I sign in, you can, like the pages get reloaded once the form is submitted. So what I'm going to do, I just going to remove this form. Okay, so because we don't want the form, so I just give the value as Hari, and like we can make the function for that. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I just going to say for authentication. Here what we can do, we need to create another function, and we need to add that. Okay, so we need to create another function, and we need to use c.prevent default, and we need to do some of the form handlings and all. Okay, so for that, instead that, what we can do, I just going to put this one, I just cut this one, and what I'm going to do, okay, let's paste it here. What I'm going to do, I just going to, yeah, instead of doing this, we will remove the form. We have prompt box, we can use the prompt boxes to work on with. Okay, so what we can do, I just simply create a variable const username, and likewise we have alert box, right? So likewise we have prompt box. So in this prompt box, it takes an input from the user, and we can have access for it. For example, enter your name, enter your name. Once I done it, you can see it will ask for enter the name. If I say like my name is Hari, and if I click it, you can see we will get the Harry. So this is prompt box. Okay, like alert box, we have prompt box and we have confirm box, and 2 of them, right? 3 of them are here. And prompt box is used to get information from the user. So I just going to say const user name, user password. The first one is going to be for user getting username, and this is for getting user password. And here I just ask for enter your password. Okay, so once I done this, and I just console log, I need to know the user password also, like user pass also. So once I save it and come here, it first asks for the name. I just say Harry, and I just give okay. It will ask for another one, and here I just going to say it is going to be 1 2 3. And if I save it, you can see Harry 1 2 3 is displayed. We will get what now we can do. We can pass the username and password to a function. Which function? This auth function we already have here, right? So I just cut here. We can use here itself. Go here, and I just going to say this is going to be the username, and this is going to be the user password, right? This is going to be the username, and this is going to be the user password. Once I save it, now you can see it is going to ask for me. I just say like here, not here. I just say caps Harry, and I just give okay. And here if I give 1 2 3, let's see whether it is work. The answer is no, it is not work. It is going to show me an alert. You can see please give a valid username. But of course I give the valid username, I Harry, and you can see 1 2 3 we have given. But the reason why it is not displaying this one, instead it is displaying the alert. The reason is everything that we get from the user, it is in string, but it is a number, right? So what we need to do, we need to convert this password to a string. So how can I do that? Like to a number, how can I do that? Means we have several methods, like converting a string to a number to a string. We have so much of methods. Among them, one method is using this number method. Whatever the value that you are giving inside this number, it will convert the data type to a number. So I just going to put this inside it. Now what happened, whatever value that I'm getting from the prompt, that is converted to a number. So right now 1 2 3 is a string, so it is going to convert it to a number. Let's see how it is working. So once I save it, okay, so I just refresh the page. It asks for a name. So the first one is going to be string. I just give a string, and here I just going to give 1 2 3. If I save it, you can see we will get the display, and here you can see it is string is converted to number. The color changes there, right? That is what happening. So now you can see if I give the valid username, then our website will be work, or if I give and wrong username, it is not going to work. If I refresh it, it will ask for the name. I just give the username is going to be Harry, and I just give password is going to be 1 2 3, and if I give valid, then it will display the answer. So if I don't give the valid one, for example, I just say Harry, and here I just mentioning it as 5676, something like that. If I save it, you can see please give a valid username. So this is the base of form validation. Like once you come to it, you know how to handle the forms in JavaScript and all. But this is exactly what happening. This is exactly what happening in the real world. Okay, you are giving your name and you are giving your password, right? You are giving your password. Then what happened? This request is go and taken for database. So that database is what we have here. Right now we have created, right? So it is go for the database and it will check for it whether it is username with this name and password is or not. If it is present, then the server rends the response true. So which means true. So here what happened? Instead of writing these checking, it is true, simple true, right? So it is a true. And what happened? It is going to execute. They are going to show you. They are going to show you this one. They are going to show you this code, right? So the Amazon is also going to do this. And also you have access to the username and password also, you can able to do it, right? So how, like here they will ask you welcome. Like if I go here, you can see account to sign in. Once I sign in, they will mention here as hello with them, like welcome with my name, right? So they are going to mention it the same thing. So here it is that if I give the password and user, they will have the database for two things. One is for the database, one is for the authentication. We will do the authentication. Once it is done, we will give access for our code. So this is what happening in real world. We will give it What's happened? I think we will done a mistake here. We will change anything, right? So I think what is the change we have made? Okay, I think I removed anything. 1, 2, 3. I think we made, yeah, right down this line, right? So we removed anything, right? So this is why, this is how it is showing, and your name will be shown here. You can do that. How we can do that? We can go here. I simply say here what we can say. We can say the H1. This is going to be welcome, and here what we need access a variable. Instead of accessing a variable, I just going to access the whatever the users they are giving. I just going to access it. I just say user like this. So simply like this, I just going to say user hurry, and I just going to say okay, and I just going to say 1, 2, 3. If I save it, you can, okay, so the H1 is coming from all the style we have given now, so that is why the H1 is coming. So let me change this to H2, like H2, then it will be fine. The style is apply for everywhere. Okay, so when it comes to tag selector, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, if I done it, okay, so this is going to execute every time. Okay, I just want to add this inner.html, and you can add it here before the loop. You can add it here. So what you can say, you simply say cart dot inner html. Instead of cart dot inner html, where you can add, you can add in some other tags. So where you can add, you can have the h1 tag, right? So you have the h1 tag. So inside that, what you can do, you can create a span tag. You can create a span tag and give an id or name for here, and you can add here also. So like I just say id, it's for name. id is for name. So what I can do, go for the index.html, and here we will say const name is equal to, here we can simply say document dot get element by id. So here we can give the id of it. This is going to be name. Okay, so here what I going to do, I just going to say name dot inner html. It is going to be the backticks, and I just give the user here, user, and it comes to css. I just want to mention the span tag. It is a span tag, and just mention the text align. It is going to be right side there. It is going to be right side of it. I just save it. Once I done, let's go here, give the name hurry, and I just going to say 1, 2, 3. Like here it is not working. It is not showing. What happened? This one is not working, right? So inner html, that is going to be user here. I, instead of that, I just give defaultly hello. Okay, every time I need to give the name. Okay, I just say hurry, and here I just say 1, 2, 3. Yeah, here it is working, right? Here it will be come. So only thing is, we need to give whatever the username that we have. We need to give it. What is the user that we have? We have the user, and I just want to give the username. Okay, so by default, I make instead of giving this authentication, because every time I'm logging it, it will ask for the authentication. I just going to give this one as by default hurry. Whenever we need to change, we can change it. Okay, I just say 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oh, still is asked for the prompt. This is because of the prompt that we have. I'm just going to comment off this right now for a couple of seconds. Whenever we want authentication, we will do it. Okay, cancel it, and you can see Harry is displaying here. So only the span with an ID. The span is not working here. Oh yeah, so span will be work. So we are not able to use the test alignment for the span. So we can able to use display property. We can use the display property. We can simply say display is equal to relay display is equal to absolute, and I just say right 10 pixel. If I say this, like go for relative. I just want to style this one, nothing great. I just want to styling this one. I just say right is equal to 200 pixel like this. That's not, I think I'm doing something here. I just go for the span, and we have the span tag, and I just go for the ID. Oh, whatever. Like we can make this very simple. Instead of writing this, we can put it here. We can make this as a div. Make this as a div. In div, that's it. We save it. We have it in the center. So just what I need to do, I just go for here, display here. I just simply say it is going to be the ID name, and here I just going to say I just want to add the position property. Yeah, that's what I missed. Yeah, I just want to add the position. Position is going to be relative. I just adding display is equal to relative. Yeah, thanks. It's going to be 200 pixel. I just want to add this to right. It is going to be what we can say. We can simply say this one right now. We will get here. So we will simply say welcome. Before that, we will simply say the welcome, and we will welcome the username. When whatever that we have, we can able to welcome it. So where here in here we will add the welcome statement like this. So once you will get, you will just say welcome Hari. So now what you can do, you can uncomment this. You can go for this one. So that's it. We have done with all the things. We're just going to uncomment here, and here I just going to give the username, and this is for the user password. Okay, so what I can do is just going to say Hari, going for 1 2 3, done. You can see welcome Hari and welcome password, and this Hari is fetching directly from the user, right? If you are giving another name, and it will go for another name, likewise it will be fetched. Okay, so this is a simple code application that you can use with very basics of CSS. You can able to do it. Okay, so you can be able to done with that, add in headers. So headers also it will be do, it will be work. Only thing is one the only thing is the only thing is you need to create a div, and you need to put it. This depends upon the CSS property. Use the position property to relative minus 20 pixel, minus 30 pixel. Like this, you need to add it, and then you need to work on it. Okay, so that's it. Okay, so this is going to be the simple one. And when it comes to JavaScript, we will working with, and the real world data are going to be exactly the same. I will show you an example. If I go for fake store API. So there is an application is there. So we have fake store API. What is this means? We will get some of the, like right now we have created this database, right? We created this database, right? So exactly the same thing. They will use some of the database formatted one. Like you can see this this link. It is what this is called as API. API is nothing but application programming interface, where we can, like some of the code is already written. By using the code, we can able to use that code. Okay, so application programming interface is nothing but it's transferring data from one application to another application. Like if I want a Google map, if I want to create a map, I don't want to create from scratch. I can go for Google and ask for Google map, and they will give the code. That is called as API. So they will share their code with some pricing. Okay, so with pricing, authentication, so much of things is there. So it is another side as still. When you are a developer, you can sell your API. So that is why. So they will sell their API, and I will bought from them. Then what I need to do? I need to do extra things on top of it. I can able to do it. Okay, so here you can go. This is the link that we have. This is some API link. Okay, so if I do it, if I click it, you can able to see this thing. What is this? Nothing but exactly what we have created. This only. but in browser it is looking like this. Okay, you can able to see this. You can able to see this is an array, and inside an array we have an object, and inside an array we have an object, and we can be able to see it very clearly by using this code. So this is asynchronous of JavaScript, like fetching something like that. So you need to, if you learn JavaScript advanced, we will cover this fetch and everything and all. In our course also I covered that, you can check it that also. So we simply write it and you console log it. You can see the format, like it is an array. Inside an array, in the 0th index we have an object ID, title, price, description. They have been given, right? So price, description, they have been given, and we can able to use it. We can just, what we can do, this fetch, what the fetch will do means it will fetch all the information inside this API. So this API where we get database, right? So they have the database, they create the code, and we can able to use it. Exactly the same thing we can able to do it. We can able to do this one, right? How we do it exactly by using this link, we can able to do it. So how, just want to copy this code like this, just you need to use the fetch keyword, and you need to fetch all the things that is inside it, and you need to use this then, and you need to know about why we are using then. So this is asynchronous process. So in JavaScript is a synchronous language, but we can able to handle the asynchronous. So those things are covered in the advanced concepts of JavaScript. Okay, so in that concept we have the synchronous, like how the asynchronous works and all, we having that. So what we will do, it will wait for everything to fetch, then keyword nothing, it is not doing exactly the great thing. It will wait for the things to get, and once it is done, what it is doing, it will, whatever the data that is getted, right now it is in a JSON format. Okay, so it is right now, you can able to see here, it will basically, it comes in a JSON format. Okay, so JSON is nothing but those are the database format, JSON, XML, those are database format. Okay, so we can use it here also. I just go here, instead of using this database, what I'm going to do, instead of using this database, I just going to copy everything. I just going to comment this database. And if I come to our application, you will see nothing. Okay, so something like this. Okay, so I will comment off everything, right? So because we don't have data, so this is we created it, right? So if you want to work with a real database, so this is something called as they created. This is how the real database will be work. You can able to see the syntax, how it is working. So you will be shared by using these APIs. So APIs are a link. Okay, so they will give all the, inside the link only we have all this data and all. So you can use the fetch method. So right now don't go that much deep into the fetch method, because you need to learn about the asynchronous and the advanced concept and all. Okay, so this is how we will work. So and then you need to paste this. So what I'm going to do first, what the fetch keyword will do means, it will fetch all the information. Inside this link. Okay, so and then if I use the dot then method, it is going to return something. Okay, so here instead of this, it is going to return something. So whatever it is fetching, it will be come and store in this res. If I say console.log res, you can able to see that. So it will return a promise for us. So console.log, here I just say RGS, and in our console you can able to see it. If I clear and I just save it again, what happened? Console.log, we have the fetch API res. Okay, so the page is here. Okay, go for the console. You can able to see promise, like response, and in this response it is going to return a promise for us, and you can able to see whatever are the things that it is inside, it will be displayed here. It is a promise for us, and inside the body, where status code course, just a minute. And yeah, if I refresh it again, okay, you can see this is the response that we are having inside that page. So what we need to do, this is by default, it is in a JSON format, so we need to parse it. So how we can parse it means by using JSON. So this method, what it will do, it will parse. So it is defaultly in the database method. So it is just parse the database method to the like normal this one. We have this, right? So it is parsed that to the normal look like that. So then once it parsed completely, I using the then keyword. Once it parsed completely, then it is going to stored in here as data. Okay, so I just say console.log data. Okay, once all the format is converted, the JSON format is converted to normal, so then what we are going to get, we're going to console log it. If I save it, okay, here you can see this is what we have. This is what we have inside the link. We have the title. You can see what are the things that we have. We have the category, we have the description, we have the ID, image, price, title. So what are the in that actually we have whatever the information that we need. We need image, we need the title, we need image, we need the title, and whatever description and price. Everything is here also. So what I can do, I can able to change according to this data. According to this data, we can able to change. How can we change it? Simply, so right now we have this data, right? So I need to, instead of console.log, I need to pass this data. I just want to pass this data to somewhere else where I need to pass it. I just want to pass this data into this function. So I just simply say third parameter, and that is going to be the data parameter. Okay, so here we can get where we can pause means whatever we can pause means we simply say no, that's we not do that. Okay, what I can do it, we can simply, instead of this, we just simply till here, till everything we will comment off here, then only we can understand. Okay, so right now we have the data, and that data we have here. So right now this is the real world data. How we can do that means just simply we need this one. Which one? We need simply this. We created one, right? The inner HTML, core.inner HTML. This is what we created. We just want this one. So we just going to copy this thing. Okay, we just going to copy till here. Just going to copy here, and I just going to paste it here. Okay, so we will uncomment of this. Fine, very great. So just a minute. This is what actually we want. Okay, so we need to close that div. Okay, so this is going to be the div. Okay, this is going to be the div. We don't want this one, and we don't want this welcome.user, everything. So instead of card database, what we can say? We can say the data. Okay, we can simply say data.forEach. So what this data.forEach will do? So here you can see we have something here. So instead of console.log, I just creating a function. So that function is going to, we can say a card function. So inside the card function, I just pass the data as a parameter. Okay, we will create the card function. So I just creating a function, and that function is going to be card. And here I just mentioned this as data, and here inside this I just going to put all the things inside here. Just cut it here, and I just going to paste it here. We have data.forEach, and this is going to run a function, and this function we have errors, like I think we need to close those things. First we need to close this one, and we need to close this one. Right, we have that. So we need to fetch the cart. Where is the cart is of? Where is the cart that we have? We have the cart username const cart. This is what we need. I just copy, and what I'm going to do, I just going to paste it here. So right now you can see we will fetching like this information. We are getting the link information, and we are passing it to the normal array object. And once like the JSON is converted, now the database format is converted to the JavaScript format, and once we done that, we are just passing the data to a function, and that function is having this. Thus function is having this, and inside that I'm going to use the for each to do loop through it. And here I just going to say cord.image, and you can notice that this is a different, right? So I need to give whatever here they have mentioned, I need to give. So here it is going to be image, not img. So it is going to be image. So here it is going to be item.image, and item.title, it is same, title is going to be the same. Item.description, so you need to give full thing. So DISCORIPTION, this is going to be the item.description, and item.price is going to be the same, and add to cart button is going to be the same. What is the one thing that we have given? Nothing. So once we saved it, you can able to see whatever that only the styling is little ugly. The reason for this, we don't style for this array, that is why it is get ugly. So what we can say, go for style.html. We can give the container, we can say overflow hidden. That's it. So now you can able to see. So these all are the items that are inside the real world. So how? Like here inside the real world. So this is the title and everything. It is in the real world. So you can see first one is the, and this is going to be the title and the price. And we have add to this button is not there. That is the only reason. Because we just say overflow hidden. So that is why it just hit the button. Okay, so we will increase the height, and it will be fine when it comes to we increase the height, or we need to smaller the size of paragraph, and we need to do it. Okay, so if you want, you can do this, like just simply say paragraph, it's going to have the height, we can test the height is equal to 10 pixel. It will be smaller, very like this, like this. It will be smaller, and you will get all the buttons here, and you need to align everything, and you need to do so much of things like that you need to do. Okay, so that's it. That is going to be the front end part, CSS part, that you need to do. So what is happening? First we are getting the data. This is the real world data. When you are working with API, they will give you the link. So you need to, that is in some format, like in the JSON format. You can see the format here itself. You can see the ID is also double quoted, and every ID is also double quoted. So but in object, the key values is not double quoted, right? That is called as JSON format. So this is in the JSON format. So what we are doing by using this JSON bracket, we are passing this JSON method to normal one, and now we are passing this to a cart method, and simply we fetching the cart, and we are looping through each and every element that is inside the cart, and we are saying that just you need to add the cart into it, and now you can able to see this is going to be the real world thing. SanDisk and whatever the products that we have, whatever the product that are inside this fake API, it is showing here. And you can go for another link also, like they will give, it is for single product. To get a single product, you need to use this link. So let's see how it is working. I just copy this link. Instead of this, we can give the single link. So if I give it, we can be able to see only one product that will be displayed. That is also not displayed, because what happened? Data from for each is not a function. Okay, what happened? Let a minute. It is a single, I think something problem with the link. We will go here. Okay, so it is a single link. It is not an array. So it is a single link. So it is not an array. So we can able to use array methods only in the array, not a single element. So if I just simply save it, you can able to see this is an object. It is a single item, so it is not an array. So when you have more than item, then only you can use it. I think you can use it for this one, result product or limit 5, something like this. So you can use this one. This is an array. So because for each is an array iterator, right? We discussed about for each, it is an array iterator. We can able to use this for each is an array iterator only. Okay, we can able to use this. If I go here, you can see these all are the filtered items. So something that filtered one, this is going to be the filtered item. Okay, so this is going to be the real world handling, and these concept, if you don't understand fetch, this is an asynchronous concept. You need to know about what is promises, what is callbacks, what is async await, and this is something inbuilt available right now in JavaScript. In olden days, we use Ajax, Axios, like that, some other libraries and the Ajax system to handle the API request calls and all. So right now we have fetch, it is a single liner, we can simply do it. Okay, so but the concept is same, but the concept is going to be exactly the same. So that after developing the backend, you will get you will get to know how to handle the database and all. And once you are working with some other APIs, then you will work with this fetch API, and exactly the same thing that is you going to do it. And here we can able to do the ES6 concept, another thing. So what is the ES6 concept? The another thing is destructuring. What is mean by destructuring? So the destructuring is nothing but if I have an array const num, and I have an array 1, 2, 3, 4 like this, and if I want to remove each and every element and I need to store it in another variable. For example, how can I do this? I just say const a equal to num bracket 0, right? You need to give this. If I log for const a, if I log for the const a, then we will get the first value, right? We will get the first value. Likewise, we need to do for everything. B is equal to 1, like that we need to do it. But array destructuring is a method, it will simplify it. Like we can simply use the square bracket here, and we need to tell from which array I need to destructure. From number array I need to destructure. So in this array I need to destructure each and every element. So what I can tell, I need to tell what are the elements like a comma b comma c comma like this. So then what happened, it is going to take the first value, a is going to take the first value, and then 2 is going to take the second value, 3 is go for yes, and it is going to do it. You can able to see if I say console.log a comma b comma s comma f like d. So like this, if I go and click the inspect, go for the console, you can able to see all the values that are destructured. There are separated values. So inside an array I need to destructure it, you can able to do it, right? So it is the way of optimizing code. Same like that we can able to do it for object also. So here you can see everywhere I'm saying item, right? That's not good, right? So everywhere I'm saying like item destructure, item.image, item.title, item. The reason for is, the reason why I'm saying, because I don't use the destructuring, because you can able to see if we go for here, you like, I think here you can see each and every item it is going to fetch, and I just want to mention the item. So here what I can do, I can able to destructure these things. How can we do this? Means we can simply say const for destructuring an object, you need to use the curly braces, and from which object you need to destructure. From the item I need to destructure it. Okay, so the item is going to be changed every time. This is the item that going to be changed every time. And here you can tell what all are the properties that you need to destructure. Here I just say image property I need, and I just want the title, and then what I need the description, I think description, and the next thing what I need, it's going to be price. So these all are the things I need. So now what I can do, now I destructured everything. So you can able to see it. If I say console.log, I just copy everything, you can able to see that it is everything is separated into different image. Like you can able to see the title, image, everything. So for all the 5 items it is get destructured. So now what can do, instead of every time telling item.image, item.title, item.description, we can tell image, we can tell title, and we can tell description directly. So this is what destructuring will do. We can able to destructure everything, like whatever the properties that are inbuiltly built here, we can able to destructure it, and it is going to work exactly the same thing. You can see no changes, it is going to work exactly the same thing. Okay, so what is the destructuring it's do? Destructuring, like it is going to just a minute. Okay, it is going to take that value, and it is going to what it is going to do, it is just going to take the properties and the methods, get outside of the image, and we are storing it in another variable. So that is why the destructuring is do. Okay, so this is one of the ESC's concept that you will see in React probably when we are working with this so many things, and you will see that. Okay, and it is not yet stopped. Okay, so it is not yet stopped. Any other student? Tambram, where are from? Chennai, subscriber from Chennai. Okay, from Chennai. And okay, so this is how the destructuring work. Okay, so basically if you don't understand destructuring, I will create an object and I will explain how it is work. Simply I just say const car. Here I just going to say I just have a brand, and I just going to say body. And here I just going to say model. It is going to 2-1. So if I want to destructure, which means I need to take the value and I need to store it in another variable. How can I do it? I just say const name, brand name, like that's why. So I just say car dot brand, like this. If I do this, then the car dot brand values go and store into the name. So then what we do, I just say console dot log name. So if I go here, inspect, you can get the console.log name audio will be kept. So this is a old way of doing it. Destructuring, it's simple. You can use the square bracket, like not square bracket. If it is an object, you need to use the curly braces and you need to tell which object you need to destructure. I need to destructure from the core object. So that's it. And now you can tell what are the property that you need to destructure. So what are the property I need to destructure? It's going to be brand and it's going to be model. So if I log for brand, if I log for model, then you can able to see everything is separately. So what this will do, it will create a separate variable. Like we are fetching that property and we are putting it in a separate variable. So that is exactly what we have created here. So the item has price, image and everything. So what I did, I created a separate variable, and what I do, I destructure each and every item. So each and every image, title, description and prices get destructured from that item, and it is going to from that item it is going to. So I don't want to mention every time item.image, item.do. Here I don't image the car.model, car.model, car.brand. Here I simply called brand and model, so it will be work. Same like that, here it is also working like that. Okay, so this is all about destructuring concept. Okay, so then what we have, so what we have means we have array iterators. We have so much of method. So what are the other methods in array iterators we have? Right now we see about only for each method, right? We have something called as map method. So what the map method will do means it will returns a new array. So when I say for each method, it will not returns a new array. It will just run a function and it will just going to execute for the function in each and every element of it. Okay. So but what the map method will do, it will return a new array. For example, I just say const and it's going to be 1, 2, 3, like this. And if I use the for each method, so I just going to say num1. Here I just going to say num1 dot for each, and here I just say function. So if I want to create a doublet, then what I need to do? What is my doublet? I just want to create the multiples of 2. Then what I need to do? I just want to say what to do. Like you need to multiply the value and you need to add inside it and you need to do it like that. I need to tell it. Okay. So for example, we have some of the array method, push method, pop method, so much of things. By using this method, we can able to do it. Like for example, I just creating a const and this is going to be the result. This is going to be the result and this is going to be the empty string. And here what I'm going to do, I just simply say result dot push. What does push method do? It will push whatever the value that comes into this array. So it will just go and add the element into that array. Okay. So what the value that want, I just want to value, and here I just want to multiply it by 2. I just say value multiply it by 2. Okay. So once we saved it, go for here, I just say console.log and here I just say result. Here I just say result. Okay. So if I save it, you can see the doublet of the array. So you can see 2, 4, 6, 4, 8, 6 like that. You can see this is going to be the thing. So I just want to multiply it and I need to apply it everywhere, right? So this is how the for each method works. So it will not return anything. We need to tell what to return, what to do. But map method, it will returns an array. Okay, what will do means it will return an array. The exact same thing I say map dot like num1 dot map, and here it is also going to take a function. I just say function. Okay, simply say function and here I just going to say what we can say here. The best example to compare this is I just remove this one. I just use this one. You can see same thing here. I just use console.log value. Okay, if I do this, you can able to see each and every value is looped and it will be displayed. You can see 1 2 3, it is looped every value and it will be displayed here. So but when I use the map method, same code for map, only thing is here for each, here map. If I do this, now you can see like argument we missed value. Now you can see what is the what we have missed. It's going to be function like it will also doing the same thing. So the one thing is here, if I use const result like this, and what I'm going to do, I just simply say return the value, and I just say result. Okay, so here I just going to do the same thing. I will do the same thing. Let's go here. The first one is okay, so I will create the same variable const result 1. Here console.log, I just say result, go for result 1, and here you can see first one is undefined, it is coming from for each. The reason is it is not returning anything. Okay, so it will just loop through it and it will not returning. If I log it, it is not returning anything, it is not doing anything. We need to tell what to do, what to handle, what the things that we need to focus and everything. It just loop through it by using the function. But map method itself creates a new array. When I use this map method, it itself create a new array. I simply say return something like this. If I say like result is not defined, where is here you can see we will get an empty array. Everywhere it is an undefined because we don't say what to return. Okay, but you can see it is created an array by default. That is the map method will do. So what is the map method will do? The map method will map through like exactly the same thing what for each do, but it will create a new array and store whatever the result that we are getting, it will store it in a new array. If I use the value, then it is going to store it in a here. You can see it is here, it is going to store it. So if I want to double edit, I don't want to use the push method, pop method, all those things. Just simply I can say map it and just make it, because it is going to create a new array and that is going to store it in the result 1. That is what it is going to do. Okay, so this is what it is going to do. And the next thing is about what we have means we have filter method. So what is this filter method will do means it will filter it out. Like for example, if you go for Amazon, what we have something called as filtering. I think this one, like artwork, I just simply go for somewhere here. I think, yeah, this is one. Checkboxes you have discussed in the H1. What it will do, it will filter it out. If I click this paper plane designer, it is going to check it, right? It is going to filter it out. How this filtration is working? Like we have some methods and all. In previously we used all the code and all, but right now in JavaScript we have the filter method. It is going to work exactly the same thing, but it is going to filter it out. For example, let us consider I have 2, 3, 4 and all. I want only the number that is greater than 3. How can I do it? Simply just same like map, just create, it is also create a new array. I just say const result, you can say const filtering is equal to, I just say num1 dot filter. We need to use the filter method and it is also take a function. I just say simply say function, and what I can do, I can tell what is the condition. So what is the condition I need? I just say return if the value. So we need to fetch the value here. I just say if the value is greater than 3. If the value is greater than 3, then you need to, we probably don't read that. It is a one liner, so that is why. So yeah, like we use this one. The syntax is important. Okay, so I just say return. So if I say console.log filtering, once I save it, go for here in the doc, you can able to see what all are the values that are greater than result only, like greater than 3 only. You can able to see 1 and 2 is not added here. So this is how the filter. So we can able to filter it. So how, what I can do it, if someone clicks the button, then I need to filter. Then I need to filter based upon the title. Based upon the title, I need to filter it. I can able to filter it, or based upon some other things like keywords or other things like the category, mentioning the category. I think in the response we have the category, right? So based upon the category, I need to filter it out. How can I do that? We can able to filter it out by using this, and we can able to showcase them what we need to do. Like we just want to filter it out according to the categories. So we will check that if the categories match with that or not, like that. If it is matched, then you need to show in the show here, otherwise you don't want to show that. So that is why exactly what happening here. So this is all about filtering. Okay, so the next thing is about arrow function. What is arrow function? So these things are will be discussed in React also. That is why I am covering these also. So what is arrow function? It is a syntactic figure that you use for a function. For example, in normal terms, how will we write a function? We will simply write a function. We will call the function keyword, and we will give the name of it, and we will give the name of it, and we will say console.log what to do, right? This is what we would now console.log, whatever the code that we need to write, we will do it. An arrow function, it is very straightforward. I simply say like this. So what does this means? We don't want to use the, okay, just a minute. Okay, thank you guys, thank you for all your support. Okay, so what is the arrow function will do? The arrow function is just
Yeah, wait a sec. I think the signal is lost. Yeah, I think Hari's signals is lost. Okay, so let me check means how much JavaScript was done. If it was not done, we will start with React.js. Okay, so let me check with Hari. Or we will have okay, it is almost done. So we will have a 15 minutes break. We'll have a 15-minute break, and have a 15-minute break, and then will start with React JS. Okay. So 15 min. So the attendance 3 have been shared. Please do fill it. Please do fill it soon, or else it will go up. Please fill the attendance 3. Okay, so we are going to start with React now. If some problem from Hari's side, if something is remaining JavaScript, you can watch it from a previous week. He took a, we take like this 4 day long JavaScript classes, React classes, everything on the channel also. So he took a 4 day long JavaScript bootcamp. It is like every day 1 hour. So it is like 4 hours on 4 days. So you can refer to that if something is remaining, or else we're going to start with React because we have to cover a lot of things. Okay. So for React, what you need to know a bit of command line. Okay, so I've just created a folder like React, and I have gone inside it. It's in the desktop, so whether you're using a Windows or a Mac, it doesn't matter. So you have to work on the terminal. You have to go to the terminal in Windows. You have to go to the your command line. You have to go there and you have to create some projects. Okay, so that is there. You have to do from there. And what you have to do actually. So let me also make this. Okay, so for React you need this Node.js. Okay, so the bigger projects will be there. Nobody is going to use JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript. Nobody is going to use all the big project which you see like LinkedIn and all, or any startup you're going to work, they want the React project. They're not going to work in vanilla JavaScript like what Hari had told. So they're not going to do, although every project which is in React can be made in vanilla JavaScript, that is on the vanilla JavaScript, you can do that. But every front-end project will be made in React or in Angular. There is another framework which is known as this Vue.js. So you have to do like that. Okay, so okay, it's okay. So what is Java Spring? Okay, so these are all old technology. So nobody uses Java Spring or anything. Okay, and right now nobody uses those things. Java Spring, I don't even know what is Java Spring. Okay, so that is there. They're such old technologies. So Java String nobody uses. I'm not here to do what is this. You all of you know enough of React. See, I am a corporate trainer. All the big companies I teach in one of the on one of the top five corporate companies also, service based companies also. So all those things, everybody wants React or Angular or something like that. Nobody uses like those old technologies. Java Spring, I don't even know now what is this. I means forgot, like nobody uses those. Okay, so Spring Boot is a totally different thing. Okay, Spring Boot is a totally different thing. Spring Boot is used to make the backend. So we are talking here about the front end technology. Spring Boot is used to make the backend and all. So nobody uses that is used, like that is used, but please don't go with that. Those are all like backend. Java is still there in the backend, but we are talking here front end, like the front end of the web app. We're not talking about the backend. So Spring Boot and all those things, they like compete with Node.js. Node.js is used for backend also, so they compete with the Node.js and uh, your .NET and all. Okay, so there Java, I know Java is still, it is used in the bigger website like Flipkart and all. But if you want to go to some smaller and all those things, like even mid-range companies uses Merge Stack, which uses Node.js. Okay, which uses Node.js. So backend Node.js is the most popular. So Node.js is very very easy. If you're a JavaScript developer, if you're a ReactJS developer, it is like a piece of cake, Node.js. So the highest thing is like MERN. I'm not here to now talk about MERN and all. So MERN means MongoDB Express, React and Node.js, or even a mean stack MongoDB Express, Angular and Node.js. And that is what all the corporate work wants to do, because see nowadays the 90% projects will be there in that. So maybe 10% projects in Infosys TCS will be that Java Spring Boot, because they have a lot of old projects. Okay, so in the main domain, like in the main startups and all, you'll never find those Java Spring Boot and all those things are not there. Okay, so those things are not there. Spring Boot is for the backend, it is there. But Java in the front end nobody uses, because you cannot use Java in the front end and all. Okay, front end you need React or Angular, nothing else. Even Vue is not that popular. Okay, front end it's React and React. Everything is React. You any website you open, it is 90% it is using React. Website by website, I'm talking about web apps. I'm not talking about website. I'm talking about web apps. Web apps are React, from LinkedIn to Instagram to Facebook, because Facebook created React. Okay, so enough of talking. So because we have to cover a lot here in React, I can go whole day talking the positive about React, because React created my career. So I can do everything on that. Okay, so you have to go. So it's a package at the end of it. It's a completely open source package. So it is not like .NET and Java and all, so they're not open source. It is completely open source. You can see every bit of code of it, of React. Okay, so that is there. You can see every bit of code. So it's a as a package, node package. So you have to install Node.js on a system, whether you're using a Mac or a Windows. You have to install it, and it's very easy to install. You have to just download the recommended one, and it will get installed. So like that's next you do, and it will get installed. But if you open it from Windows, you'll get a Windows. Then how do we make a React? So create React app, and React is created by Facebook, and it is used in Facebook, the biggest web app on the planet right now. Okay, so I'm teaching React from scratch. Okay, so that is everything we have teach from scratch. Okay, so this, as I've told, React is completely open source. React is completely open source. So if I come here, so this is a create React app. We need to use something known as create React app. Let me run a command. So you need to have Node.js installed on your system. When you create a Node.js install on it, when you install a Node.js on your system, you can see the version with node-v and npm-v like this. You should know a bit of command line to work with React. A bit of command line is required. Okay, so that is there. Then you create a new projects in React with this thing, npx. Npx is a form of npm. Create React app, my app. My app can be anything, but the main thing here is create React app. Okay, so let it be done, and it will be done in some time. Okay, so it will be done. So what is this? Till now we have learned HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and the problem is that the browser only understand HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It doesn't understand anything like React. Just it's a new kind of language you're going to. Although it's not new, it's like more than like 2013 it was released. So it is a different kind of a thing. So every React code needed to be get converted into HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. All the React code needed to be converted. So how it will get converted? So there is something created by Facebook, which is like create React app. This create React app, behind the scene, it converts everything to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, which the browser can understand. Okay, so that is like that. So for you have to install the package like this, npx create React app, and this my app is actually a app name. So you can write any name there. So my app is like that. So it is taking some time. So that is there. And React is a front end framework. Okay, so not a back end, because nowadays most number of jobs are in the front end, not in the back end. Why? Because front end is so heavy. Like every app is like, it is known as front end heavy. Like LinkedIn is front end heavy, Facebook is front end heavy, everything is front end. It's not like that back end engineer doesn't work there, but more than back end engineer, DevOps works there. Okay, so because those kind of apps can make good with DevOps only. Okay, so that is a different thing. Okay, and so if everything is okay, you're going to get this like cd to this and then npm start. You're going to get this thing. Okay, or else it is not working, and happy hacking you'll get. Then I will go there in the cd my app, I'll do, and then I'll open it with VS Code. There is a way to open it with VS Code. Again, you should know this thing, like if you do a code and dot, it will open with VS Code. It's a command line thing. So why it will open? It will it is like first time you'll do, it will ask you to add it in the path or something like that. It will add, remember. So it will be open like this, and then what I'm going to do, so this code is open, and I will do a npm start. So as they're telling npm start, so I'll do npm start. So what will happen? This will keep on running, and this, see, this is also showing like this. This thing is known as hot reloading. Actually, in React, you don't have to do all those things like which you do in HTML, CSS, JavaScript project, which is like running the live server. Already live server is there. So it will run on a port. Already the live server is there. And the moment you change some code, it will happen there. Okay, so that is there like this. Now, I will take you all through the code first. Okay, so one more thing here. React is actually divided into two parts right now. Okay, one is the class-based React and one is a hook-based React. Okay, so class-based React and hook-based React. So what happened with React from the starting 2013 till 2020 mid, class, there are two kinds of components. So Hari might have told a little bit about classes. So there are ES6 classes are also used here. So this ES6 classes, mainly there are two kind of components. One is a functional component, which are nothing but JavaScript function. One is a class-based component, which is nothing but ES6 classes. So earlier in React, what used to happen, the classes were superior components. Why? It used to have two major features of React. One is known as state, and the other one is known as lifecycle matters. We'll go through both of them. But later on, what happened, the React started moving to functional component because classes are a bit difficult. There is a this keyword is there which causes a lot of issues in classes. So those things are there. One sec. Okay, so those things are the classes used to cause a lot of issue. So because of those issue, okay, okay, because of this issue, uh React is slowly moving toward the functional component, and we are going to and functional component have the concept of state and lifecycle matter through something known as hooks. We're going to learn that also later on. So that is there. Let's get started. So the first thing which one sec. The first thing which we are going to do, and we are going to have a break after class-based concept is done. Then we are going to end soon. One sec. Let me also open it on my mobile. So if somebody asks something, I have to check it. Okay, so that is there. Okay. 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 So let us go through the structure of this React app, how it is coming, how this all are coming. So let us go through that. And first, so you might be seeing this thing is running now where it is there. Now this package.json is there. It's a very important file, this package.json. So what is this package.json? Basically, this package.json is basically the modern software nowadays. It is made out of open source software, completely open source software. So completely open source software means all the things, even the React code you can see, this are the packages which are installed, and they are installed in something known as a node module folder. So whatever is there here, it will be installed in the node modules folder. So these are different packages. So React also have got a certain version number. Yes, I'm from Bhopal, so there are certain version numbers are there, and our other teacher Mausam is also from Bhopal. Okay, so that is there. And so this I cannot chat much. Okay, so React version 18.2 is there, and React DOM is like this 18.2. So as I've told, there was a major upgradation in React version 16.8, which was in 2020 mid. So when you go to a big project, you're going to see that they're using some version. Generally version are not changed that frequently. Okay, if it is less than 16.8, it means you have to use class based function only. And as I told earlier, knowing JavaScript is not enough, and we teach only that much JavaScript is required to learn React, because React is the thing which will get you a job. I know many startups in Bhopal also, and they're dying for React.js developer. Everybody is dying for React.js. I know people in Bangalore. I know because I was working in Bangalore for such a long time. Bangalore, everywhere people are dying for React.js developer. Okay, so there is too many jobs for React.js developers out there. Okay, so that is there, but people don't find it because people don't know what to learn. I was having someone who was still thinking that PHP have the most number of jobs. Okay, so those things are there. So let not get distracted. So package.json is there. Then this git ignore is there. So git ignore is a very important file because this node modules folder, it is written that a node module folder is there. See, this node module is what holds most of the thing in your what do you say, in your modern project. Node modules folder is a very big project project actually folder. Actually it is around 300 to 400 MB. And most of the project, if you know a bit about GitHub, most of the project get uploaded in GitHub. So GitHub is like having a 2 GB of like limitation, so you cannot update everything. If you are sending 300 MB every time, if 4 5 project will fill it. So git ignore means this node modules will not go to the github. Git ignore means it will not go to the GitHub. And but if it doesn't go without the node module, the project doesn't runs locally or doesn't runs in the server also. So how it will be installed? So when we do something like install something, and I do a npm install, so it will install all the node modules. So that is like that. So let us quickly now go to this public folder. There is a very important folder here which is index.html. So what is this index.html file? So this index.html file actually tells, there are a lot of comments are there. So let me remove some of the comments. Okay, so so you can see this is a very small file, a lot of comments were there, so that's why it was looking a bit big. So in the header part you'll see this title and all is there, and this title has been shown here. I can React learn, I can do it and save it. So hot reload is there. It will be done like this. And but here the main thing is not the title part. And someone was asking about Bootstrap. If you want to add Bootstrap here, you'll add it here. You'll add it here. Okay. So that is there. And the body part, there is a very important thing. Something is known as div with ID of root is there. Div with ID of root is there. And this is a bit of JavaScript kind of code will be there. Actually, our code will start from not from this index.html, but actually this index.html will only be shown here. But this div with ID of root is very important. Our code will start from this index.js file. Index.js file is a special file in React in which it has got a lot of things like this. Some of the things I can remove it. Okay, so they're not required. So I'll remove it. So even I will remove this thing. So see this thing. So root const root equal to react dom dot create root document dot get element by id root. So this is a bit of JavaScript code which Hari might have taught. Get element by id. Get element by id root what? Get element by id root this. So what it is going to do, you don't have to learn much about this. What it is actually doing, because this is some React kind of code. So what it is doing actually, this it is getting the id root and then it is rendering the app. It is rendering the app. What is this app? App is the thing which is actually been shown here. So how I will see this app? So I will now, okay, so I will click here. So hold down control and hover your mouse over here and you can click it. So it will open that file. So it is opening this file like this. Actually, if you can see, this is what has been shown here. The logo is been shown, the anchor tag has been shown, learn React has been shown, image has been shown, all those things have been shown here. So but this is a weird kind of a file, and this is actually a React code. You don't have to learn much about the index.js, but you have to learn something about this thing. Why? Because this app.js is JavaScript file, but it is actually not a JavaScript file. It is known as a JavaScript XML file, JSX file. Because why? Because React is a kind of a weird kind of a thing. Like what happens in React, like this CSS is like normal CSS. It is importing some CSS. Okay, so it is like normal CSS is imported, normal CSS, which you have learned today. But a very big but is there. This JavaScript file is a combination of HTML and JavaScript both. Okay, and this is what is different from a vanilla JavaScript. In vanilla JavaScript, we have all those things different. HTML is different, CSS is different, and JavaScript is different. But here, JavaScript and HTML are in a one file known as a JSX file, which is more HTML you will see and less JavaScript is also there. The logic is also which we are going to write it here, but it is more HTML. And this is something which is like good in React also. If you can understand, if you do some vanilla JavaScript project, you'll find soon that it is very complicated. Like you have to get do a lot of things like document dot get element by id, get create element, all those things you have to do to create the HTML. But here the HTML is like HTML only. A bit of JavaScript is added. How it is added? Like this logo, it's a variable which is added and all those things. So this is been shown like this. And a bit of other differences is there, like this class name is there. Class name is actually the thing. If I inspect it, so it gets changed to a normal your HTML file only. So div with class app is there, and div with ID root or index.html root, and see this is a normal HTML only. But there is, see, this header is been changed into a class, not a class name. So what is a class name? In React, we cannot use class, because in React or JavaScript, class is a keyword. So what they have done, whenever this is a CSS class, okay, whenever you are using CSS class name class, you have to use it as class name. So there are a little bit of differences are there, or else it is exactly similar to HTML files. Okay, so when you start with React, we actually remove the old code. Like this code I'm going to remove and I'm going to save it. And we generally don't work like that in HTML and index.js. I just told them to tell you the flow, how the flow is happening. So I'll close this, I will close this. So app.js is there. So this is the main thing, like app.js. And we cannot go slow. The problem is that if I go slow, I will not be able to cover everything. And the next problem is that we are doing from 9, so I cannot go beyond 9, because YouTube will then cut us out and it will not go. So I cannot go slow. If you want to see a bit slower, you can see my other ReactJS videos. ReactJS we're again going to go. Okay, so slowing will be a bit difficult for us to do right now. Okay, because I have to complete it in like 6, 7, 8, 9, 3 hours I have to complete. Okay, so that is there. So the thing is that, okay, I will cut it out, and because I'm not using, so I'm getting a blank, I'm getting completely blank. Okay, so now React have got two kind of components. One is a functional component, one is a class based component. So our app.js is always the parent, our app.js is always the starting point of a React.js project. Okay, so now we are going to create learn to create the functional component. Actually, this is also a functional component because the JavaScript function is there. So everything is Java, so JavaScript function is there, but we are going to create a new components. And new components, how we create? We generally create a new components. I'll close this. In the SRC, I'll go as a components folder. SRC, I will create a components folder. Okay. Generally, we do like this. SRC, I'll create a components folder. Then I will create a new file known as greet.js. Okay, and in this greet.js, what I'm going to use? Okay, so when I was teaching HTML, I thought that there is a like a shortcut to create a HTML skeleton like this. I'll do an HTML skeleton will be created. So like this, React also needs some shortcuts, but unfortunately we don't have that in your VS Code. Where do we have? We have it as an extension. Some third party have created it. Some very good genius program has created it. And if you come here and if you search for this extension, which is ES7 React Redux React Native extension, and you have to install it, and it is by ds-zanga, something like that. You can note this thing, ds-zanga. This is a very good extension. It will like save you a lot of time, because it will give the skeleton code. So the skeleton code for a functional component I will do, but I will tell two type of functional component. Okay, so let me first do RAFCE, and I love to use arrow based functional component, because arrow based functions have its plus point, like that this keyword problem, it is not there. So that is there, and this is a normal function, this is arrow based function. Okay, so here also actually there are two ways to do this thing. One is this default. I'll not use this one, I'll use another way. Okay, so it is like export. I'll do this export here. There are two ways to export. One way is known as a named export. What is in the named export? Named export, I can do not one time export, I can do actually any time of export. I can do like, I will do a React greet here, and this is a h1 greet, and h1 React greet, save it. So now I want to use them here. Okay, so how I am going to use it? I'm going to use it like greet, and we actually don't use most of the time like this. This is known as a default export and a default import. And I'll do another one is React greet. So these two things I'll do, and see both of them are coming like this. It was showing the h1 and h1. See, React, all the components are like separate. So when they're separate, you have to export it and you have to import it. And import React from React, you have to do it because this is how like React works. Like you have to do this statement. Okay, and okay, so yeah, app.js file only we write all these things. Okay, so that is there, and this kind of export and this kind of imports, this kind of export is known as a named export, and this kind of import, when I'm importing it, is known as a named import. And I have to use this curly bracket in this thing. Okay, curly bracket I have to use. Okay, and this kind of export and export, this kind of file, actually we don't create it that much. And we create it when we create some utility functions. When you create some utility functions, like a function which is having a, suppose a multiply function, addition function, a lot of things, then we create this kind of function. And sometimes there is a concept in Redux and all, we are going to create it. Most of the time what we do a default export. There is a benefit in this kind of export, which is that I can send like thousands of files, like components from here also, and I can use it. But we don't use it like that. 95% of the time we use something known as default export. So I will create another file known as greeting.js I'll do, and here I will create a RAFCE, and this is known as a default export. Why? Because I am exporting default. Here the problem or the benefit is that you can only export it once time. Okay, you cannot export it more than one time, but this is how we are going to really use it. So then I will do it h1 greeting from React. I'll do and save it, and then I will go here and how to use it again. Again, VS Code comes to a rescue. So see, after I do this thing, and then I will do a greeting. So it is showing me, and if I do this thing, the import is done automatically, or else I have to write it by hand, and I don't like it to write it like this. So you have to give the path here. So I am giving the path here, greeting from components.greeting. I'll save it. See, greeting from React is only. App.js will always act as the main component from where the our whole project is being created. So in bigger project, any project, okay, so it will be done like that only. So that is there, and okay, so this is greeting, and also till this thing. So we are not going to use more like this. We are going to use much more like this only. Okay, so that is there. But as I've told, this is a functional component. There's another kind of component in React, and that is what we are going to learn for the next, I think, 1.5 hour, more than that, because the hooks are very small. Okay, so maybe till 8 we are going to learn about that only, the class-based components. And class-based components are a different way. They are actually ES6 classes, which Hari might have told. So if I go to this components, and I will create a new component here, which is welcome.js, welcome.js, and again a shortcut is that I don't want to write the whole code, so our that theme, whatever the small program will help us. So RCE, there are 2-3 things are only there, so you can learn it. RCE, and then you have to enter a tab. Okay, so you learn it anyways. Okay, RC is there. You can go to that extension homepage also, and they have written like all of the shortcuts and all. They might have written somewhere. Okay, so you can find it from the internet also. Very popular extension. Okay, so RCE, it will give me something like this, but a bit of wrong is there, so I don't have to have this export. So this is a class-based component. Okay, class-based components are actually a lot different from a functional component. Okay, actually again I'll do this. Welcome to React. But one thing good is that these classes are not that complicated as ES6 classes. In ES6 classes, or if you're coming from a Java background, you know that you have to create instance of a class, then you can use it. No instance and no all those things are there. You use it like functional component only. Like here I'll go and do a welcome like this, and it will be shown. Welcome to React. It will be shown. Okay, it will be shown. And but now let us understand this thing. Okay, let us understand this classes. Okay, so I cannot explain a lot of things more. As I've told, most of you will also get a premium course. There you can understand it. You have a lot of React stuff out there, so you can understand from that also. But I'm going to explain what is a class. Okay, what is a class? Because class is something which I need to explain. Okay, so let me explain. And those will fill the 4th attendance form. They are going to get a premium course also. I think most of you know. You're going to get a premium course. You're going to get a personal help. You're going to get invited to our private Discord channel, private Zoom call to help you become a web app developer, to help you with anything in your life. Okay, so that is there. So class-based components are a bit different. Like functional component is very simple, like it's a simple function. But what is this class-based component? First, this is a class is there. Then this extend keyword is there. What is this extend keyword? Extend keyword is inheritance. So if you're coming from a Java background, you know what is inheritance. Okay, inheritance means it is inheriting something from this class, which is a component class. What is this component class? Component class is something which is made by Facebook, not by us. So if I even if I click it, I can go to this like whatever it is written here. JavaScript and this React is completely open source. You can see every part of the code that is there. I can see all the code which the Facebook engineers have written. Okay, so I can see all this code. Okay, so that is it. So component, when it extends from the component, actually we have 2-3 things which are there only in class-based component. Like a state is there, lifecycle method is there, Later on we are going to see it is there in hooks also, but those things right now assume they are not in a class based only. So those superpowers comes from this component. We're going to see that. And then there is a render thing. What is this render thing? Render is something, see, a React, soon we are going to see a concept of state. In the concept of state, you're going to see this class component will like rerun again and again. Functional component doesn't rerun, it is there, it is static. Okay, it is there, it is there. Okay, so earlier functional component were also known as dumb component, dumb, dumb component, because they were just a skeleton component not doing anything. But this render is a function which will run again and again, and this return is something similar to return here, like we're returning a function, of course. So that is a class based component. Soon going to learn some things which are there. So this is there a class based component. See, using it is like very easy, like app.js, I'm using all of those things. Okay, so that is there. Now okay, so now what? Now we are, this is how component and all works in React. Now we are going to learn about some one of the first major topic, which is known as props. Props are a thing. So what are props? Props are a way through which we send data from a parent component to a child component, or vice versa also is something which you're going to see. Parent component to a child component. What is the parent component? A parent component is actually app.js is the parent, and then this, it is calling this component. These are all the child components here. Okay, and we can have a tree like structure also in React, like this component can call some other component, this component can call some other component. So those things we can have. Okay, those things, those all those things we can have. Now what is there? Okay, first thing is that this two component I'm going to comment it out. So in React, if you select everything like in any other language, and then you do a control backslash, and it will do a comment like this. So React comment is a bit different, especially outside. It will be commented like this, and if I comment this thing also, it will be commented like this. I will save it. So see, both these things are coming. So like this, it is there. Maybe I will remove it. Yes, but the comment is done like this. So that is it. So now greetings and welcome is showing. So now I want to pass some data. Pass some data here. So how do I pass some data here? So I will write a name equal to JavaScript. So I want to pass some data. I want to pass some string from the parent component to the child component. So I will pass some data like this. Okay, name. This is not a keyword. You can use something else also. I will have a name equal to Golang, name equal to shift, and maybe here also I will pass. And between them I will have something known as HR horizontal rule. Okay, so HR horizontal rule. See, one more thing important in React is that I have a self closing for all these components also, and for this also. Okay, but if I do like this, it will give me error. In HTML it will not give error, but here if it's a self closing is there, you have to manually do this. In no, it's not pre-recorded video, it is like live. Okay, so it is like live video. Okay, so HR is there, and on tricks it is a live video. Okay, so that is there. So HR, see, this HR is, this line is there. Okay, so yeah, premium course also you'll get the certificate. Premium course is through a platform, so it will auto generate the certificate, so don't worry for that. Premium course is very huge, so you will not complete like it is more than 100 hours. Okay, so it will take some time to complete it. Okay, so greeting is there, and premium course is not about recorded course. Okay, premium course is about like our live support. We help till the end for you to get a job. Premium course is like that. Okay, that is like that. Okay, so thank Antariksh, Ankrish. Okay, Ankrish. Okay, so I know a lot of people do this. They say live and it is not live. Like the big ad tech do that thing. Okay, so we are not that big. We are ad tech, but not that big. Okay, so now but we'll be big soon. Okay, so that is there. So this welcome is there, and okay, I'll have this in the welcome also. Okay, name equal to, maybe I'll have a React native, and maybe I will have a, okay. And one thing I want to tell, this name is not a keyword. You can have anything. You can have like language also, lang also, anything you can have. Okay, language, lang, anything you can have. And this is now I'm sending the data here. Now how do I receive the data here? How do I receive the data here? Okay, so that is the important thing. How do I receive the data here? So when I send from here, in the greeting or in the welcome, how do I get it? How do I get it? And I get it through is, okay. So how do we get it? How do we get it? So we get it uh, something with something known as a props. Okay, something known as a props. So how do we get it? So here we'll get something known as a props. Something known as a props. And what are these props? So props, let me do a console log of what is this props. And props is a keyword. Okay, props is a keyword. Props, props I'll do. So props is a keyword. So let me save it. And if I inspect here, go to this console, see this console.log props, it is showing me as an object. And what I'm using actually, okay, Chrome. Okay, so it is showing me like an object. It is showing me like an object. It will show much better if I do one more thing. Okay, so props greeting from, instead of React, I'll do, see, inside this HTML, if I want to show anything, I have to use a curly bracket to show a variable. So I'll do a props dot, actually it's name, whatever we pass it here, props dot name. So when you pass something like this, it's magically get converted into an object actually. Okay, and that is what React does. Then I'll do a name, I'll save it. Okay, okay, okay. So okay, name. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this name is there, and so this is there. Name is JavaScript, name is Golang, and name is Shift. Okay, so that is there. Okay, so this props is there, and that, sec. Okay, so this props is there. Okay, so this props is coming like this name is JavaScript. So as I've told, what is happening right now, the thing which is happening is that, okay, this whole thing get converted to a props, and this name get as an object. This names comes as an object. Okay, this names comes as an object. And so it is showing like this. Okay, like this, it is been shown props dot name. So I am been shown this greeting from JavaScript, greeting from Golang, and greeting from Shift is been shown like this. It is there. Okay, so that is there. Now to do the same thing, like now the other thing is there is another kind of a props. We're going to do destructuring also. Okay, so the other thing is that there is something else is also there, which is known as a children in React. So most of the time when we are going to send data from a parent company to child company, you're going to pass it through like this only. Most of the time, 95% of the time, you're going to pass it like this. But sometimes you pass it as a children also. So how as a children? So what I'm going to do here, I can do it like this also. Greeting. Okay, it will not give me an error. It will, in fact, it will do like this. Okay, so I will write here LNGUAG, language of the web. I'll write this language of the web. See, now something else is also coming. Children is coming. I didn't give this thing. Okay, I didn't give this thing, but this thing is coming, which is like it is written that it's a children. So whenever you pass something inside it, it comes as a children. Some of the time you're going to use it like this. Okay, so language of the web, it is coming like that. Okay, so it is coming as a children. So let us come here and do it as a children. So we know that props have got two objects, one is name, one is children. So we'll come here and do a p and do a props dot children. Props dot children we are going to do, and I'm going to like save it. But we got a very big error, like adjacent JSX elements must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. Did you want to use a JSX fragment, which is like this? So in React, what happens? You cannot start a component like this, a component separate file with the h1 and end it with a p. Here we were not getting error because it was starting with the div and ending with a div. Means you should have something. Here also, if I give a div, that error will go. But they are telling us to give something special known as a fragment. What is this fragment? We want to see. But let us get rid of the error first, because the React need some of the things which is required. So I'll do this div, and I will come here and put it here. See, the moment that I did this, error has also gone. Okay, so error has gone, and I will like now cut it and save it. So this language of the web is coming fine. So because props that children have done. But coming back to that, why they were telling that, okay, so you should use you should not use, you should use something known as a fragment. Why they were asking? For that we have to inspect it. See, inspecting it, you might be seeing that like every time I've used a div, every time the div has been added to all these things. Okay, div has been added to all these things, which is actually not a good thing. Which is actually not a good thing. This div has been added there. Earlier, I didn't have this div. Suppose I don't want it in my style, and this used to cause a lot of problem when we're using anything like Flexbox grid, anything, because in Flexbox grid, which Mosam had taught you very well. So what is that? Div and all are considered one element. So React team came out with something known as fragment. So this fragment, what happens? So like this, earlier there was a lot of ways to use this. So fragment is this. It has got nothing, like it has got nothing, like empty this thing. I'll save it. Now see what will happen suddenly. So React is not giving me error because it thinks that, okay, there is something because they made it like this. But in the browser, if you see, I don't have anything like no div or something. So style were not getting out. Because of that, the styles were coming fine. Styles were coming fine. So I have removed that thing. So if you don't want any style or something, you give it like this in a React, like these are known as React fragments. Okay, so that is done. So this we have done. Now we will come to the class-based component. How to use this props and all in a class-based. Okay, class-based. How to use it? Let us. We are also passing some data. Now let me also do one thing. Let me also pass a children here. Welcome, and I'll do language for cross mobile app, right? Save it. So now again we know that props is going, and name and children are there. But how do I access it here? How do I access it here? Because there is no, I don't have an argument in the class based component, and here is where the complicated concept of a class-based thing comes, and that's why React is moving away from class-based, and the complicated concept is the concept of the this keyword. So here we don't have any like this props and all. Okay, so props is there, but we don't have any parameters. So how do we use it? So we will use it by using, we'll come here and again we'll do this thing. I'm gonna let us first wrap it with a fragment and h1 p, and like here there is no props. Okay, here there is this dot props dot name, and this is this dot props dot children. This dot props dot children. Okay, so I will save it. And it is been shown like this, like React Native, Flutter, everything is coming. And Ankrish was telling about destructuring. So we'll learn about destructuring right now. So this is a very good way and all. So this is how you show the thing. This is how you pass the data and you show the things. Okay, so what is destructuring? So destructuring is a ES6 concept. I think Hari might have told about the destructuring. So destructuring is a concept which is like optional, but even if you don't like it, some other developer will like it. Like Ankrish was telling that destruction is a good way through, and that is what every developer thinks. Suppose you will say that okay, I will not use destruction in my code. It's the code is ugly. But the next developer in React is famous for what? React is famous for like this in one project like 10 front end developers works. That is something which you cannot do in JavaScript. That is something which you can do in React only. I give the greeting component to one developer, I give the welcome component to another developer. It works like that in React. Okay, so that's why React is very modularized. You cannot do this thing in JavaScript. So we are going to look into destructuring right now. Okay, so destructuring right now we are going to look, and there are actually two ways to do destructuring in functional component, and one way to do it in a class base. So the first way to do destructuring is like directly this props. I know this props is actually an object containing name and children. Okay, so I'll remove this. So what I will do here, name comma children I'll do, and so this object name comma children is do. Now I can get rid of this thing like this props word. I can get rid of this. Okay, so I can get rid of this, and see, I'll save it and see my code is not breaking. Even if I refresh it, it is working fine. So this is one way to do the destructuring, and this is object destructuring, which Hari might have told. Object destructuring. There is another way to do destructuring. Some people don't like it like this, so I'll cut it and I'll do a keep the props here and keep the props here and do a const equal to props, and this is the way some people prefer it. So this is like a proper destructuring, object destructuring. Save it. It is working fine. No error is there. But in classes we have only one way to do destructuring, because in classes we are not getting any arguments. So we are not getting any arguments in a parameter. So classes, the way we do it is, and one more thing in classes, that we do it inside this render. So like this const this, and then this dot props. It's a props I'll do. Okay. And what's the benefit? So, and this is with the way to do destruction. And there is more benefit in classes based, although there is benefit here also. So you'll ask what's the benefit. See, if I have to use name and children in a real project, I'm going to use it 10 times. Every time, if I don't do this one line, every time I have to use like props.name, props.children, props.name, props.children. Here also it is like the same thing. But here it is much more beneficial. I'm getting rid of not one thing, but I'm getting rid of two things. This dot props. This dot props. I can get rid of these things. And this is a very big thing to get rid of. Okay, only this one line of code will get rid of lot of things it will get rid of. Okay, so we always say that ES6 is the main thing before learning React. Literally every concept which you have learned in ES6 will be used here, every concept. So that's why ES6 is very important. So that is there. Now we are going to learn about one of the very important concept in React, which is the concept of state. State is the thing which makes React. Okay, state is the things which makes React. So we are going to, and state is like a local state. We're going to go to this component, and in this component I've created a new component known as counter.js, and I'll give all this code counter.js in the description later on. Again RCE. Right now we'll think that state is there only in class-based component. Okay, later on we're going to see that how state is there in hooks also. So this is, I will do this thing, and then class counter I have done. Then okay, so what is there first? Okay, so first thing, another thing is that this I'll comment this all out, and I'll comment this out also, and I will come here and do a counter like this. Save it. Counter is there, and counter has been shown. So now this counter will be like, it will show us a nice counter. Okay, so that is there. Classes in ES6 have something known as a constructor also. Constructor runs the first time when this class and is run. Okay, so constructor, it is not required. See, I am not using constructor, it is not giving me any error, but I can use it also. So constructor is also a shortcut is there, rconst I'll do, and it will create the constructor plus a state also it has created. Again, a shortcut rconst. So here, see here, one very important thing is there, which is like a super props is there. Okay, a super props is there. So what is this super props? Okay, super props. So this super props is the thing by which we can use props in actually React. Actually, class based, or else how we are learning about this dot props. So this super props is for that, just a theoretical concept, but this is how internally it is there. Now this dot state is actually the main thing. Count is zero. Count is zero, and it's an object. It's an object. It's an object. This dot state is an object, and we use it with the this keyword, which is one of the most complicated thing in JavaScript, and because of this JavaScript becomes very much complicated. Okay, but we don't need that much complication, but yeah, it will cause a bit of complication in our code. We are going to see later on, means soon we are going to see, not later on, soon we are going to see there will be an error in our code also. Okay, so that is there. Soon, right now we are going to see. Okay, so that is there. And here I will go, and maybe I will again use a fragment, and I will use a, it will be count is this dot state dot count. This is a state dot count I've done. I'll save it. See, count is zero has been shown. Okay, so that is okay. Count is zero has been shown. Uh, and state is a keyword. Okay, state is a keyword. State is not like that you can take any name. This dot state is a keyword, and this is a local state. Local state which we can update, Okay, and this is the power of React actually. This dot state. But this dot state is this object is there. Okay, this dot state is an object, and this dot state dot count, I'm showing it with the curly bracket because this is how we show the value, because our main criteria is to show the value of the key. So this is the key value pair. Object is a key value pair. We have to show this thing. Okay, so that is there. Now, other thing is that just I will tell a bit of about this and all, not that much. Okay, so why I'm using this keyword here, this state? Why cannot I use something like a maybe a var state? Why cannot I use it like var state? And then I can use it here. Why cannot I do that? I cannot do that also because we know that var is actually a global. It is a functional scope. We know that thing. It's a functional scope, which Hari might have taught. It's a functional scope. Okay, functional scope, but functional scope also means that it will contain inside a function. So constructor is a function, it will contain inside it, and this I need here also, this state I need here also. So this is a class concept. In class, that this keyword is accessible throughout the class. That this keyword is accessible. Okay, so that's why we use this keyword in class. This is a JavaScript concept. Like, why use the this keyword in a class? We use this keyword for that reason also. You want to access some variable throughout the class. I want to access it. Then we use the this keyword. Okay, and this is dot state is like this. So this is like this. Okay. So now the main thing is that I want to change the value. Like, this count is there. Why this count is there? Count is there so that I can change it through a button. So I can change it through a button. So I'll have a button. This button will be called increment, and this will be like this. Button is increment. Okay. Then I will have on click. So React is very good. Like, it is like much more simpler than, we don't need to have an event listener or something like this. Okay, on click is there, and on click, like, it will, like, a event listener is there. So the moment I click on this on click, click on this button, this on click will fire. And it's a bit different from HTML also actually have an on click thing, but it is like this in HTML. If you read it, HTML, it is like this. Okay, here it is like a camel case. That is another difference. So what I'm going to do, this on click, I want to call a function. So function. Okay, classes also have functions. They are sometimes known as methods also. If you're coming from a Java background, they're known as a Java C++ background, so they're known as method also. So on click, I want to call a function, so I'll call it a this dot increment count. Maybe I'll call it like this dot increment count, I will call it. Okay, then I am going to go here, let's see, control S, and increment count, call this function increment count, and the thing is that we increment the state. Now I want to increment the state. The moment I click on it, the state should become 1. Again click, state should become 2, it should become 2, it should become 3, it should become 4. Like this I want to do it. So how to do it? So the most common way to do it is like increase the state variable, like this dot state dot count equal to this dot state dot count plus 1. But we don't do it like this. I will come back to that, why we don't do it like this. I'll come back to that. We generally increase the state with something known as a set state. So this dot set state, and it is a function. It's again a keyword. Set state is a function from React. Here we will pass an object because my state is an object, and then I'll write a count. So new count will be this dot state dot count plus 1. Okay, this is a state dot count plus 1 will be there. Now the thing is there. Let us one sec. Let us do this thing. Okay, so let us save it. Now also let me do the inspect and go to this console and get it, and I will do a increment. Okay, I will do an increment here. Let us see whether it is working or not. Okay, I'll do an increment here, but I got an error. I got a big error, like cannot read property of undefined. And the thing is that this is not a React.js error, this is a JavaScript error. Okay, so this is a JavaScript error. Okay, so that is there. Why it is coming? I told that this keyword is very useful, but then also this has a lot of issues. Like it is not understanding what is this actually. This it is not understanding. If I do a console.log of this, I'll save it. And I will again do it. See this is coming as undefined. This at any juncture it should belong to this class. Like this should always belong to this class. Whatever this is called inside, it should belong to that. This should always belong to this counter class. Okay, so it is like that. So it is not happening. So there are four ways to solve this thing, and we're going to see all the 4 ways. 2 ways are a bit old ways because React is like from 2013 it is there. So 2 ways are a bit old, and they are been done with there is a bind function is in JavaScript. Actually JavaScript is very huge to master. Okay, so there is a bind function. If you want to master JavaScript, it will take 4 years. So this bind JavaScript. The bind JavaScript is there. There is a function is there. What it does, it solves the issue with this keyword. Don't need to go too much into this or you'll get confused. Okay, so how I'm going to do this thing? So this is okay. So the way to solve it is this this dot increment count dot bind this. Okay, so I am binding this keyword here. I will save it. Now if I click it and if I do the increment here, now see this is now what this is, this counter class. Okay, this should be always the counter class, and my increment is also working fine. So that is there. So this is the counter class. This is the method number 1 to fix it. Okay, so what is the method number 2? Method number, I will tell 4 method, and I'm going to tell the last method is the method which we are going to use. 4th attendance link will be given very late. Okay, so don't ask for the 4th attendance. This is only 6:30. 4th attendance link will be given at around after 8:30. Okay, after 8:30 p.m. Okay, so 4th attendance links will be given after 8:30 p.m. Okay, so that is there. So this is the method number 1. Okay, so the method number 2 is what? So method number 2 is that I will do this, and this will be like this only. So method number 2 is there, and in this method number 2 what we do, this I have kept like this only. Okay, so in the constructor I'll do this dot increment count equal to this dot increment count dot bind this. So this is something which I've done in the constructor, actually the same kind of thing which I've done here, and save it. Now if I do an increment, see again this is working fine. This is the method number 2. But these two methods are very old. Like they used to be, we used to use them in around 2015 to around 2017. I'm using React from the starting, like 2015 I'm using React. So that is there. At that time nobody uses React. That time also everybody used to do Java. Okay. Nowadays also most people think like that. Okay, so that is not the React had taken the world over since that time. Okay, so that is there. And increment count, so this is the method number 2. So what is the method number 3? Actually I will have this 2 times. Okay, so method number 3 is, last 2 methods are modern methods. They are like modern methods. They are done with the help of arrow function. See, arrow function, I think Hari might have told, arrow function is a special function which was released in 2015 in ES6. And the main thing was not how good it looks. Okay, the main thing was that this keyword, it solves the problem with this keyword. It binds it's very well, this keyword. Okay, so the method number 3, it is used like 95% of not 5% of the time, but some of this is method number 3. And first two this first and 2 method, you should never use it. Okay, so that is a very old method. You should never use it. Like if you want, you can use it. Like it's like complicated, like bind and all those things are there. Instead of this, just keep use the arrow function like this. And this method is sometime we use 5% of time we are going to use. We're soon going to use this method when I want to pass some parameters. So what I'm going to do, I'm calling a arrow function, calling it through an arrow function. So here again I'm going to go and I'm going to increment it. See, again it is working fine. This is method number 3. But method number 3 also we don't use that much. 95% of time blindly you can use the method number 4, which I'm going to tell you. So this will be like this. In it, what happened, whatever the function from now onwards you are going to create, blindly, just blindly create it as normal, not as a normal function, but create it as a arrow function like this. Arrow function. That's why I love arrow function. I just forgot to create the normal function because I don't want to deal with this problem. So I don't want to deal with that. So that's why I always create an arrow function. Created an arrow function and know this problem will be coming. So if I click it and it will like do it. So this is the thing. Okay. So this is React only, our book creation. So this is React. See, import React from React. Okay, so React started at 5:30. Okay, so it's now already 1 hour. So that is there now. So we are done with this issue. Now coming back to one thing. So the thing is that why I am using this count is like this dot state dot, why I'm increasing it with this count is this dot state dot count plus 1. Why cannot I increase it like this? Okay, I will comment this out and I will get a bit down actually, and I will do a this dot state dot count is equal to this dot state dot count plus 1. I told that let's try to do like this, like the, and why we're using this dot set. Okay, so I will try to do it like this. Okay, console.log is there. Console.log why I'm doing for this, I will do the console.log for this dot state dot count. So let us see what is there. So now I will increment it. Okay, see, increment is, it is incrementing. Okay, 7 8 9 10. Okay, it is incrementing fine, but it is not incrementing here. Still 0. Why it is still 0? Because React, the render thing is okay, me to sir is what React started at 5:30 p.m. Okay, so it's like more than 1 hour. So React, this render is very important. This render does something like a soft reload. You will never see this reload happening. It's those kind of a soft reload. So when this render happens, see this dot state dot count is getting updated. So but it is getting updated, but it is not being shown. It is not being shown. So it will be only shown if this return function runs again. Right now my state is getting updated, it is 11, but this render function never runs. So what happens when we change the state with this dot set state, this render functions reruns again and it changes it. So that is the importance. We cannot, in React, whenever we're changing the state, we cannot change it like this. We have to change always through the this dot set state. Okay, this dot set state we have to change. Okay, so now I will actually comment this out and uncomment this, save it, click it, and can increment it. So it is working fine, working fine. But now we saw one more problem here, and that problem is that, see, this is 12, this is 13, this is 13, this is 14, this is always one step behind. Why it is happening like this? So this is happening like this because in React, see, what happens in React, this dot set state is actually very powerful. The moment that this dot set is done, very not powerful, very fast, it will come to this return and change the state. Then it will go here to line number 18 and show this console log. So it will always be one step behind. So in React, not only with this console log, suppose there are sometimes this thing is there like 5% of the time, I want to run something before this set state reaches this render. Then there is a special case which I can do. I can run it like a function from here. I've seen this used in production a lot like this. From there you will call a function. Let us see a simple case like this. What we are going to do, we are going to run this from here. I'm going to cut it and save it. Now come here, and then I will do the increment. So see, it is working fine because it is first running this, then it is going there. So this is how it is working fine. Okay, so now that is done. Now we are going to look into one more state thing. We are going to look into one more state thing, and that thing is like suppose there is a, and this is also a special case. Okay, so I'll have a button again, and in this button I will have a increment 5, increment 5 I will have, and then on click is equal to this dot increment 5. So this is a new function, increment 5. I'll call this new function increment 5 like this, equal to like this, and then this dot increment count. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to call the increment count 5 times. I'll save it. So it is called 5 times. So let me, so this is working fine. But if I click here, it is done 4. Only increasing it once. Increasing it once. But if you see here, a 5 has been written. It means this thing has run 5 times. This thing has run 5 times. But why it is increasing only 1? It is increasing only 1 because React, this there is something known as a performance optimization. Okay, the performance optimization. Okay, so what is performance optimization? Performance optimization, what React internally does is like React is created by Facebook to solve the Facebook problem. Like Facebook is the biggest web app on the planet with to 3 billion live users, which is half of this world population. So it needed to be very fast. Okay, it needed to be very fast. So even 1 or 2 seconds is very low. So this render, if this render runs a lot of time, and I have seen this in big production app which have more than 1 lakh lines of code. What happens if this render runs lot of time, it slows the app. So React doesn't want the render to run a lot of time. So when it sees that, okay, so this render is running at a very fast rate, where what is happening here, I'm calling this is an increment count 5 times. So this dot set state will run 5 times very fast. So React says, okay, this is an error issue, and it does a performance optimization, and it will run it only once. But we know it is not an issue, and React tells that, okay, if you know this is not an issue, then you cannot use this code. Okay, and you have to use a special kind of code, and that special kind of code is that you cannot use the, now you can use the state. You have to use something known as previous state. Okay, something known as previous state, or it is also known as previous state. So prev state is what? Previous state keeps track of the previous state. Prev state, and this is a very special case. Okay, not used that much. Previous state, and in this previous state, I will send a function like this, and then count is prev state dot count plus 1. Previous state dot count plus 1. I'll save it, and then come here, and then increment is also working fine right now, and increment 5. Okay, see this is also Working fine. So this is how it is done. So this is all about the state. We have done all about the state. Now what we are going to do? Okay, so we are going to do something known as okay. So we are going to do method as props. So what is method as props? Sometimes we need to pass data in the opposite direction, and that's the time when you use method as props. Okay, so see, when we were passing the data in the right direction, means from the parent to the child component, we're using it like this props. But when we want to pass the data in the opposite direction from the child component, suppose from the counter to the app component, that is the opposite direction from the child to the parent. It is not that easy in React, because React is not a very big framework like Angular. It has got it's a small library. So for that we have to do a trick. Okay, so that is what we are going to learn. And so I will have a new component known as a parent component dot js, and I will have a child component dot js. So this parent and child component dot js I'll have. This parent component will be RCE, and I will do this export and do this thing like this. And in this parent component, and this child component will be a simple functional component, because we won't have many things here. We'll have a button here which we'll call a greet parent. Save it. Now in this parent component I will have a const, and this will have a this dot state will have a parent name, and this will have a Robin Hood. Robin Hood. Okay, parent name is Robin Hood. Then we will have a function known as greet parent, and we will make it an arrow function, because we know that, or else we'll get an error. And then in this I will have a alert I will have, and in this alert I will have a hello dollar this dot state dot parent name. This is state dot parent name I have. Now in this render, I'm not going to call this grid parent directly from here, so I will call this actually child component from here. I'll save it, and maybe I have to increase this. Instead of this counter, I will have to have this parent component. Have this parent component, save it. So this parent component is shown, this grid parent is shown. Okay, so my main thing is that I want to pass some data from the child component to the parent component. So how I will do that? With the help of a props, with the help of a method. With the help of a method, how I will do that. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do, in this child component I'm going to pass a prop. Prop can be any name. So I'll do a grid handler equal to this dot greet parent. So greet handler is a prop name. This the greet parent is what? This the greet parent is this function. I will save it. Then I will go to this component. Now I will have something as a props. I am getting a props back, and this props I will call it as on click is equal to props. And what is the props? And props name is greet handler. So greet handler. Props name is greet handler. So I'll save it. Now what will happen? I will click here in the grid parent, which is in the child component. So let's see, what is this? This alert is coming, because this props.grid handle on click, this props.grid handle I'm calling, it is going back here, going in the opposite direction. And then this dot greet parent is actually this function call, which is just showing an alert. So that is there. So right now what I have done, I have established a connection in the opposite direction. I'm still not passing some data. I want to pass some data like this string. I want to pass some data. So how I will pass the data. So let us pass some data. And for passing the data, we are actually we are going to use this method which we have seen this way, because this way we can pass some data, the arrow function method. Okay, so which we have seen earlier. So what we're going to say, I'm going to convert this into a arrow function with this, and then I will pass something like this. So the like I pass this. So I'm passing some data here like this. Like this, we are passing some data JavaScript. We can pass any data like here. As a string, we can pass it. So I will now come here. Now what is happening here? I am getting a argument. So I will call that argument as child, and hello is from child. And do save it. Okay, so now I'll click it here. See from so this thing. So this is coming. This is coming. Okay, this is coming like a data is coming in the opposite direction, and this is known as method as props. Okay, so that is there, method as props. Now what? Now we are going to learn about conditional rendering in React. So what is conditional rendering in React? We're going to learn. So sometimes what happens, you don't have to render, you don't want to render everything, like you don't need to render everything. Okay, so let us do that thing and get rid of too much clutter is coming. Okay, so I'll create a new function, new component known as user greeting dot js, and as I told, this all code will be there. RCE will be there, and this export I will delete it, and now save it, and then I will go here and do the user greeting like this and save it. User greeting like this I'll do, and see this user greeting has been shown. So in this user greeting, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go here and do a r const like this, and then I'm going to have a state like is logged in, which will be as false. Then in this return, I will have a h1 as welcome Bindu, and welcome guest. I'll have both these things. So both these things are shown. But what is conditional ending? I don't want to show both these things. Depending upon this variable, if it is false, I want to show like this welcome guest. If it is true, I want to show welcome guest. This is something which you might have seen in a lot of websites. Okay, so you will log in, so it will be like that. Okay, so there are three ways to do this thing in React, and I will show a bonus way also. So the first way is to use the if else statement. Okay, so I'll go here and do a if this dot state dot is logged in, then return return this, or else return return this. Then I will remove this and save it, and see welcome guest is been shown. And in if statement, if you have only one statement, you can omit the curly bracket. This is a JavaScript thing. So like this dot state dot is logged in is not true, so else part has been shown. If it is true, and the welcome name is shown. So this is the method number one. So method number two is like based on this method only, it is advisable not to send multiple returns in React. So if you want to solve that issue, whatever I'm going to do, let message will be there, and then this message will be equal to this message will be equal to this, and then return inside a fragment, I will have this MESSAGE message I will have. Then I will save this. So see this welcome Nabendu is being shown, and then I will do a false welcome guest is being shown. So this is method number 3. Method number 3. Okay. And now the no method number 2. So method number 3 is the way which we use most of the time, and method number 3 is the ternary operator. Again, ternary operator is a very important thing which Hari I might have told, and this ternary operator is again a ES6 like a concept. What happens there? Like it's a shortcut of if else statement, and it we use this lot in React. Okay, instead of doing all this if else system, we use like this. So I'll have a return, and then I will have a this dot state dot is logged in, and then I will have a this question mark, and then I'll have this welcome Nabindu or yes. So it is like the same thing, like if else system. If this is true, then welcome Nabindu. If this is not true, the moment the compiler sees this thing, so and then it will go to the welcome guest. I'll save it. So welcome guest has been shown, and if I again do it as a true, welcome Nabindu will be shown. So that is like this. It is with them. So this is all the 3 methods like if else statement, but there is a additional thing which I want to show, which is like only if statement. So that's why it's a bonus method. Okay, so in that I will have like this. I will now comment this out, and it's only a if statement, so this welcome guest will not be there. Instead of this I will have a and operator. I'll save it and operator, and then this welcome Nabindu is being shown like this. So if it is true, but if it is a false, see nothing will be shown. Okay, so this is also used a lot of time. In fact, we are going to use it in hooks. Okay, functional components are best. Okay, so that is there, and we're going to come to functional component at 8. Okay, functional component is also all this concept. Okay, so today if you're going to start a new project, start with functional component. So this dot state dot is logged in is there, and what is happening right now? So the thing which is happening right now is that and an operator is also known as a short circuit operator. If what the way in which and an operator works is that if something is true, then only it will go to the right hand side. If something is false, it doesn't go. So if it sees that this is true, then it will go to the right hand side. If this is false, it will not go to the right hand side. So this is how this is there. We're going to use it soon also. Now what we are going to learn, we are going to learn list rendering in React. Again, this list rendering is very very important, but list rendering and soon front-end engineer, the main thing is to do one thing which we are going to learn. The front-end engineer main thing is to hit some API endpoints. So API endpoints are what? You never interact directly with the database. Some API endpoint will be created by people who are known as backend developers. If you're a full stack developer, you can do it, but a backend developer generally creates this API endpoint. What happens is API endpoints are created in languages like Node.js, Java, and .NET. Golang is also there. .NET is very less used nowadays. Java and Node.js, you can think of the main language. So what happens is endpoints are there. This is not a website. This is an endpoint, and this endpoint will contain all this data, which is actually getting stored in some database. Amazon, all the thing on the internet works like this. Endpoint is there. The Amazon backend engineer will create some endpoint and give it. Okay. Amazon endpoint, I can show the Amazon endpoint. Amazon endpoint is very very big. So there is a fake API store. It is like API store is what? Like store is what? Okay, Amazon store. So in this product, if you go, so Amazon endpoint is something like this. So Amazon data comes like this only in the front end of Amazon, and then we show the data. Okay. So we are not going to use this right now. We are going to use this thing like it's an array of post. Array of post is coming, and we're soon going to see how to do this API call to this endpoint, which will be last topic in the class base. But right now we don't know. So right now what we're going to do, we're going to hard code something like I'm going to come here and do a here in this component, I will create a new file known as list post.js, and this list post it can be like anyways we're not going to use any state here. So rafc, if you're not going to use any state, so I'll do rfc. Okay. And then I will have a const posts equal to, so maybe I will hard code it right now, and later on we are going to see how to use this endpoint. So I'll hard code it like this, and like this I'll do, and maybe I will make it a bit nicer. Okay, so like this, and user ID, anyways we don't use it, I will remove it. I will save it. Now it has been like this. Now in React, the main thing is that when you do API call or you get some data, mostly you get it as an array of object, and then you have to loop through it and show it in the front end. So this is how Amazon also works. It gets some data from the API endpoint, and we get it in the front end, and then we loop through it and show it. Okay, so that is how Amazon also works. Everything works like the whole of internet works like that. Not only Amazon, everything works like that. So how we are going to do this thing? Okay, so return. We have only one statement, so I'll remove this thing. So post dot map, again a ES6 concept, Okay, map we use a lot in React. So map is there. Okay, map, and then we'll have a post I'm taking. So map, what maps does, maps will loop through this, and post is each of the objects, this object and this object. Okay, post is this object, and then we'll go to this post, and then I will come here and do a like this, and then I will have maybe a h1. I'll have an h1, and in this h1 I will show this post dot title. Let's save it. Let's see. App post dot title. Okay, it is not been shown. Maybe I'm not even using this list post. Yeah, I'm not even using this list post. Now I'm having all the title from here. So how does it work? See, map, like we use map a lot in React, because map, if you send an array of length 3, you will get back an array of length 3. But the main thing is with map in React is that you can add some HTML element to it. So I'm adding an HTML element to it and showing the post or title. But most of the cases, like in Amazon case also, you'll see that they will loop through it and show the whole item. Like with image and all those things, we will show it. And most of the time what we do, we take it to a different component. Okay, even before taking it to a different, I want to show one more thing. If I inspect here, see, everything seems like good here. If I go to the console, I will get a big warning. Warnings are not good. Warnings and red warnings are not good. It is not an error, it's a warning. React warning. Each child in the list should have a unique key prop. Okay, what is unique key prop? Like what React expects us to give each child. Each child means each h1. So each h1 is a child. It should have a unique key prop, a prop known as key, and that should be unique. So you should always give something unique. And the good thing is that always from a backend person, or always from a backend API, you'll get something unique, because when something is like saved in the database, some ID gets saved, like it's MongoDB, SQL, anything is there, it gets saved. Okay, so that is there. So ID will come from there. Okay? And it's a backend engineer responsibility also to send the ID. So this h1 is some ID is unique, like in everything the ID is unique, 1 2 3 whatever is there. So key equal to, so it expects us to give something like this, key equal to post dot ID. Save it, and now I will actually cut it and refresh it. See, nothing is coming, and everything is coming right. Key equal to post dot title, so it is there like this. Okay, so now the next thing is that, as I've told, I want to show all these three things, all this ID, title, and body. But most of the time I can show it here also. Most of the time at React, what we do, we create a small components. We don't put all the code in one component. That is a very bad coding. So create a small component, and we pass it to a different component. Okay, so what I'm going to do, a different component, let me call it a post item.js, and it is a RAFCE. Okay. Then I'll go here and do here we will receive this. Okay, so let us save and send this data to here. So I will come here and do the post item. I have to import this thing. post item, and then I will pass the data as a props, but I have to pass the key also, or else it will give me error. Key equal to post dot id and post equal to post equal to post. So this post is actually each of the objects. I'm passing this whole object as a prop known as post. So I will also, like right now it is showing all the things, I will also destructure it, like completely destructure it, like this will be post, so I don't have to write props and all. So this div is there, and then here I will do a h1 and id. So id is there, it is post dot id h3. Title is post dot title and p post dot body. The last thing is like this, id, title and body. So I will save it. So this is showing perfect, and this is how you actually have this blog sites also, like everything works like this only, like if you go to medium.com and all. So I have my own personal blog site also, so that is also like looping through all these things and showing like this. So everything works like this only. Okay, so that is their id, title is like this, it is done. Now we're done with this thing. Now we are going to learn about bit about CSS, not about CSS, how to style React component. So one way is to have a app.css like this and style it, and app.css is like the normal thing. Okay, so I will show the style in this post item only. So in React, what we do, the CSS file is also called by the same name. So this, I'll come here and do a post item dot CSS. Then I will, the CSS file will have, so here let us have a div. The central div I will do, it will have a class name equal to container, and then I'll save it and I'll do this, and dot container I'll do, and we also have to import it like this. We have to import it, so we have to import it or else it will not show. Import dot post item dot css, I'll do, save it, and now this is how we import it. So this container, class name containers, because we have to give class name. This container I can give anything like background color is light golden rod yellow. So like this golden, light golden rod yellow is there. A bit of padding I'll give, padding is 10 pixel, save it. But padding is like, I want some margin also, margin bottom is 5 pixel. Not do much of css because css is already covered. So this is there, it is showing like this, nice. So this is one way to give css. Now we will understand the next two ways to give css. Okay, so again you can use bootstrap and all, so that is not something which is covered here. Bootstrap and all, bootstrap generally, we, if you use bootstrap, you can see there are a lot of things on the internet, like bootstrap we have to import in like this index.html, and in the title part and all, you can see that thing. Okay, so because if you're going to work in a bigger project, they're not going to use bootstrap, they're going to use like plain Flexbox or CSS grid, because that is how real project works. Because you cannot create a site like Apple site or a LinkedIn site with bootstrap. So they are very very, like the designers are like, design is like very good. Okay, so that is there, and so now we will learn the other way to give css, which is like the inline css. Inline css is a bit different from how we do it in html. I think Mosam had told the inline css. So inline css is a bit different, so we'll see the inline css now. Suppose I want to see add the inline css in this h1. So h1 I want to add the inline css. So the one way is to do like this. I'll come here and do a const h1 styled, h1 styled. So a variable I am creating equal to an object, and background color is ITHE. Hopefully this is a color pink. and padding is 5 px. Save it. Then how do I use it? I use it with the style tag, so which is there in which is HTML tag, style tag, but it's a variable, so I have to give this variable thing and then h1 style, and it will be saved like this. So what is the thing which is different from our normal CSS here? First thing is that this is a perfect object. This was not an object. CSS is not an object. Why it is not an object? See, there is a semicolon after everything. Semicolon in objects we cannot have semicolon. I don't have a semicolon here. I have a comma here because everything is a key value pair. And the other thing is that the background color, see the difference? It's a camel case. This is not a camel case here. It's a normal case. Okay. And the other thing is that value is, if it is a string, then I have to have a single quotes. Here value, if it's a string, I don't have to have a single quotes or something. I have to have a single quote. So this is like this. That difference is there. This is one way to give the internal internal CSS. There is another way. You'll find a lot of developer use that way. Internal CSS is like very popular in React. Most of the time you'll give CSS like this, but sometime you get quickly you want to give some CSS in a big project, you'll use the internal CSS, but you are not going to use like this. How we are going to use it? Okay, so most developer work like this. Okay, maybe I will give this post style equal to like this is there. But why to create a variable? Why not I copy this thing and paste it there, and it will be perfectly fine. Let me change this to light pink to light gray, adding okay text rans form is upper case. Save it, and it has been done like this. Bit of padding is also required. Bit of padding is also required, so it is looking nice. Okay, so that is there, but most of the time what happens, you don't give it like this, so you intend it. Okay, like this. I will intend it like, try to make it in one line, but anyways it is a lot, so it will not be made in one line. Try to make it in one line. That's why it doesn't looks good, but sometimes developers want to give some quick things, so they do it like this. Okay, don't give it more than 2-3 things. See, it is already looking ugly, so that is there. So this is how it is there. Maybe I will remove this text transform. Okay, maybe I will give not in here, give it a nice thing, so it is like shown like this. Okay, so that is okay. So this is how it has been shown. This is how the styles are been done here. So that is there. Now the next thing which we are going to learn is a bit complicated thing, and it's a very important thing, and that thing is known as controlled component. See, in HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or React, your forms are very important. Forms are like very important. Okay, so in React the forms are been used in a different way. Okay, forms have been used in a different way, and we're going to learn it. Okay, so that is because of some React problem, the forms have been used like that. Okay, so I will now close this all, and I will go and do a new thing known as a demo form.js, and this demo form.js is that it should be a class based thing right now. So that will be like this. Now go back here, export. I don't want this export. Okay, now here I'll come and do a r const, and this constructor I am going to have this dot state is there, and this dot state I will make it as a user name is empty string. Then here I'll have a form. Let me have this demo form. save it. So demo form is been shown. Now in this demo form, I will have a div because I will not write much of CSS, so I will have a label. I think HTML I only taught. So okay, yeah, I only taught. So HTML I taught that there is a for. There is a for is there. See the for in HTML that gets converted into an HTML for. Why? Because for is a keyword in JavaScript. For is a for loop. So that is it is converted like this. User name. Then I will have a user name. US your name is there. Then I will have a input type text id equal to username. Because for is there, then id should be there, and value will be equal to this dot state dot username. This is state dot username because that is what is there. So see, this username is like empty string. Okay, so this dot state dot username is there. Okay, I don't know why this James is coming. Okay, this is default that something is coming. Okay, so this username is there, it is showing like this. Okay, so that is there, that is good. Now okay, okay, so that is there, and okay, now let us do one thing. Now let us try to write something here. James actually come automatically. If I try to write something here, I'm not able to write anything. So why is this happening? This is happening because of the same render problem which we have seen earlier. See, render problem. What is this render problem? See, something new has been only shown if this render runs again. But right now, what is happening? The render is not running again. So to in React, this is a different like this. To show a form, we have to write some more code, and that code I will explain. But let me write that code, and that code is like I will have a on change handler here equal to this dot handle user change. This dot handle user change I have. Okay, so that is there. Then I will save it. Okay, so on change. What is this on change? On change handler will be fired the moment something will change in this input box. Means I will write something, then this on change handler will be fired. Okay, so on change handler will be fired. Then what I'm going to do, this on change handler, I have to create handle user change equal to e or event. Event is something which we get in the anything like in JavaScript. This is a JavaScript thing which you get, e or event will get, and then I'll have a this dot set state, and it will be user name is e dot target dot value, e dot target dot value. Save it. So now if I don't know what James is. If I write something, see it will come. It is coming like perfect. It is coming like perfect. So now how it is actually working? Let me show. Let me tell. It like works as a cycle. So now initially when this component was loaded, so what happened? It was like this, sitting like this. This dot state, this value is like an empty string. Then the moment I type n, I type the keyword n here, like I type the word n here. So this on change will fire. This on change will fire, and this will go like this dot handle user change will go here. Okay, and will go, and e dot target dot value is something which will contain that value. So my username will become n here. My username will become n. Now what will happen? My username has become n. So when my username is changed, so set has a property that render function will run whenever the state is changed. So render function will run again. Now this n is here. Now this n will be written instead of this value. So this n is been shown here. Again I will type something else, it will go here, a will be added, a will be shown here. So this is like a cycle, it will go on change, it will go, and the value it will be shown like this, it will be there. So let me get it back. So this is how it is work, and this is how in React you work. So if you have something else also, you have to use it like that only, like maybe I will have a comment, and I will have a and this is your duty to check all the other things like what, how checkbox is done, how radio box is done, how option is done, that you can check. Okay, I'll have a br and have a div, because I will have a just a text area, label is there, and comment and comment, and then text text area. I name we don't use in React, so I don't want name. Calls and rows also maybe I will not use it here, so this comment I will do, and value, and this I'll do. Okay, value will be like this dot state dot comment, and this dot handle. I have to use a different function here. Okay, comment change, and then I have to have this function here. So handle comment change is comment will be here. So again the same thing I have to do. So again this comment I can write anything in this comment, like this is good, like this I can write. So now how to submit this form? So as I've told, please go through how to make a radio box, how to make a checkbox, how to make, or else you, when you're going to go in a project in a company, you're going to do that thing, because forms are very important. In a company, most of the time you're going to work on a form only. So now what I'm going to have, I'm going to have a button, like maybe a break row and a button button of submit, but it will be a button of type equal to submit. Type is submit, button of type submit is there. Then and now type submit is there. Okay, so this is coming. Now this form is there, and in this form we have a on submit. On submit is there. On submit is there. On submit is a special kind of thing which is fired every time like I click on this button of type submit or enter, or on submit will be fired. This is only available in the forms. Okay, so on submit, or else if you use a normal button, you have to use a on click handler here, and then it will call some function. So this submit is there, and I'll do a this dot handle submit. This dot handle submit I'll going to do, and this is a function which will get called, and then this handle submit I'll come and do a e. This e is very important, and I'll do a clg, and let me do a this dot state here like this. Then I will inspect it, go to the console, then I will write something here, this, and I will submit it. But it has came and gone away, because this is the problem with the JavaScript, or the problem with the browser. In browser, what happens, not JavaScript, problem with the browser, when we click a button of type submit, it refreshes the browser. It refreshes the browser, which you have seen earlier. And in JavaScript, it's a bad thing. React is, it's even a bad thing, because the state is not a permanent thing. It's a like it's if you refresh it, the state is gone. So we don't want to do this thing. So for in JavaScript or React, we have something like which is known as e.prevent default. So what is this e.prevent default? It means that prevent the default behavior of the browser. So I'll now come here and do this again. This is good, and I will submit it, and see this is coming the username. And if you want to, if we are going to pass some data from here to the backend, like we are going to pass it from here, maybe we are going to see that thing. If you have a time, we are going to see a post API. Okay, so that is there. So that is there. Now we are going to learn about a very important thing, which is known as life cycle method. Life cycle methods are very important in React. Okay, life cycle methods are very important in React. Life cycle methods along with the state forms the major thing in React. Okay, so this life cycle method are like okay, there are life cycle methods comes in two phases. Okay, it comes in two phases. One phase is known as the mounting phase, and one phase is known as the unmounting. What a life cycle method between? Life cycle methods are these special methods in React, what happens? The control, how the flow works in React, it works in order. Like this constructor, you're seeing this constructor. And lifecycle methods are always are there only in class-based company. We're going to see in hook-based React later on. But there is no lifecycle method. There is something else is there. So this constructor is there. Constructor is something which runs only one time, and in what order it runs, we're going to see. Then constructor is there, then render function is there. We're going to learn all those things. So actually constructor and render we have seen like that, they're also part of lifecycle method. And beside this, we have two more lifecycle methods. So there are two phases actually. One is the mounting phase, one is the updating. What is the mounting phase? Mounting phase is something like in this demo form. Right now, my code has been loaded and I have not touched anything. So if I don't touch anything, so the state doesn't get changed. So it is like that, the state is like whatever the state is there. So at this time, the mounting phase is running. So the moment I interact with username will change the state. So the moment the state is changed, so then there is another phase which is known as updating phase runs. We'll better understand this with the example. So I'm going to take an example right now how to do that. So we are going to come to a new thing, and we are going to revisit this lifecycle method again in hooks, and we're going to see some more practical example at that time. Okay, so that is there. Now I will come here, and in the component I will create a new file, parent life cycle.js, and here it will be RCE. Then I will create a child life cycle.js RCE. And here I will have a rconst, and in this I will have a this dot state. I will have a name as I'm having it here. I'll have it here. And in this dot state dot name, maybe I will put the parent lifecycle, and here we'll have a lot of console.log. So see how the control is passing. So I'll have a console.log, and here I will write a parent lifecycle. Actually, we have two more lifecycle methods. Like this constructor and render is there, it's okay. And this render also, I will have this parent lifecycle render, and in this I will have a h1, and I will have a this dot state dot name. This dot state dot name I will do, and that is there. And I will have this parent lifecycle here. Let's save it. Okay, so this parent lifecycle has been shown here, and the console logs are also been shown perfectly. So there are two more lifecycle methods, and in fact one of them is important, but the second one is not important. Two more lifecycle method is like one is this get derived state from props. Although this method is there, but we don't use it that much. Okay, so but we have it still, and in hooks, in fact, we don't even have it. And then this component did mount is there, which is actually very important. Which we actually we do API call through this method. Okay, so we're going to learn about that. So I will go here and do a static get derived state, and the order is like this. So static get derived state from props, and it will have a props comma state. Then I'll have a console.log, and but here we need to return something, so or else it doesn't work. Return null. I'll return the null, and then we'll have a component did mount, and then I'll have a CLG here, and then we'll have a component did mount. I'll save it. Now all these things I have, let us see the order. If the order is like this, right now we're only seeing the order. So see this parent lifecycle constructor is running first, then the get derived state from props is running, then the render is running, at the last the component did mount is running. The order doesn't matter. So this component did mount is actually used to do the API calls and all. So render method runs before that, and at the end the component did mount is running. So why at the end the component did mount is running? And this is used to do the API call. So you might have seen in all the different websites like Amazon and all, you if you go through a slow site, you see that the structure comes first, then the data comes. Okay, then the data comes. And news website, it is very popular because everything is API call. The data comes later on. Why does the data comes later on? Because the API call is always made in component did mount, which runs after the render. Let first the structure been loaded, then only we should do the API call. This is like that. That's why the component did mount is running at the last. So one more thing is that we'll have all these methods in the child also. So let us have all these methods in the child. So it's better to just go here, replace it, and what I'm going to do, Control F, and life cycle, and here I'll change it with a child life cycle and change it. All those things are done. So now this child life cycle, I'm going to add it here. So for that, I have to do a fragment. Inside this fragment, this will be there. Then child life cycle will be there, and save it. So if I refresh it, so this is running like this. So this is how the mounting phase. And see this, if I put the child also, the main thing to notice is that this after this parent render, the constructor get derived state from props, render, and component did mount runs, which is again very important. And at the last, the parent lifecycle component did mount runs. Okay, at last the parent component did mount runs, and this is very important. Like this parent lifecycle component did mount. This is like at last it runs. So what is the benefit of it? When you are going to do API call, you should always do it from the highest possible place, which is the parent. Okay, that is there. Now the next thing which we are going to look into is the updating lifecycle metrics. Updating lifecycle metrics, we are going to look into that. So updating lifecycle metrics are a bit different than the parent lifecycle method. See, there is no constructor is there, get derived state from props is there, should component update, and get snapshot before update, and component did update is there. And here I want to tell one thing, that this only this component did update and render are important. Rest of those things we don't use it in the new React, and in hooks also we don't use it. Okay, so that is there. So let us just have it like if that we are having it here. Okay, then okay, so we'll have those things here, those three things. We'll have a should component update, then we'll have a get snapshot before update we'll have, and then we are going to have a component did update. We're going to have this, all these three things, and then have this console logs here. Component update, like this I'm going to have. Then the should component update, I should have a return true, and here I will have a return null. Need to have this thing, and these three things we are going to have so I'm going to tell one very important thing. In this updating phase happens when, okay, so I'm going to replace it. So updating phase doesn't happen like this. See, if I have this updating phase also, if I now again if I run it, you see all the methods which are running, they are from a mounting phase. Like no should, there is no should component update, get a snapshot before update, or component did update. So okay, they are not there. Okay, they are not there. Why they're not there? So they will only run if the state is changed, and that is the reason actually we created this state. Okay, thank you, Shivanshu Nigam. So this state, we sort of, you can think of a dummy state, we created for that only, because I want to change the state. So to change the state, what I'm going to have, I'm going to come here and do a button, and in this button I have a change state, and in this change state I'll have a on click equal to like this, and this dot set state, and name is PWD. So if we're doing so much, if you're not like the video, please do like the video so that it can reach more people, and please do subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed yet. Okay, so please do those things. Okay, so we have again created this thing again. If I refresh it, this mounting phase will run, so that is there. But we have 3 new functions here like this thing. Now if I, that will run only if I change the state. If I change the state, see, if I changing the state, new kind of functions are running. Component did mount is not running. Component did mount is not running. The functions which we are running are like get data set from process is running, should component update is running, okay, render is running, and the most important thing which is running here is the, if you don't understand all this things, understand this thing, this is the component did update is running in the updating phase, because we're soon going to see a practical example where we're going to see the component did update. Okay, component did update is very important. In the updating phase, no constructor is done. One more important thing to notice is that in the updating phase, no constructor runs. In the updating phase, no component did mount runs. Actually, all of these methods are like, nobody uses this method, this two method, and this method. Okay, so I don't know why React have put it in a class-based component, because they have removed this in the functional component. Okay, so nobody uses these things, but they are kept it there. So only actually two methods are very important. One is component did mount, and one is component did update. Render and constructor are something which is there, and which is not also in the functional component. Okay, this is a lifecycle method which you've done. So now we are going to look into another important topics in React, which is a bit related to this state. Like state is one of the way to access everything in React, like, and this is the way to do a form. Okay, there is an alternate way which is known as a refs, which is known as a reference also in React. Through that you can directly access anything. Through refs you can directly access anything, although Facebook says that use that method only when you want to do something like different. When, what is that different, something like that I will tell. Like there is something which even React doesn't have access. React works in a different principle, like this sort of set state and all those things. And DOM, like DOM programming, JavaScript DOM programming is, sometimes it is more powerful, it has got more accesses. Okay, so now we are going to look into refs, because sometimes we need deep access to an element. Like there is something known as a video HTML tag. If you have that on the tag, you need like play pause, you need a deep access. So if you see some code for a video player, you see in React you use refs. So refs demo.js I'll do, and in this I will have a RCE, and this export I will delete, save it, and I'll have it like this. Now this refs demo I'll do, and delete from here also. So refs demo has been done. So again what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this form and put it here, because we are going to see an alternate way to do this thing. Okay, so this alternate way will be like, in that alternate way again I will have a r const. Okay, but in this constructor I will not have a state. So we have a different thing, we'll not have a state, but we'll have something known as a refs, and this is a different way in which we don't need this value, and we don't need this on change. Okay, the code will be much more simpler. value and on change, we don't need both of them. So I'll delete it. So how do I access this username? How do I access this commit? So you have to create something known as refs. So this is like this dot user ref equal to react dot create react.create ref like this, and another variable I have to create, which is like the this dot comment anything that this dot comment ref user ref, you can take any name, equal to react dot create ref, and now I can directly use it. So no complicated logic like it will go round and round, no complicated logic like that. Okay, ref equal to this dot user ref, and here ref equal to this dot comment ref, like this is there. I'll save it and see both of them are coming, and the benefit is that I can directly write it like this. I don't have to do all those things like it will come round and round. What happens with this refs, I get very deep access, very deep access to these things, so I can directly use it. Very deep access to it is I can directly use it. But Facebook team says not to use it like this. Okay, not to use it like this. Why it says like this? Because refs are like anti-pattern, like they are known as anti-pattern. Because why they're known as anti-pattern? Because it uses DOM is a bit slow. Virtual, what React is, it is known as the virtual DOM, like this.step.com. So React says, okay, don't use it like this, but I've seen people use it like this. Okay, it is much more easier. And but how I will get the value here? I have got the value with this.state. How do I get the value here? So here also we will get the value very easily. If I go to this handle submit, I will create this handle submit here. I go here and do this handle submit, and this dot user ref dot, there is something known as current dot value, and this dot comment ref dot current dot value. We have used these two things. I will inspect it, and Bindu, and this is good. Submit it. See, I'm able to get the access to this in the refs. So okay, so that is how you do refs. But what Facebook says that okay, you should not use it like this. But what Facebook says, there are some special things in DOM which is not even access to React. There is a thing in DOM, like DOM programming, JavaScript DOM programming, that there is a focus thing. What is this focus which only DOM have? So if you want to do something like that, you want to do this. For this focus, see, when I'm going here, I have to click here. So if this focus is right there automatically, then it will be much better. So what I'm going to do here, I'll do a component did mount. I will have, then what is there, a component did mount. Why I'm doing? Because I want everything to be loaded first. Everything to be loaded, then I want this code to run. Okay, so everything to be mounted. So then I'll do a this dot user ref dot current dot value, not value is like this focus, right? Focus I'll do, and then and save it. So see, now what will happen, refresh it. See, by default it is this blinking thing is coming. Why this blinking thing is coming? Because this code, and this is something which is not available to React. It is only available to the DOM programming. So if you want to use some feature like this, you have to use the refs, and React says to use the refs in those situations only. So that is there. Now the next topic which we are going to do is very important topic, and which is known as a context API. So when you pass data around with props, there is a bit issue with that. Okay, so I will tell that issue. So the issue is this. So suppose I have an app component, and I want to send some data to the component C. Only from app component to component C, I want to send some data through props. So how do I send it? But the structure is like app component is calling component A is calling component B is calling component C. So I cannot pass the data like that. Okay. So directly. So I have to pass forcibly. I have to pass it through A, B, and then it will go to C. Suppose there are 50 components between app component and components. They have to pass through 50 components, and this problem is known as prop drilling in React. This is a very big problem, and we can get some very bad code if we have this thing. So React have something known as context API, in which we can directly pass the data from the app component to component C. And there is another thing known as Redux, which Redux I think we'll cover later on, not today. Redux is a separate topic which is generally used with React in bigger project, which is a complicated topic. So that is there. So now we are going to create this problem first. So I will have a child.js, then I will have a, in this child it will be a RCE like this. The child is there. Then I will have a parent.js RCE. So my parent will actually parent will call the child parent will call the child like this. And now I will have a grandparent.js and this RC. So this grandparent.js is there. This grandparent, I'm creating something like this only. So this grandparent will call the parent. So grandparent is calling the parent is calling the child, and grandparent will be finally be called by the app. So grandparent is finally called by the app. So my whole structure is created and the child is been shown from here. So now I want to pass the data from the app component to the child component directly. I can, if I pass it through props, it will be like a very big thing. But grandparent and parent component doesn't require that data. So that is a very, very common use case scenario. So how do I do that thing? Okay. How do I do that thing? So that thing I will do with something known as context API. Context API, we're going to revisit in hooks also. I can create in this file also, but right now we're going to create it in a different file, and that file is like a user context.js, and this should have IMR. It should have import React from React, and then it is like this: const user context equal to react dot create context and const user provider. So this context API, what happens in context API, it becomes, there is a provider and a consumer. So from wherever you want to send the data, you will have a provider, and from wherever you want to receive the data, you'll have a consumer. So user provider is like user context dot provider. So provider is something from the context API, and then const user consumer is user context dot consumer. So like this consumer, then I have to export both of those things. Export like user. If you're liking what we're doing here, please do tell in your colleges, and please do tell it to your friends and all. So this thing is like a main thing, like we are happy having it after 2 months, but generally we try to have it every month. Okay, so this 12-hour long bootcamp. Okay, so next month also we are going to have, don't know the date, but we'll tell that. So user provider and user consumer, I'm exporting both of them. Now I have to go to this app.js, and it's a different way than how do we use the props. Here I have to wrap the main component with this, and I'll do this thing with the user provider like this. Then like this I will have, then value equal to 𝐴𝐴𝐵𝐵. So value equal 𝐴𝐵𝐵 is there. So but the value here is a keyword. In props, I have given name, that can be anything, but the value here is a keyword. But I'm passing something like a props 𝐴𝐵𝐵. So it can be any string I'm passing. So I'm passing the string. So now I want to pass it from app.js to directly to the child component. So how to do it? But it is not as easy as props to receive it. So to receive it, what we do actually, we inside this return Let's remove this thing. Okay, then inside this return, I have to wrap everything with this user consumer. That is first, but we have two ways to do this thing. So the first way is like there is a pattern known as a render props pattern. It's an old pattern in React. It's a bit complicated. Too much curly brackets are there. So I'll come here, do a user, and then this user is not a keyword. Then I can come and do a return and h1 child component, and I can have this user here. Save it. See this. Now Bindu is coming. So the data from app component to direct child component I can pass. The props kind of data I can pass from the app component to the child component directly. So not going through the grandparent and a parent. So I can support a tree kind of structure also. So this is a very important concept. Context API is used in all modern projects. Okay. But the way to do consumer, there is another way to do consumer. This is one way. There is another way to do consumer, which might seems like a much easier way. And in the hooks, it is actually much more easier than this. Okay. So for that, but I have to export default and user context, export default user context. I'll do save it. Then now what I'm going to do here in this, let me show it in the parent. Let me not show it in the child. Let me show it in the parent, because I want you to have this code. Okay, I want you to have this code. So I will have it in the parent. Okay, so that is there. And so I will have this in the parent. Okay, so I'll have this in the parent. So here what we need to do, I'll come here and do a static context type. So context type is a keyword here, equal to user context. Static context type is equal to user context, which I'm importing. Then here I will come and do a like this, and then this child is there, and then this h1 is there, and this parent comes this dot context. Here also a problem is that there is a lot of keywords. We are soon going to see it is in the hooks also. Hooks is much more easier. Okay, so parent welcomes Nabin. So yeah, I'm going to get it there. So whatever way you find it easier, I think this way is much more easier. But the problem here is there are a lot of keywords. Static is a keyword, context type is a keyword, user context is not a keyword, it is coming from there. And this dot context is also keyword. Actually, there is a bit confusion in this way also. This should have been like this, like this. It should have been like this. Okay, I don't know why they have kept it like this. And context, a lot of keywords are there, but this is how you can pass the data in another way. So now we have come to the last topic of the class-based component. After that, maybe we'll have a 5-minute break, not more than 5 to 10. 5-minute break maybe we'll have, because we have to end soon because Facebook, this YouTube doesn't allow more than 12 hours of live stream, and I want to complete it. Okay, complete React. After that, the hook based React is there. So how do we do the API call here? API call. So API call is done through fetch API or Axios in React. Okay, API call is done through fetch API or Axios in React. Okay, so we are going to learn through the fetch API. Fetch API, I think Hari might have told you. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, we have a list post. We have a list post like we had done the hard coding here. So instead of this, I will have a post list in which we are going to do the API call. And this is the most important part of code and what a front-end engineer actually needed to work. So this post list, and we are also going to pass the data to this post item component. Okay, so this post list is there, RCE is there, and export and all the way is there. Okay, so this post list, I'm actually going to comment this out. I want you to have this code and comment this out. Then post list is there, save it. So post list has been shown, it is okay. So how do I do the API call? So we do the API call, we'll do the API call through fetch API. So our const, and I will have a state. So we are going to hit the same endpoint like this JSON placeholder post endpoint, in which we get an array of objects. We're going to hit the endpoint, and generally whatever the data, the way in which we get like this array I will get, so I will make it like that. Okay, so here also we had a post array. So like this, post I'll do, and it will be a array. Okay, so that is there. How do we do the API call? API call are always done from component data mount, because we want the whole of the component to be loaded first, then we want to do the API call. Okay, so yeah, I will upload the code in the description. Component, even the morning code I will upload. Component did mount is there, and then this component did mount, you have to do the API call through component did mount. That's why it's a very important lifecycle matter. So then I will have a const URL equal to this endpoint I will take, and then I'll do a const hope. I told you this fetch API await fetch. If not, you can look into the other videos. Like fetch is an inbuilt API, because this API endpoint returns as a promise. You cannot directly like get the data from there. You have to use something like a fetch which can get the promise back, because this returns a promise. And this is like a fetch API is also new in internet, like it was introduced in 2015 in the browser. It is inbuilt in the browser. So here I have to pass the URL, and if you use vanilla JavaScript also, it will work like the same. If you use any other thing also, it is work like the same only. So fetch URL I've done. Then I'll do you have to do two steps here. Const post equal to await rest.json, and I have to do like this. But I'm getting an error here, because await, whenever I'm using async await here, I could have used then and catch block also, but I'm using async await here. Okay, so I have to make this as async. I have to make this as async. I make this as async, and then I'll do a CLG, and I'll do a post. Let us see whether I will get the data or not. So see, I got the data so fast, and get the whole data. So this is the most important line of a code in React.js. Most important line of a code in React.js, because this is how the front-end engineer works. First, they get the data, getting the data from the endpoint. So like this, if you go for a company for interview also, they will give you some API endpoint, and they will tell you to go through the API endpoint and show the data. Now the main thing is how to show the data. We'll show the data like this only. So here what we did, we were just sending the data. So now my post has got some data, but the post has got some data. This data have to update in this state. So how do I update the data in the state? So I update the data in the state with the this dot set state. This dot set state post set state asks me to have this thing. Post is post. So this post, you can see the white color. This post is this post, and this post is this post. And there is a shortcut in ES6 in which both of them are the same name. I can remove it. So I'll use the post this shortcut. Why to use a long cut? Okay, so that is there. Now what I want to do, I want to show it here. So why to write the code again? I have this code. Okay, so I will put this in a different component. I'll get this post, which is an array of object, and then loop it through it and send it to the post item which we created earlier. This post item I'll save it, but then also I'll get a error that like post is not given. Actually this is not post, this is this dot state dot post. But again, instead of writing it here, let us deconstruct it. You should always use the object destructuring. So post equal to this dot state, then save it and see now this data is coming, and all of my 100 posts are being shown. Okay, so that is there, and we are done with our class based React. We'll have a 10-minute break now, and I will do the setup also at that time. So I will also tell you what the setup I'm going to do. Maybe I will. Okay, so we'll have this 10-minute. Let me quickly do the setup. See, the thing is that I want to do the hooks in a different project. Okay, so I will do npx create React app, and I will call it a hooks. Okay, so let it be done, and let us have some break till that time. So let it be done, and Let us have a 5. Okay. So let it be done. Thanks. Okay, so come back. So I'm back, and I've created a new project. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to have that old project also, which I have created. We have created because we're going to refer that project a lot. So I'll put that in my another browser code editor and all. So I'll go to CD. So I've created a new hooks project. So I'll go to this CD hooks and open it with code. So hooks is like the new thing which came in 2020. So you might have seen this class-based code is always a bit complicated and all. Okay, so that's why this hooks came to uncomplicate things. Then as usual, I have to do a npm start. I'll do this npm start. Then again we get this thing back. Okay, so one thing I wanted to do here is this index.js. This thing I'll remove, or else there is a double console log comes. Okay, so I know that issue. So I don't want, we use console.logs a lot. Okay, so let us get back. So hooks, earlier what used to happen in functional component were known as dumb component because they didn't have two things which the classes component have. One is the state and the other was this lifecycle method. But from 2020 React is moving towards functional component. They have given functional component the superpowers to have the state and lifecycle method, both of them. So how does that happen? And we are going to learn everything through like first creating a, I'll create a class-based component, then I'm going to convert it into a functional component. Okay, so again I will have a components folder. In this components folder I'll have a class counter dot js, and I'll also open this app.js. So the class counter.js, I'll have a class-based, simple class-based component I'm going to have. So, and then we're going to convert it into hooks. Okay, so export, and then I have something like this now, and then I will wait and do a class counter like this, and get this logo, save it, and run. Okay, one sec. Okay, so this is there, and this class counter. So let us create a very simple counter here. So I will come here and do a const, and then count of 0 I'll do, then come here and I'll have a button. So this button will have a count of this dot state dot count. This is state dot count we have. So it is showing the count. Okay, so in this button we'll have a on click. So what, instead of having a different function, we will have this on click here only, like changing the state here only. So we'll have like this, and then we'll have this dot set state like this, and then we'll have a count is this dot state dot count plus 1. So we'll have it like this. So this dot state dot count plus 1. Then I will save it, and so it will work properly. So now I have to change to hooks. So how do I have with this state concept in a hooks? We are going to see that. So here I will go and do a hook counter dot js FC. So we don't have something like this component and all, and this dot state and all in hooks. So what React people did they created some special programs known as like custom hooks, like special functions internally, which through which we have this state concept. And there is two important hooks. One is the use state hooks, which you are going to see now. through which in a functional component we have the concept of a state. So the use state hook is actually a sort of array destructuring. It is an array destructuring is there. So const count comma set count is equal to use state. So see this state, use state, and 0, put the 0. So actually I'm converting this code into that. So let me do one thing. Let me make it side by side. Let me make it a bit. It is okay here. Like this. Okay. So okay, so this is how I do this. Did this state, use state like this. Okay, it's a bit different here. It's an object, it's not an object here. So that is okay. Now in this return, I will have a button. So this button will have like let me call hook count. It's like count. And then I'll go here and do a hook counter like this. Like this, it is there, hook counter. So this hook counter is also been shown. Okay, so that is okay. Hook counter is also been shown. Okay, so now how do we have this set state concept, because that is the okay, there is no like this is the array destructuring which we have learned in ES6. So this count will be equal to 0. What is the set count? We'll come back to that. Let me complete the code. Set count. So I will have a on click equal to like this, then go here and set count is count plus 1. Set count is count plus 1. Okay, okay, so that is there. Third attendance, Ave Mishra, third attendance was given. Okay, so at around 5:30. So button is there like this, and then what? Then if I click it here, see it is working. The state is working, like the state is working. How this state is working. And what is this set count? So set count is equivalent to set state, and there is no keyword like state and all these things. But this return also started working like a render, like it will like rerun again and again the moment the state is changed. Okay, the set count is count plus 1. And one more plus thing is that, see, this code is much more simpler than this here, because the this dot state is a object. We have to do all these things. This dot set state has got all these things, and this dot set state is very generic. Like if you have more state, like maybe I will have a name which we are going to soon have later on. I have to change it through this dot set state. But here if I have a name, so I will have it like maybe like a name and set name and this. So see, this set name is a different thing. So if you have 10 different state, also we have 10 different set name, set like a set variables. So it is not actually, and it is on the keyword also. You can use something else also, but industry standard is like using the set and what is the name count and set count. So it is like that, it is there. So the code is actually much more simpler. This code is like 10 times much more simpler than this. You don't have the like this dot set, you don't have the concept with this keyword and all also there. Okay, so you just have the like this, you have the thing. So this is much more simpler code. That's why people love hooks. Okay, so that is there. So love hooks for that reason. So now let us see some of the issues here with maybe we are going to see the same issue here. Maybe okay, so what I'm going to do in this app.js, maybe remove this thing. Okay, in this hook counter I will, what I'm going to have in this hook counter, suppose I have another button. And in this button I have the same increment 5 thing I have. So this is something which you have seen there also. Okay, so on click will call a increment 5 function, it will call. And again, we are going to look into the same issue which I've seen earlier. So actually the functions here comes with the const increment 5 equal to like this, and then we'll have a simple for loop here for that I equal to 0, I is less than 5, I plus plus, and then set count is count plus 1. Set count is count plus 1. So we know that this will not work. Okay, it will, like this will increment, but see, this is also only incrementing it one, one, one. It is incrementing it by 1. So because of the performance optimization which we have in React, so what we have to do, we have to use the previous state here. But previous state code is also very simple here. So like this, I have to use the prev state is prev state plus 1. Let's save it. So see, now if I do it, it is incrementing 5 times. So this is working fine. So this is the previous state thing which is there. So now the state is done. So now the next thing which we are going to do is the life cycle method. So life cycle methods. So this life cycle method is there. Life cycle methods, we are going to again see the life cycle method. And as I have told, there are only two important life cycle methods. One is component did mount, one is component did update. There is another life cycle method known as component will unmount, which you have not seen earlier, but we are going to see right now. So again, first we'll do this in the class based component, then we'll go to the hook based component, like how to do that thing. Okay. Again, we have a hook here. So I will go to this class counter, and now what I'm going to do in this class counter, I will go here and do the class counter like this and save it. Class counter, I'll save it, and it is shown like this. Okay. So right now, what I want whatever the count is here, it should be shown here also. It should be shown here also. So there is a thing known as document.title through which we can show it. Okay, so but we should also, and this is also practical example, we should always show that through a component did mount. Okay, so we'll do a, because we want to show it after everything is rendered. So I'll do a component did mount, and then inside the component did mount, I will have a document dot title, not timeline, document dot title title equal to count is dollar this dot state dot times count is this, or state dot times. I'll save it. So the count is coming fine. But now one of the main thing. So one thing I have told, this component did not actually runs only once, and that only also during the mounting phase. So mounting phase means I'm not touching anything. So that is the mounting phase. No state is changed. But the moment I change the state, which is through this, state is getting changed. But this is not getting updated because the component did not, and the constructor doesn't run the second time onwards. The moment the state gets changed. For those reasons, what we need to do, we need to use the different life cycle. And this is a practical example also, which is known as component did update. So this life cycle method I have to use, and actually this component did update have another things like this: prev props, comma, prev state, prev prev state. It's also there. These two things is also which we are soon going to use. Okay, so now I'll refresh it. Now I will click it. See, this is also running. So it means that it is running in the updating phase also, which happens once the state is changed. So this is how it is running fine. So now that is okay, but how do we convert this into a hook? For hook, we will go to this hook counter. Maybe I will remove this code, like not remove this code, like commented this. So looking like this ugly kind of thing. So I will do this thing. Okay, so save it. So let us have this hook counter like this, and cut it, save it, and then I will refresh it. So this is not there. So we don't have any life cycle methods in the hooks. So what React people did, they created something known as a use effect hook. It is like a use state, not like a use state. It is again a custom hook which React have created. So what we need to do here, we have to use the use effect like this, but it is used in a different way. It's a function. It's a inside it we do a function call. So we'll go like this, and then we are going to do the same thing, which is this document dot title is equal to this thing, and there is no this dot state, so I will remove all these things. So I'll just have the count. I'll just have the count here, and I'll save it, and um, maybe I'll write it as hook count, which is much more suitable here. Hook count. Save it. So hook count is shown, and we'll cut it. Save it. Now if I click it, see this, it is running. It is running fine. Why it is running fine? Because this use effect is actually a combination of two hooks in the most general form. It's a combination of two hooks. Like it's a combination of component did mount and component did update. In the most general form, it's the combination of this. So it will like in a hooks also, functional component also. Now right now we have mounting phase also and updating phase also. So it means that this will run in the mounting phase also when the initial mount is done, and it will run also at the time when the updating is done. So mounting phase and updating phase, at both phases it will run. So but the use effect is run in five different configurations. We are going to learn the 5 different configurations, because use effect is the like a very important hook. As I've told earlier, today if you're going to do React, you will not use class-based component, you will use functional component. So this is very important to understand. And see, it is very important to understand through class-based component how it is done. Okay. So this use effect in the most basic way is the combination of component did mount and component did update. So that is there. So now we're going to see 2-3 other different ways of the use effect. So the we are going to see a conditional use effect. Okay, conditional use effect we're going to see. And for the conditional use effect, again we're going to see the class base first. So I'm going to come here and do a class counter first, and I'll cut it and save it, and then I'll go here and do a here I will go and I want to do a console log, and I'll do a updating document title. Updating document title. Please don't tell a lot about the things. Okay, so please don't ask a lot of questions because we don't have time to answer the question. Okay, so you will get the certificate Sunday night you will get. Okay, so that is there. Okay, so that is there, and the thing is there, those who will get the certificate will get our premium course also. I think all of you know, and that premium course is 10 times more important than the certificate, because who have the premium course, we actually get after them, and we don't leave them until they get a job. That is like that, because you get direct access to us, direct access for a career guidance, direct access for everything, and we will be after you. We will be after you so much that unless you get a job, either you will leave us or you will get a job. That is for sure. Okay, one thing will happen: either you will not contact us anymore, and you will block our phone number, you will block our email, everything you will block, or you will get a job. As simple as that. So that is much more important than the certificate or premium course, which we don't give it as for free. Okay, so that is there. So that is there, and so this is there, and then so I'm going to have another variable here, right? This name, and name is have this empty string, and I'm having a console log also here. Okay, so now I will have a input type text and all. So and then value is equal to this dot state dot name, and on change is equal to t, and this dot set state, and name is e dot target dot value. So what we are seeing right now, we are going to see right now a conditional use effect. So this is a conditional use effect we're going to see. So see what is happening here. If I inspect it, and go to the console, no, live session will not be over. Live session will be over by around 8:45. because I cannot go beyond 8:45 or 8:50, because you cannot do a more than 12-hour session. Okay, so let me complete it soon. So that is there, and this there will not be any break, because we are just we'll just complete in another 10-15 minutes. Okay, and so this input type text is there. So, okay, so what is here, like if I click on this count, updating document title is coming, which is right. But if I write something here, then also this updating document title is coming, which is not right actually. My this component did update was only for this count variables, not for this name variable, not for this name state variable. It should not come, and this is a performance optimization issue. So to solve these things, what we used to do in class-based component, we used to use this pre-props. Okay, we used to use this pre-props. So I will have a if state, actually if state dot count not equal to this dot state dot count, then I will move this thing inside and save it. And now see, now what will happen if I click it, this is getting updated. But if I write anything, this will not getting updated. Why it is happening? So previous state always keep track of the previous state. So if it is right now, see, suppose I click here, so the current state is 7. So I click it here, current state has become 8 and the previous state is 7. So previous state dot count is not equal to this dot state dot count, so it will run. But if I write something here, so name is getting updated. So previous state dot count and current state dot count are both equal, so this will not change. So this will not change. So that's why it is. This is how the performance optimization is done. So now how the performance optimization is done in hook. So again, we are going to go to this hook counter, and again I am going to have this hook counter like this, and then cut it, save it. Hook counter will be here, and then we'll have again a const name comma set name equal to use state, and this empty string I'm going to have. And let me have a console log here. Have a console log here. Updating document title, let me have it a bit different. Use effect, updating document title, hook count is there, and we will have another input type text, value is equal to name, and on change is equal to e, and set name is e dot target dot value. I will save it. So this is there. Now if I refresh it again, so the updating document title is coming. Okay, and if I click it here, it is getting updated, and if I write it here also, this is getting updated. But both of them are coming. So in hooks, this is actually much more easier to do. I want this use effect to run only if the count is updated. So here I will go here and give a count like this. Give a count like this. Okay, so now what will happen, I'll give it in 4-5 minutes. Okay, the second attendance form I'll give around in another 5 minutes. I'll give the second for last attendance form. Okay, so this now if I go here and click the hook count and see this, it is coming. And but if I write something here, will not do, because this thing means that only run the use effect, the count is updated, not anything else is updated. So this is like this, you give the option here. Okay, so this is another thing in use effect. Okay, so there are some more things which are remaining in use effect. Okay, so the other thing like this, how to use a use effect in component did mount way. So right now use effect runs in both places, so like component did mount and component did update. But how to run it in the component did mount way only? So let us understand that with enough of hook counters. So let us create a new thing like a class mouse.js, and then I will have a RCE, and then class mouse is there like this, and then r const is there, and then I will have a x is 0 comma y is 0 like this we have. Then so this is a different code in which h1 maybe it is x is this dot state dot x comma y is this dot state dot y. So this class mouse, I will show this class mouse here right now. Cut it, save it. This class mouse is been shown like this. Okay. So in this I want to track the position of the mouse. Okay, so there is a method to track the position of the mouse, which is like client X and client Y. Let me write the code first. But I should have an event listener, and the best place to give the event listener is with the component did mount, because the event listener should be fired only once, not more than that. And component did mount is the best place. So component did mount I will have, and in the component did mount I'll have a window dot add event listener, and then mouse move I will have, and comma this dot log mouse position, this dot log mouse position I'll have, and in this this dot log mouse position I'll have e, and like this dot set state, and next is e dot client x. So e dot client x is like something which is the inbuilt in the browser, like e dot target dot value is there. So like e dot the client x will track the x value, and e dot client y will track the client y value. So if I now, okay, like I will have a lot of console log also. Console log that's mouse and mouse position component in mount. So the main thing is that component did mount this. See this window dot add event is running only one. After that, I'll come here. It will run. So class mouse log mouse position is running a lot of times. How does this is running? So this is running like window dot add event listener. It will add only one event listener. Okay, we'll add this one event listener. Okay, we'll add this. Okay, so this dot okay, so this log mouse position, this is going here, log mouse position. So what is happening, this mouse move is there. Okay, so the moment even a small detection is been done, what will come, this dot set state is there. So initially it is 0, so it will come as 1. So when the set state run, the render will run again, and it will show that like that. Okay, so that is there. We're going to change it to a functional component. So let me first give the last attendance first. Okay, final attendance. Please fill the final attendance form. Please, all of you have given the final attendance. Please fill it. Okay, let me complete it. So now, please don't ask again. Okay, so now we are going to change it to a hook. So how do we change it to a hook? So hook, I'll come here and do a hook mouse dot js, and then RAFCE. Then I will call here like this. Then come here and do a hook mouse and cut it, save it. So hook mouse is coming like this. So that is there. Now what we are going to have here, so first let us convert this class mouse to a hook mouse. So but then we'll see how we'll do a component did mount. Okay, so that is there, and I will have h1 and a hook and this is like x comma y is y, and then first thing is the const x comma set x equal to use state 0 o but 0, and then y comma set y is 0. So this is this use state. But now where do I have this like component did mode? So let us first, anyways everything is through use effect only, so we'll have a use effect like this, and in this use effect I will have this function call like this, and then I will, okay, let me first have the code. So code is like this, but there is no this keyword is there, so this log mouse I will change it like this, and then this log mouse position I'll have a const log mouse position is equal to e will come like this, and that is it. Okay, so the thing is that if I run it like this event listener, okay, like a use last mouse, it is not hook mouse use effect. This event listener will be actually be called a lot of times. Okay, so because this will run in the component did mount plus component did update way. Okay, also let me do this also. Set x is e dot client x, set y is e dot client y. Okay, so okay, that's good. Okay, so this use effect is done. So if I run it like this, it will run in the component did mount and component did update, both of those things it will run. Okay, so that is there. But what I'm going to do here, I'm going to pass an empty array here. Empty array, passing an empty array. What happens with when we pass an empty array here, it will only run in the component did mount. It means it won't run in the updating phase. Okay, then again I will have a clg, and then hook mouse log mouse position, save it. Now see, now I will actually cut it and refresh it. So hook mouse use effect is called only once, after that it is calling. So like this it is done. So it means that it is running in the component did mount phase, no component did update, it is not running in the mounting phase. So this is it. Okay, so that is there. And thank you everyone. So we'll still do something very quickly because I cannot go beyond 8:55. Okay, so or YouTube will kick us out. Okay, so now the next thing is that use effect with cleanup we are going to do, and for that what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new function here known as mouse container.js, and in this mouse container will be a functional component, so it is okay to have it as a functional component. And then I will have this mouse container will be shown there, not the hook mouse or something. Okay, so I'll save it. In this mouse container I'll have a const display comma set display equal to use it like this, true I'll have. Okay, so like this I'll have. Then this inside this div I'll have a button, and it will be toggle display. Toggle display will be there, and inside this button I'll have a on click equal to set display will be not of display. So means the display is true, it will make it opposite. So I will use the and thing which I've told earlier. So if the display is true, I will show the class mouse, or else I'll not show it. So see, if the display is true, see what will happen right now. If the display is true, okay, the class mouse has been shown, so it means that this will run. See, this component did mount is running, and now it is running. This class mouse position is running. But if I do a toggle display, this component should be destroyed. Okay, and if this component is destroyed, everything from this component should be destroyed. But still the class mode log mouse position is running because the event listener is still active there. So when something is unmounted, there is another method which runs, which is known as component will unmount. This runs automatically. The moment a component is unmounted, like it is destroyed, it will run, and we will have this thing. And what we are going to do here, I'm going to use like this, and instead of add event listener, I'll have a remove event listener here, and I will save it. Now let me refresh it again, cut it, and then so see this. So this is coming and this is going. Toggle display, classmates component will unmount is coming. Now this is not running. So this is known as no memory disk leak is also there. So this is sometimes very important. So now how to have this new lifecycle method in the hook mouse. First thing, I will go here and do a hook mouse. I'm going to do, and then I'll save it. And this hook mouse again, if I cut it, we have the same problem like this. If I toggle display, then also it will be there. So how to have this component will unmount here? So here we have a bit different kind of code. We have a return like this, and then we'll have this code here, and mouse clean up, let me say it as clean up, and there will be no this, but it's a remove event listener. Okay, so I'll save it, and now I'll refresh it again. This is coming. Toggle display, hook mouse, cleanup is done. So this is how your thing is done. So now what we are going to do, we are going to learn to do the API call using use effect. So API call using use effect, we have to do like I will open something here like post list, post list, post item, and post season. So let us do this thing, and this is what we created earlier. Okay, this is what we created earlier. Let us do this thing. Okay, so the API call should be done with component did mount. So how do we have a component did mount here? Like a use effect with the empty array. So I will have a post list.js, then I will have a rafe here, then here I'm going to convert this thing. Okay, so const post comma set posts equal to use state, and the empty array will be there. Okay, so that is there. Now instead of this component did mount, what I'm going to have, I'm going to have a use effect. I'm going to have, and let us use the same thing, use effect with a empty array is the component did mount. Okay, so that is okay. But now one more thing I want to do, I want to quickly do this post item also here. So this post item dot js and this post item dot css. So post item dot js, save it, js, and post item dot css. So this post list is there, and in this post list I'll have the same code, only the this dot set state is the only there, not there. But the problem is that use effect, I cannot make the use effect as async. So if I want to use something like this, what I need to do here, I need to have another function inside it. I will call it fetch post. You can give it any name, fetch post equal to like this, and then I'll have this code here, and I'll make this as async, async, or it will give me error. And after this, instead of this set state, I will have this set posts as posts posts. Then I will have like this, and I'll have this post item here, save it. If everything is right, I'll get the data Okay, so this I have to do as a post paste, cut it, save it, and the data is not okay because I have to call this fetch post like this, save it. All the data is coming. See, all the 100 data is coming. So this is how you do a API call with the this. Okay, hooks. You do the API call like this. Okay, so that is there. Now let us look into refs. Okay, now let us look into refs. Refs is almost equal. Like refs is like almost equal what we have it here. So I will have a function like refs demo.js and then RAFC. The only difference will be, you know, the caps is coming RAFCE. Only difference is this RAFCEE will be there, and here what will be there? Like instead of this, we have a function known as useRef. Okay, so we'll have a const user ref equal to use ref. So it's a different hook use ref like this, and then const comment ref equal to use ref. Okay, like this, and then we will have the same thing here like this, and there is no this function here, and instead of like this I will have a direct this ref. This is the difference will be there, and the other thing will be like this handle submit will be same handle submit. Only the thing is that we have a function like this const. Okay, so and this is like this user ref, this is like this comment ref, it's like this. I will save it and I did it. Okay, so okay, post list is instead of this I'll have a refs demo like this, it, save it. Now if I go here, okay, it is not even showing anything. Okay, so okay, so that is there, and let me open the okay, so I think I'm not even getting okay. Okay, the code is like this. I will maybe you can fix it because we don't have time right now. Use effect, and the other thing is that okay, I think I got, okay, I don't think I got the error. Comment ref is this comment ref, use ref is there, use effect is there, and use effect like, so I'll write the code, maybe you can find the error here. So actually this code is there, and I want the focus. So the focus, how in the component demand you have to give the focus. So there is no like this is there, so user ref will be like this, and form is handle submit is okay. Okay, so this will be like this. Some issue is coming, I don't know, like login something is there like this. Okay, so okay, so it is okay, so means because I don't have time, like something is there like, but you use it like this, so you come to know like this is like use ref, you use it like this. Ref is user ref, and maybe I'll fix it in the when I will pass this code. So this is all. So we have covered everything, so hope you have learned everything. So thank you all. So this was a long day, like it's a 12 hours. We just have reached the YouTube limits. I could have continued for another half an hour, but I cannot. There is a YouTube limit, like you cannot do live more than 12 hours. So if you liked it, so please do like this video. Please tell about our channel to your different if you're coming from college, please tell that in your colleges that we have a channel like this in which we teach web development for free. We have like this crazy to a lot long boot camps are there, which happens every month, in which we give our top a certificate also you all receive by Sunday. And I have seen a lot of people have filled the attendance form. So please don't worry, because you can see my LinkedIn channel also. I'm very big on LinkedIn, so you can see there also we are always given the certificate, and those will get certificate will promote them also in my 25k LinkedIn connections. I'll promote them if you have given your LinkedIn thing. Okay, I'm going to promote you also. So that is there. And with this will and everything which you have told, we will give the description will have all the code. You'll get a premium thing if you have filled the certificate and all. So thank you all who are there for the whole day with us, like 12 hours. I know a lot of people were there for the whole day. Okay, so like thank thanks you all, and please help to grow this channel. See that some random influencer just they give some tips and their channel is so big. It's still very small, so we want to reach more people so that we can help more people. Please help us to and tell about us in your colleges and all if you find this any useful, and also that spread the love and spread to everyone. And please do subscribe, and please do subscribe with your other IDs also, it will be helpful. And thank you again, thank you all. And happy learning. We are there to help you. Whoever will get our premium certificate, they will be included in our Discord group. We will send a mail, you can include you individually. Discord links will be there, and your Zoom channel, Zoom links will also be there, which now call happens every Wednesday. Every Wednesday a call happens at 8:30 p.m. in which we will do the career guidance. Okay, so thank you.